Chapter 479. Shou Kuang was abnormally tall and muscular. He wore a full set of beast hide armor, and fine golden fur covered many of the exposed parts of his body. His hair was brown, but there wasn't a single strand of hair on his face. He didn't even have a beard, which was very strange. He held a huge mace in his hand. Every time he swung it, the air trembled and whistled. Every time he smashed it against a monster, it would take out a piece of flesh and blood. He was very ferocious. Yi Qinghan had tried it before. In the Flame Dragon plane, he could easily tear space apart, causing cracks to appear. However, in the immortal world, he couldn't even cause the slightest spatial tremor. The power of Berserk Beast's Tao of Destruction was evident. She looked very charming, but her weapon made Yi Qinghan's jaw drop. It was a long blade, similar to the Guangong blade from Yi Qinghan's previous life. She swung the long blade around vigorously, but her body was like a butterfly, dancing gracefully. Her tight leather skirt revealed her perfect figure. Coupled with her enchanting aura, it was enough to make one's blood boil and unwilling to look away. That golden dragon wasn't as ferocious as Yi Qinghan had imagined. Its body was very small, not even as big as a blood wolf. However, its claws were extremely sharp. Every swipe of its claws could send a blood wolf flying and create a bloody mist. What stunned Yi Qinghan the most was none other than the icy beauty Yi Yaorao. Even in battle, Yi Yaorao's body was as cold as ice. Her footwork was still very strange. She didn't need to take a step, but her body kept moving. What shocked Yi Qinghan the most was her attacks. The long sword in her hand seemed to be stabbing at the blood wolf very casually, but it could easily stab the blood wolf. Then, the blood wolf that was stabbed by her didn't move at all, allowing her to continue waving the long sword and stabbing it again and again. It looked as if Yi Yaorao was stabbing at a dead, statue-like blood wolf with her sword. After a few stabs, the blood wolf collapsed to the ground. Then, her body floated gently, and she moved on to the next demon beast. She continued to stab it. Bing Yu, who was behind her, began to collect demon beast materials and cores. No! Yi Qinghan finally discovered something strange. Not a single drop of blood flowed out of the demon beasts that she stabbed. Furthermore, when the ice rain dissected the demon beasts' corpses, the flesh and internal organs inside could be faintly seen as ice, and cold air was constantly emitting from them. What kind of law was this? Ice law. Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. The moment the sword pierced through, his internal organs and body actually froze. This was too terrifying. No wonder Shao Hu was so scared by her words that he wet his pants. Boss! Can I go and play? Just as Yi Qinghan was secretly observing, Shao Hei's eyes suddenly lit up and he excitedly said to him. Ha! Yi Qinghan turned his head to look at Shao Hei, and then transmitted a voice message with a smile. Go, be careful, don't get into conflict with the people in the tribe. All right. Boss, watch me, Shao Hei, show my power. Shao Hei happily somersaulted in the air, turning into a black shadow, dashing forward. Although the soul contract between Shao Hei and Yi Qinghan had been changed into an equal contract by Lord Devour, Shao Hei was still Yi Qinghan's beast. However, he was still Yi Qinghan's beast. He couldn't use body fusion, let alone soul devourer. Thus, Yi Qinghan wasn't worried that his identity would be exposed. Moreover, under the beast-trapping array, the demon beast's movement was so slow that Yi Qinghan wasn't worried about Shao Hei's safety. On the contrary, Yi Qinghan doubted whether Shao Hei's attack could break the demon beast's defense. After all, the soul devourer beast was good at soul attacks. Until now, it had relied on the body fusion technique and its innate power to kill its enemies. Shao Hei's speed was fast, even a little bit faster than Yi Qinghan. Not long after that, he had crossed the passage that was several thousand meters long, facing a stone ape with another lion-shaped divine beast. That lion-shaped divine beast looked at Xiao He, who was flying fast to join the battle, and showed a trace of disdain. After all, Xiao He was too small, only the size of a human head. Compared to the stone ape, he was like a bee compared to a human. He also looked like a non-aggressive spirit pet from the god world. That stone ape didn't even look at Xiao He. It waved its huge claws and continuously chased after the lion-shaped divine beast. This lion-shaped divine beast's attack clearly wasn't very powerful, and it couldn't break the stone ape's defense. However, its speed was very fast. The two beasts were in a deadlock, and no one could do anything to the other. Xiao He directly flew onto the stone ape's thick arm. After a few leaps, he jumped onto the stone ape's shoulder, and finally pounced towards the stone ape's neck. Ayo! Suddenly, this stone ape suddenly roared in pain, and its body started to writhe non-stop. This scared the lion-shaped divine beast, and it also scared Yi Qinghan, who was staring at Xiao He from afar. The stone ape's face suddenly became abnormally painful, and its two huge palms also quickly swept towards its neck. Its body also started to tremble. Swish! When Xiao He's palms were waving towards it, he jumped down easily. His mouth was actually full of dark red blood, and his pair of small eyes were filled with pride. Meanwhile, that stone ape's body started to tremble even more violently. Suddenly, it fell to the ground with a boom, and its body started to twitch unceasingly. Under the two palms on its neck, there was a black hole that was so deep that bones could be seen. At this moment, blood was continuously gushing out. After a while, this stone ape completely stopped breathing with its big eyes that were the size of a human head. Chief, the lion-shaped divine beast looked at the big hole in the stone ape's neck in disbelief, and then turned to look at Xiao He, whose mouth was full of blood, and whose ghastly white teeth were emitting a cold light. Suddenly, as if it had seen a dreadful beast, it turned around and fled into the distance. The few divine beasts and martial artists at the side also saw the situation, and they all looked at Xiao He's white teeth in horror, and their faces revealed a shocked expression. What was this little beast's teeth made of? How could they be so sharp? The stone ape's defense was extremely strong. Even if an ordinary person was wielding a sacred weapon, they would not be able to break through the stone ape's defense if their nomological law attack was not powerful. However, this little beast had actually opened up a big hole in the stone ape's neck in the blink of an eye, and killed it easily. If this little beast had bitten its neck, then, haha. Xiao He, good job. Yi Qinghan, on the other hand, was ecstatic as he clenched his fist and shouted loudly. He knew that Xiao He's teeth were very hard and sharp. Whenever Xiao He was summoned, he would chew on demonic crystals and eat them as if they were his meals. Moreover, in the savage mountains, his mouth was even more invincible. It was just that after awakening the body fusion combat technique, Xiao He had never fought alone again. Unexpectedly, now that Xiao He had become a god, his teeth were actually so sharp that they could even easily break through the defense of a level 2 demonic beast. This was an unexpected surprise. Hee, boss, I'm amazing, right? When Xiao He heard Yi Qinghan's shout, he became even more excited. He turned his head and shouted loudly, then continued to pounce on the demonic beast in front of him. As for the stone ape's corpse on the ground, no one dared to collect its materials and core. Obviously, they were afraid that Xiao He would bear a grudge against them. Swish! 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 A row of gazes swept towards Yi Qinghan. Boss! If the little brother was so amazing, then wouldn't the boss be even more amazing? The 200-odd people at the entrance of the valley looked at Yi Qinghan and silently decided in their hearts that he was one of the people that they should not offend. Even the 10 godly generals of the law enforcement team looked at Yi Qinghan with slight astonishment. You little beast, are very good. Neopodian also had a look of admiration on his face. He glanced at Xiao He, then turned his head and said to Yi Qinghan with a slightly deeper meaning. He. It's just that his teeth are slightly sharper. Lord Padian is too kind. Yi Qinghan hastily shrunk back and cupped his hands respectfully towards Neopodian. However, he was secretly groaning in his heart. He had originally wanted to keep a low profile, but he had become the center of attention in just 2 days. He was afraid that many people would be eyeing him after this. Chapter 480. As time passed, more and more demonic beasts fell to the ground. More than half of them had been killed. The thousands of sky gods and divine beasts at the entrance of the valley were getting more and more courageous. Although there were still countless demonic beasts surrounding the valley, they were still swarming into the valley. Their earth-shattering roars did not stop. However, Yi Qinghan and the rest were not worried at all. Instead, more people rushed forward to fight. This kind of battle was too satisfying. With the beast trapping formation, it was equivalent to picking up a large number of points and divine stones. Yi Qinghan still did not move even though Xiao He had killed more than 10 demonic beasts. Furthermore, these demonic beasts' corpses were lying on the ground. No one dared to collect the materials and cores. However, Yi Qinghan still did not move. Although these materials and cores were worth a lot of money, Yi Qinghan did not intend to expose himself. After all, these demonic beasts' defense was too strong. If he did not use the Slaughter God blade, he would definitely not be able to cut open the corpses. However, if he used it, people would definitely notice that this blade was different. The Slaughter God blade might look like a sage artifact, but Yi Qinghan was very clear that it was definitely not a sage artifact. This was because its sharpness was even stronger than the divine sword in the unfettered pavilion. As for the divine sword, Yi Qinghan did not dare to touch it. If he exposed that divine sword, he was afraid that a large number of people would come to kill him. Xiao He killed another stone ape and felt that it was boring. He turned around and started to dig up the materials of the demonic beasts that he had killed. However, he had no idea what materials these beasts could be used to exchange for points and divine stones. As a result, he only cut open the beasts' heads and dug out their nadins, tossing them into the space ring around his neck. Afterwards, he ran back and tossed them all to Yi Qinghan. Lord Padian, can I trouble you to exchange all these cores for points? Yi Qinghan did not keep the cores. Instead, he turned around and cupped his hands towards Neopodian. 33 Grade 2 Demonic Beast Cores, 20 points and 20 honor points each. Deducting 10 points from the ring, a total of 650 points and 660 honor points. Drip a drop of blood on this point ring and bind it to its master. With your soul aura, it'll be useless even if others snatch it away. In the future, you can exchange points with the members of the law enforcement team. The first day of every month is the day to exchange points. Since you're a newbie, we'll make an exception and exchange points for you this time. Neopodian scanned the ground indifferently and put the beast core into his spatial ring with a wave of his hand. He then took out a black ring and threw it to Yi Qinghan. And, thank you, sir. Yi Qinghan felt ashamed, and his impression of Neopodian increased a little. Then, he flipped his hand and looked at the black ring. As expected. On the surface of the ring, there was a row of white words, 650 and yellow words, 660. It seemed that these were the points and honor points. After throwing the ring into his spatial ring, Yi Qinghan took out the divine world records and began to flip through it. He had seen the introduction of demonic beasts in the past. Now that he was looking at it, he quickly found it. He hurriedly said to Xiao He, who was wiping his mouth, Xiao He, go and dig out the brown skin on the stone ape's chest. Also, dig out the reddish spike on the blood wolf's back. Dig out the poison sac in the body of the poisonous mantis as well. These are worth some points. As for the rest, forget about it. Xiao He nodded and rushed forward. The people beside him rolled their eyes. Forget about the rest. He was actually so rich and so wasteful. If they collected all of them, they would be worth more than 100 points. He actually didn't want them. Of course, they didn't dare to go and inspect the corpses. After all, many people from the 3 factions were eyeing these corpses. It wouldn't be good to offend them in the future. They could only look at Yi Qinghan with envy and jealousy. This boss didn't look very powerful, but it was good to have a strong and obedient little brother. He could just sit and collect money. Xiao He ran back and forth a few times before he finished collecting all the materials. There was no other way. The spatial ring was too small and could only hold so much at one time. When he was finally done, he squatted beside Yi Qinghan and didn't go out. Yi Qinghan knew very well that stealing divine stones for points was the most offensive. He hadn't cultivated his divine power yet, and he didn't fully understand the situation in the firework tribe. It was better not to make more enemies. Another half a day passed. A day in the divine world was several times longer than in the flame dragon plane. After fighting for so long, the sky still wasn't dark. However, the god-rank powerhouses that rushed out had very strong divine power. It wouldn't be a problem for them to fight for half a month. Neopatian didn't leave, nor did he give any orders. Yi Qinghan and those who didn't dare go out could only sit cross-legged and wait for the demonic beasts to be slaughtered. Everyone, retreat and return to the tribe. After more than 2 hours, Yi Qinghan, who was sitting cross-legged, was suddenly awakened by Neopatian's angry roar. He couldn't help but look at Neopatian in surprise. Many people who were sitting cross-legged and cultivating were also shocked. They all looked at Neopatian. Swish! Neopatian's expression suddenly became very serious. He actually flew back into the tribe without looking back. The 10 god generals of the law enforcement team also looked very bitter. They all shouted, "What are you waiting for? There's a powerful demonic beast running in this direction. It's at least a 3rd-level demonic beast. If you don't want to die, hurry up and go back." After saying that, these god generals all turned around and flew back. What? Countless people's expressions changed. They abandoned the demonic beasts they were fighting and began to flee frantically into the valley. Even those who were collecting the corpses on the ground got up hurriedly. They didn't care about the precious materials on the ground and ran into the valley. Yi Qinghan also picked up Xiao He and ran into the valley immediately. In an instant, the previously bustling passageway was completely empty. There were still about 1,000 demonic beasts left, and they continued to rush into the valley. Buzz! At this time, the 3 mountains in the valley suddenly lit up with a blue light. Then, the entrance to the valley also lit up with a blue light. A blue shield enveloped the entire valley. At this time, Neopatian flew out of the firework pavilion. He was obviously relieved, but he still looked at the valley passageway through the blue shield with a serious expression. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps came from outside the valley. With each footstep, the ground around the valley began to tremble. Yi Qinghan felt his heart beating violently along with the footsteps. It was as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. He felt strangely stuffy and very uncomfortable. He couldn't help but look out of the valley passageway with a pale face. After looking for a while, Neopatian suddenly widened his eyes and his expression became even more gloomy. He turned to one of the god generals and roared, "Damn it, it's a 4th-level demonic beast, the heaven-shaking Qiongqi beast. Niu Zhantian, hurry up and send out a signal to ask for help from Fenghui City. Open the teleportation portal. If it doesn't work, prepare to evacuate the firework tribe. F*CK, this is too much. Why is there a 4th-level demonic beast? A 4th-level demonic beast, the heaven-shaking Qiongqi beast. When the 10 god generals and a small number of tribesmen heard Neopotian's roar, they all widened their eyes in horror. One of the divine generals was stunned for a moment before he turned into a bolt of lightning and flew toward the fire pavilion. However, in his panic, he almost crashed into one of the pavilions. Chapter 481. Sky-shaking Chungchi Beast. Yi Qinghan stared at the huge beast outside the valley. His muscles tensed up involuntarily. He didn't even dare to breathe loudly. This was the first time he had seen such a terrifying demon beast. He felt as if his blood was boiling, and his body was burning hot. Outside the valley, a huge demon beast was slowly approaching. However, each step it took covered a few hundred meters. This beast was 100 meters tall and several hundred meters long. Its entire body was covered in green scales. It had the mouth of a wolf, the head of a lion, and the body of a tiger. There was a golden horn that was more than 10 meters long on its head, and 2 slightly curved fangs protruded from the corners of its mouth. There were 2 green wings on its back, but for some reason, it didn't fly. Its 4 legs were like stone pillars, and below them were sharp black claws. This sky-shaking Chungchi beast didn't emit any aura, but anyone who saw it would feel a strong sense of oppression. Just one look at it would fill their hearts with endless fear, as if it was an undefeatable existence. Bang! 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 Every step the sky-shaking Chungchi beast took caused the ground to tremble, and the hearts of the people in the valley at the back of the mountain also beat violently. As it got closer, their hearts beat even harder. Everyone stared at the huge beast in a daze. They were extremely nervous. They didn't know if the thin barrier could withstand a few attacks from this beast. Some of the newcomers even started to slowly approach Neopotian. Danger was approaching. They subconsciously moved closer to the strongest person in the tribe, hoping to find some sense of security. Whoosh! At this moment, the protective barrier above the firework tribe suddenly flashed with a glimmer of light. The top of the protective barrier suddenly emitted a strong beam of light. This beam of light shot into the sky, and then bloomed tens of thousands of meters in the sky, illuminating the surrounding area. Immediately after, another beam of light shot into the sky and continued to bloom. This, the distress signal from the immortal realm, is indeed different. Even the god-rank experts that are hundreds of thousands of miles away can probably sense the distress signal from here. It's so powerful. Yi Qinghan looked at the constantly blooming light in the sky and calmed down slightly. There were countless experts in the immortal realm. They would definitely rush here as soon as they saw the distress signal. However, he didn't know how long the barrier could withstand this sky-shaking Chungchi beast. The heaven-shaking Chungchi beast walked to the entrance of the valley and looked at the blue light barrier in the valley. A trace of rage flashed in its 2 bronze hammer-like eyes. 2 streams of white mist came out of its nostrils as it sped up into the valley. The remaining blood wolves, stone apes, and venomous mantises in the tunnel all prostrated themselves on the ground when they heard the sky-shaking Chungchi beast's breath. They shivered in fear and no longer dashed into the valley. While Yi Qinghan was amazed, he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. These LV2 demonic beasts didn't seem to have any intelligence, but they were able to sense the might of the sky-shaking Chungchi beast and took the initiative to submit. And this heaven-shaking Chungchi beast was a level 4 demonic beast. Even though it was such a powerful existence, it didn't seem to have gained sentience. It only had the instincts of a beast. He couldn't help but feel even more puzzled. Why was this demonic beast so powerful, yet it didn't have any intelligence? Could it be that there was some sort of secret hidden within? F***CK. While he was deep in thought, Yi Qinghan realized that the sky-shaking Chungchi beast wasn't affected by the beast-trapping array. It continued to advance a few hundred meters with each step. In the blink of an eye, it had covered half the distance and was about to reach the front of the blue light barrier. The sound of its footsteps caused everyone's hearts to beat even more violently. Everyone, get out of the firework pavilion and prepare to teleport out. Niu Zhantian, prepare to wake the young mistress. If the barrier can't hold, inform the young mistress to evacuate immediately. Niu Patian looked at the countless people behind him and began to frantically circulate his divine power to resist the effects of the footsteps. With a wave of his hand, a white divine domain enveloped the entire firework tribe, reducing the pressure on everyone. Only then did he turn his head and shout at everyone. No one hesitated. Under Niu Patian's command, everyone flew towards the firework pavilion and stood on the empty ground outside. Of course, no one dared to enter. Yi Qinghan carried Xiao He and looked inside. He was thinking about what Niu Patian had said. From his tone, it seemed like there was a noble young mistress in seclusion in the firework pavilion. Bang! Bang! Under the nervous gazes of thousands of people, the sky-shaking Chungchi beast finally walked to the front of the blue barrier. The anger in its eyes was even more intense. It looked left and right, then raised its head and roared. Its thick front legs were raised high, and the 6 eagle claws in front of its legs were emitting a black light as they clawed at the blue barrier. Buzz! At this moment, Niu Patian, who was in front of the valley, retracted his divine domain. A dazzling silver spear appeared in his hand. He circulated his divine power and his eyes emitted rays of light. It was as if he was ready to fight. Crackle, crackle. The black claws clawed at the blue barrier, causing it to shake. At the same time, the place where it was clawed lit up with white lightning. Sparks flew everywhere, and it felt as if the blue barrier was being torn apart by the claws. Niu Patian, on the other hand, was so scared that his face turned slightly pale. He put away the long spear in his hand and ran towards the firework pavilion. It was obvious that he was no match for this demonic beast. Damn it! I heard that this sky-shaking Chungchi beast is very strong, but I didn't expect it to be this strong. I don't think the barrier will last for more than 2 to 4 hours. Once the barrier is broken, the firework tribe will suffer a great loss. The crowd did not even dare to breathe. A god general at the entrance of the firework pavilion sighed and said bitterly. What loss is there? At worst, we can just teleport away and let the people of Dancing Phoenix City kill this demonic beast. Then we can come back, right? Besides, doesn't the tribe belong to Dancing Phoenix City? Even if there is a loss, it should be the city lord's loss. The god general's words caused a small number of people to be puzzled. A newcomer could not help but mutter. What do you know? This tribe belongs to Little Lord Patian. Nominally, it belongs to Dancing Phoenix City. But when it was attacked by the demonic beast, it was Lord Patian who suffered losses. Otherwise, Lord Patian would have teleported us away. No loss. Do you know how many divine stones this barrier costs, you idiot? At least 5 million divine stones. An ordinary heavenly god would not be able to earn that many divine stones even if they spent 100,000 years of their life. Humph. The god general's eyes and ears were extremely sharp. When he heard that person's mutter, a trace of anger flashed across his eyes as he roared. 5 million divine stones. Yi Qinghan swallowed his saliva. After reading the records of the divine world, he was very clear that if he sold the Grade 2 demonic beast core to Niu Patian, he would only be able to earn 20 divine stones and no honor points. If he sold it to the Battle God Pavilion, it would probably be more expensive. But if he relied on killing Grade 2 demonic beasts, he might not even be able to accumulate 5 million divine stones in 100,000 years. Of course, killing Grade 3 and Grade 4 demonic beasts would definitely earn him more divine stones. But, could ordinary godly experts kill them? There was a Grade 4 demonic beast outside, but even the third stage god general Niu Patian did not dare to resist it. Crackle, crackle. The sky-shaking Cheongchi beast continued to attack the barrier with its giant claws. As it attacked, sparks flew everywhere. The color of the barrier started to fade. Everyone knew that when the barrier turned completely white, it would completely shatter. After a while, the sky-shaking Cheongchi beast seemed to feel that this kind of attack was not enough, and the anger in its eyes intensified. It shook its gigantic head and actually began to turn around. It retreated 100 meters, lowered its head, and with the golden horn on its head, it madly rammed into the blue light barrier. Boom! A booming sound rang out, causing everyone's eardrums to burst. The entire valley shook at that moment. After the blue light barrier shone with a dazzling light, the blue color became much fainter. It was clear that this attack had consumed a lot of energy. Damn it! I can't hold on any longer. The firework tribe is finished. Everyone, prepare to retreat. A trace of bitterness flashed across Neopotion's eyes. He turned around and flew towards the firework pavilion. Chapter 482. Sigh. Retreat. Inform the young mistress to come out of seclusion. At the sight of Neopotion's bitter expression, the 10 immortal generals of the law enforcement team also turned gloomy. Neopotion said to a person beside him, preparing to let all the members of the tribe enter the fire pavilion and go to Fenghui City through the teleportation formation. Many people looked at the fireworks tribe with nostalgia. They had lived in this tribe for decades and had developed some feelings for it. If it was a normal departure, they would not feel sad. But now, they could only watch helplessly as their tribe was destroyed. Chirp chirp, at this moment, a loud and clear eagle cry came from the eastern sky. Everyone was stunned. Neopotion, who was flying in the air, suddenly stopped. He looked towards the eastern sky in bewilderment, and shouted with a face full of ecstasy, "White-winged eagle! The Tusk War God! Ha! Cancel the retreat order. The fireworks tribe is saved. The Tusk War God." Niu Zhantian, who had been rushing to the fireworks pavilion, trembled and shouted excitedly, "It's the legendary Tusk War God. Ha! Thank you, Supreme Shen Huang. The tribe is saved." What was going on? Yi Qinghan had been rushing to the fireworks pavilion with the others, but he was blocked by a few godly generals in front of him. Hearing Neopotion and Niu Zhantian's words, he quickly looked up. 10,000 meters up in the sky, a white shadow grew larger and larger in his eyes. In the blink of an eye, it had crossed a distance of 10,000 meters and was flying toward the valley at high speed. That eagle was so big and beautiful. The first thing Yi Qinghan saw was a large, snow-white eagle with a wingspan of nearly 100 meters. Only its 2 ice-cold eyes were red. The rest of its body was snow-white, without a trace of impurity. The eagle was as fast as lightning and could actually fly 10,000 meters high. There was someone on the eagle. A figure was holding a weapon that looked like a halberd and stood proudly. However, his attire surprised Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was too familiar with this attire. Black armor, black boots, a black bamboo hat on his head, and a black demon cloak fluttering in the wind. It was actually the strange battle robe that Elder Lu had given him when he was fighting the Golden Horn God race outside Tsang City. Tusk War God. Does it look awesome? At the very least, this method of entrance made Yi Qinghan endlessly envious. How cool! Stepping on a divine eagle, holding a halberd, tearing through the air, it was simply too cool. Xiao! Neopotion and Divine General Sima both rose into the air and stood in front of the valley. Then, they patted their chests with their left hands and raised their weapons with their right hands. It seemed to be welcoming the arrival of the god of war. The people in the tribe obviously didn't know much about what was going on outside, and they probably hadn't heard of the Tusk War God either. They all silently watched the giant eagle and the Tusk War God getting closer and closer. Chirp chirp, the white eagle let out another long cry, and the person on its back suddenly moved. He stepped on the white eagle's back with one foot and glided down from 10,000 meters in the air toward the valley. His right hand was still holding the halberd, and the demon cloak behind him fluttered in the air. His figure was extremely elegant, like an invincible god descending to the mortal world. Ha! The black-robed man didn't even look at the Class 2 demon beast that was crawling in the tunnel. He flew into the tunnel like a lightning bolt. When he was halfway through the tunnel, he raised the halberd in his hand up high. A white wave of chi burst out from the halberd, and a muffled roar came from under the bamboo hat. The halberd was aimed at the head of the sky-shaking Cheongchi beast, which sensed danger and turned around. Visible white cracks appeared in the space where the wave of air passed by. The air was also burning and rolling, creating waves of ripples. Hiss! The sky-shaking Cheongchi beast seemed to have sensed the ferocious energy contained in the wave of air when it saw the white wave of air smashing down on it. A trace of fear flashed across its two bell-sized eyes, but it didn't hesitate to grab at the halberd with its two huge black claws. Boom! Just when everyone thought that the man and the demonic beast would have a fierce battle, they didn't expect that when the wave of air collided with the sharp claws of the sky-shaking Cheongchi beast, the demonic beast was directly repelled, smashed into the blue light shield, and then bounced back. Finally, it rolled a few times at the entrance of the tunnel and fell to the ground. Was it dead? Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and looked at the people around him in disbelief, only to find that they were also looking at him with the same puzzled expression. Obviously, they didn't believe that such a powerful demonic beast, which even Neopodian, a third-layer divine general, didn't dare to fight, could be killed by a casual blow. Swish! At this moment, Neopodian suddenly soared into the sky and quickly flew into the fire pavilion. He actually directly closed the defensive barrier. Everyone, follow me to welcome the Tusk War God. Those who have offended the Lord will be killed immediately. When Neopodian flew out of the firework pavilion again, a voice transmission sounded in everyone's ears. Everyone came to their senses and hurriedly followed Neopodian to the front of the valley. They were shocked that the sky-shaking Cheongchi beast was really dead. Neopodian of the firework tribe and the people of our tribe welcome the Tusk War God. Thank you, Lord, for killing the demonic beast and saving our tribe. We are very grateful. Neopodian walked to the front, stuck the weapon in his hand into the ground, knelt down on one knee, cupped his fists, and shouted in a deep voice. Greetings, Tusk War God. The 10 divine generals and thousands of people of the tribe followed Neopodian's signal and knelt down on one knee to show their respect. Oh. Someone in this small tribe knows me. The Tusk War God was slightly surprised. He turned around and revealed half of his white face. Everyone in the Longyang Prefecture knows about the Tusk War God. Lord, you are the top genius of the Longyang Prefecture. I am a collateral disciple of the Nyo clan of Longyang City. I was fortunate enough to hear some of your deeds in Longyang City and have always admired you. Now that I have met you, I have no regrets in my life. Neopodian stood up and said in a clear voice. His words were passionate and sincere, and his face was full of fanaticism. Apparently, he really admired the Tusk War God. You really know how to talk. Today, I was going to pick up a medicinal herb nearby and saw that you had sent out a rescue signal, so I came to take a look. Well, I will reward this demonic beast material to your tribe. The Tusk War God let out a long laugh. His laughter was still echoing in the valley, but his body shot up to the sky and flew toward Baiying. Thank you, Lord, for the reward. Farewell, Lord. Neopodian's eyes were full of admiration. He bowed deeply again, then turned to the crowd and shouted, What are you waiting for? Send off, Lord. Farewell, Lord. Everyone hurriedly came back to their senses and hurriedly bowed again. However, their faces still had the same astonished expression from before. This demonic beast material is a reward to your tribe. Yi Qinghan was still thinking about this sentence. A level 4 demonic beast material was given to the tribe just like that. This was too extravagant. Yi Qinghan had read the description of the demonic beast material. Although he was not sure how many points in God stones this sky-shaking Cheongqi beast was worth, he remembered that as the level of the demonic beast increased, the number of God stones it could be exchanged for would increase exponentially. A demonic beast's entire body would not be worth a few God stones. A level 2 demonic beast might be worth nearly 100 God stones, but a level 3 demonic beast would be worth nearly 10,000 God stones. The entire body of a demonic beast would not be worth more than a few God stones. A level 2 demonic beast might be worth nearly 100 God stones, but a level 3 demonic beast would be worth nearly 10,000 God stones. A level 4 demonic beast was worth hundreds of thousands of God stones. Hundreds of thousands of God stones were given away just like that. What kind of boldness was that? Oh my God! The sky-shaking Cheongqi beast's internal organs were all shattered by the tusk wargod slash. It died just like that. Several godly generals began to dissect the sky-shaking Cheongqi beast's body happily. They only cut open the skin and flesh, but found that the bones and internal organs were all shattered. They could not help but exclaim in surprise. Originally, the crowd did not know how this demonic beast died so easily. Now, it seemed that the tusk wargod's halberd had shattered all its internal organs. How could it not die? Chi, the thousands of people in the valley all gasped in surprise. Under the halberd's attack, the sky-shaking Cheongqi beast looked fine, but its internal organs were all shattered. What kind of magical power was this? This tusk war god was actually this powerful. Yi Qinghan's eyes sparkled. He looked up at Bai Ying, who had already turned into a small white de, and his heart began to burn. This was a true powerhouse. With a casual strike, he killed a demonic beast in seconds. Hundreds of thousands of God stones were rewarded just like that. At this moment, Yi Qinghan's heart was filled with fanaticism. His first goal in the immortal realm was to become a powerful existence like the Tusk War God. As long as he became such a powerful existence, wouldn't it be easy to obtain the position of the Fire Dragon Overlord? Chapter 483. Now that the danger was over, the Fireworks tribe regained its relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. After the god generals finished dissecting the sky-shaking Cheongqi beast, Shou Kuangyan and the Golden Dragon led the group to kill the level 2 demon beasts outside the valley. The demon beast sensed that the power of the sky-shaking Cheongqi beast had disappeared and began to slowly advance into the valley. Neopatian was in a good mood when he saw that the Fireworks tribe had been saved. He stored all the materials of the sky-shaking Cheongqi beast into his spatial ring. At the same time, he announced that every newcomer in the tribe would receive 1,000 points and 1,000 honor points. As for the older members of the tribe, they would not receive any. The level 2 demon beasts that attacked this time would be a huge gain for them. As soon as Neopatian finished speaking, all the newcomers in the tribe cheered and danced. Of the 300 newcomers, more than 200 had rushed out, but apart from Yi Qinghan and a few others, none of them had gained anything. Yi Qinghan was also slightly happy, but he did not care too much. As long as he cultivated his divine power, it would be easy for him to kill level 2 demon beasts with his body fusion combat technique. These points were nothing to him. When the sky was completely dark, 2 more purple moon queen stars hung in the sky. The demon beasts outside the passage were finally cleared. The emissary from Fengwu City had also arrived late, but only a red-robed emissary came. He simply asked a few questions and then left through the fire pavilion's teleportation array. Clearly, he did not care much about the Fireworks tribe. Otherwise, the rescue team would have arrived long ago. The Fireworks tribe regained its peace. Yi Qinghan was no longer in the mood to wander around, so he returned to his pavilion with Xiao He. After the battle during the day, the Fireworks tribe was unusually quiet at night. The entire valley was so quiet that even a stray cat could be heard by all the warriors in the tribe. After resting for a while, Yi Qinghan could not help but feel curious. He transmitted his voice to Elder Lu again, asking about the sky-shaking Chungchi beast and the Tusk War god. Elder Lu remained silent for a moment. He extended his divine senses and sensed for a moment before replying, a level 4 demonic beast is comparable to a peak stage god general. Furthermore, this sky-shaking Chungchi beast is one of the more powerful level 4 demonic beasts. The Tusk War god was indeed famous, but it was not because of his strength, but because of his cultivation speed. Based on what you said, I reckon that he has already reached the level of a 4th grade war god. A 4th grade war god has the strength of a peak god king. It would be easy for him to instantly kill a demonic beast at the peak of the god general level. This fanged war god specialized in one type of law, and its attack power was extremely powerful. Not to mention a 4th level demonic beast, it could probably even kill a 5th level demonic beast. This Tusk War god has cultivated for less than 1,000 years, yet he's able to achieve such strength. He can be considered a peerless genius in the 6 continents. 4th grade war god. Peak stage god king. Yi Qinghan thought about how the Tusk War god's halberd had shattered all the internal organs of the sky-shaking Chungchi beast and sighed inwardly. Then, he sent a voice transmission doubtfully, but he has cultivated for 1,000 years and is only at the pinnacle of God King. That's not very fast. He had only cultivated for about 20 years, but his comprehension of the laws had already reached the divine general realm. He only needed to cultivate his divine power to reach the divine general realm. For someone who was only in his 30s, 1,000 years was indeed a very long time. Humph, little Han, your luck is heaven-defying. Of course it can't be compared to yours. Think about it, there are many treasures like the Carefree Pavilion in the entire Immortal realm. Moreover, ever since the owner of the illusory palace passed away, no one has been able to enter it. You don't know how lucky you are. The Carefree Pavilion and the illusory palace cost you several hundred years of cultivation time. Elder Lu said angrily. He had never known the use of the large eyes on top of the Carefree Pavilion. It was only later that he found out that it was connected to the Soul Emperor's famous illusory palace. Although he was the Soul Emperor's servant, he had heard of the illusory palace but had never entered it. He only found out after Yi Qinghan told him. He paused for a moment before continuing, don't think that comprehending the law is easy, especially for someone like the Tusk War god, who specialized in one type of law. It's even more difficult to cultivate. However, someone like him, who cultivates only one type of law, has the strongest attack power. Oh. What do you mean? Yi Qinghan's interest was piqued when he heard Elder Lu talk about cultivation. Yi Qinghan knew very little about cultivation after reaching the Immortal realm, and Elder Lu had never explained it to him in detail. Now that Elder Lu had taken the initiative to talk about it, he naturally had to listen carefully. Elder Lu was silent for a moment before continuing, originally, I wanted to tell you about this after your divine power has increased. Forget it, I'll tell you about it now. In the cultivation of the Immortal realm, the first thing to cultivate is the law. Divine power and the soul are secondary. In the cultivation of the law, there are methods of comprehending one type of law or comprehending several types of law. For example, if you cultivate the law of space, if you continue to comprehend it and fuse it again and again, your comprehension of the profound mysteries of the law will continue to increase. The basic profound mysteries will become elementary profound mysteries, and the elementary profound mysteries will become intermediate. In this way, you will be able to continuously increase your cultivation level. There is another method. An Immortal realm cultivator's soul is powerful, so it is easy for them to comprehend various laws. You can choose to comprehend other laws. The more basic profound mysteries you comprehend, the higher your cultivation level will be. This is easy to understand. One pursues quality, while the other pursues quantity. It is obvious that a cultivator who cultivates a single type of law will have stronger offense and defense. After all, they have fused the profound mysteries of the law, and the profound mysteries they comprehend will be of a higher grade. Oh. So that's how it is. Yi Qinghan finally understood. Elder Lu probably hadn't told him this before because he wanted to wait until his cultivation level had stabilized to the immortal general realm before telling him in detail. He could choose to cultivate the law of space alone, comprehend the other two basic profound mysteries, and then fuse the elementary profound mystery. Then, he would fuse the intermediate profound mystery. The more he fused, the more powerful he would become. For example, absolute comprehension could contend against absolute will, but it was obviously very difficult to fuse. He could also choose to continuously comprehend other laws of heaven and earth, such as wind, fire, destruction, and so on. The foundation of this comprehension would be much simpler, but it would not be very powerful. After all, no matter how many there were, it would not cause a qualitative change. Little Han, I'll discuss this with you in detail later. Right now, the only thing you need to do is cultivate your divine power. Stabilize your immortal general realm. Brat, your luck is really heaven-defying. The moment you cultivate your divine power, you will become an immortal general. You are much stronger than an old monster like me, who has cultivated for 10,000 years. When the time comes, I will need your protection. Hee hee. Elder Lu transmitted his voice again. His words were full of mockery, but there was no trace of jealousy. Instead, he was very pleased. The first time he met Yi Qinghan, he had not even reached the emperor stage. In the blink of an eye, only 20 years had passed, and Yi Qinghan was already stronger than him. After a moment of silence, he suddenly thought of something and transmitted his voice anxiously. Little Han, you said that your leader gave you 1,000 points. Have the points been distributed yet? Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice in confusion. Not yet. What's wrong, Elder Lu? That's good. Hee hee. Elder Lu chuckled and transmitted his voice again. When the time comes, you don't want points. You want divine stones. Also, don't exchange all the materials that Xiao He obtained for points. Exchange them for divine stones. Exchange them for divine stones. Divine stones are useless to me now. Yi Qinghan was stunned. He did not understand Elder Lu's intentions. An immortal did not need to eat or drink. He did not need to buy anything now, so what was the use of divine stones? Exchanging them for points to obtain an immortal realm badge was the right thing to do. Idiot, divine stones are very useful. I have divine stones in my spatial ring, but they are not from the floating continent. You need to exchange for them, and I can't show myself now. Otherwise, I would have bought a large number of low-grade divine pills for you. Elder Lu sighed helplessly. Then, he said excitedly, I did not expect you to obtain some divine stones. Things are easy now. After you get your hands on the divine stones, you can go to the Battle God Pavilion's people and exchange them for divine pills that can increase your divine power. You can quickly increase your divine power. Once you're strong enough, you can go hunt demonic beasts. Points and divine stones will come to you. We can leave the Firework tribe and travel to other continents. Chapter 484. Why didn't you say so earlier? Otherwise, I wouldn't have exchanged my 30 demonic beast cores for points. A few hundred divine stones. Yi Qinghan scratched his head. Elder Lu had not told him that the Firework tribe had elixirs that could increase one's divine power rapidly. Now that he thought about it, he could only blame himself for being an idiot. Elder Lu had told him that the people of the God of War Pavilion had basically everything. As long as they had divine stones, they could even buy God Emperor's divine crystals. How would I know that you would get divine stones by accident? Forget it, these divine stones can't buy precious elixirs. A few hundred divine stones doesn't matter. They can only help you speed up your cultivation. Elder Lu sighed innocently. Oh, Elder Lu. Yi Qinghan suddenly thought of something and sent a telepathic message to Elder Lu. Elder Lu, the battle robe you gave me is exactly the same as the one worn by the Tusk War God. Is this the special robe of the War God? Is it yours? Are you a war god? This. Of course I'm not a war god. Didn't I tell you that a first-grade war god has to be at least a god general? The robe I gave you was actually a black market merchant from the divine realm. It's fake. The real war god's robe has a special ability. It is said that a high-grade 7th or 8th grade war god's robe can withstand an attack from an ordinary emperor god. Elder Lu said awkwardly after a moment of silence. His face was probably red with embarrassment. Hee. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. Considering Elder Lu's face, he quickly changed the topic. Elder Lu, you seem to have forgotten to tell me something. How do I get the Lord of the Flame Dragon plane? Lord Devour asked you to tell me. Hee, I didn't want to tell you because I didn't want to hurt you. Elder Lu smiled and continued transmitting his voice. Since you asked, I'll tell you. Although there are many material planes, there are even more heavenly gods in the divine realm. Becoming the lord of a plane means that you will have an endless supply of divine stones. The rare products of material planes can be sold for divine stones in the divine realm. Therefore, the price of each material plane is very high, and in your case, you're forcefully buying someone else's plane, so you'll have to spend even more, almost several times more. If you want to obtain the Flame Dragon plane, it's very simple. There are only two ways. The first is to use God stones to purchase it from the monarch's pavilion on the Misty Continent. The immortal realm is a world where the strong are respected, and having a lot of God stones also represents a kind of strength. Purchase. Roughly, how many paragons would it cost? Yi Qinghan had a bad feeling. Double. He estimated that he would have to spend a lot of divine stones to buy the Flame Dragon plane. A few 100,000. A few million. Or 10 million. Old Lu said with a relaxed voice, not much. Lord Devour has estimated that it's about 1 billion divine stones. I'm sure we can buy it. 1 billion. Thump. Yi Qinghan staggered and sat on the ground. Even the god domain he released almost dissipated. His mouth was wide open, and his face was filled with horror. What did 1 billion god stones mean? A second-tier demonic beast's inner core was only a few dozen divine stones. That incomparably powerful sky-shaking Chungchi beast's entire body was only a few 100,000 divine stones. 1 billion. How many second-tier demonic beasts did he have to kill? Wasn't this clearly asking him to rob them? Even if he was given tens of thousands of years, it might not be enough, much less 980 years. No. The days in the divine realm were long, and the nights were short. However, 1 day in the divine realm was equivalent to 2 days in the Flame Dragon plane. That meant that he only had about 500 years. What a scam. How was he supposed to play? The current situation was just like him carrying the hopes of the entire village to a big city. He wanted to use his monthly income of a few thousand divine stones to raise 1 million divine stones to save the village in a short period of time. Lad, don't be discouraged. Actually, once you become stronger, there are many ways for you to earn divine stones. For example, you can become a killer, fight in the arena, take on bounty missions, join a strong faction, or eliminate god bandits. Under normal circumstances, it is easy for a god general to earn tens of thousands of divine stones in a year. You have the body fusion battle technique. It is easy for you to earn 100,000 divine stones. Old Lu's consolation made Yi Qinghan even more worried. Even if he worked hard and did not rest, he would only earn 50 million divine stones in 500 years. It was far from enough. Then what? Old Liu, is there a place to borrow divine stones? Let's buy the flame dragon plane first and pay it back slowly in the future. Yi Qinghan hesitated for a moment before sending a voice transmission. Actually, he wanted to ask Old Liu and Lord Devour if he could borrow divine stones. However, he was too embarrassed to ask. He felt that Lord Devour was definitely out of the question. As for Old Liu, as the servant of the number one god emperor in the divine realm, he probably did not lack divine stones. Old Liu obviously understood what Yi Qinghan was trying to say. He laughed and scolded, "Hee hee, you little rascal. You actually have ideas about this old man. To tell you the truth, I don't have many divine stones. Only 1,000,000. My position in the Soul Emperor Pavilion is not high. Now that I am the Soul Emperor, I do not need divine stones. Anything from the Soul Emperor Pavilion is worth 1,000,000 divine stones. For example, your unfettered pavilion. If you sell it, you can definitely sell it for 500 to 800 million divine stones. This is because there are 4 sets of nomological law comprehension diagrams inside. And that sword of yours, if you sell it, you can definitely sell it for 10 billion divine stones. I just don't know if you are willing to sell it. Of course, there are risks in selling such an expensive item. It is easy to be cheated or hunted down. F***CK. 10 billion. Yi Qinghan was shocked once again. He did not expect to have such a valuable item. No wonder Lord Devour said that he could not expose the fact that he owned the unfettered pavilion and the godly sword. Otherwise, he would definitely die. He was afraid that he would be assassinated before he could sell the item. That's right. Old Liu, didn't you say that there are 2 ways? There are 2 ways. What's the other way? Yi Qinghan recalled Elder Liu's words and asked with some anticipation. The second way is even simpler. It doesn't cost a single divine stone. Old Liu paused for a moment to whet Yi Qinghan's appetite. Then, he said, become a war god, join the war god pavilion, complete the war god pavilion's assessment, and raise your war god rank. As long as you can become a 5th grade war god within 980 years, which is 500 years in the divine realm, you can easily become the lord of the flame dragon territory. Because the 5th grade war god rank is a threshold, any war god who reaches this rank will receive generous rewards from the war god pavilion. One of the rewards is 1 billion divine stones. F***CK. The war god pavilion is so rich. 1 billion divine stones. And it's part of the reward. How bold. Yi Qinghan sighed inwardly at the wealth of the House of Aries. Then, he asked, Old Liu, what is the level of a 5th grade war god? The level is not important. What is important is your overall strength. The people of the War God Pavilion don't look at your level, but at your combat ability. The assessment for a 5th grade War God is very simple. Kill any 6th grade demonic beast. Then you can become a 5th grade War God. For example, if you can kill a 6th grade demonic beast in the Heavenly God realm and record the battle using the replication crystal to the War God Pavilion, you can become a 5th grade War God. That's easy. I understand now. Thank you for your guidance, Old Liu. I will work hard to cultivate my divine power. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed. He thought for a moment and made up his mind. He would first work hard to cultivate his divine power. When his strength reached the divine general realm, he would go to the War God Pavilion for the assessment and slowly raise his War God rank. He would cultivate and accumulate divine stones at the same time. The best case scenario would be to become a 5th grade war god within 500 years. If that didn't work, he would have to take the risk and sell the godly sword to buy the flame dragon's dimension. Chapter 485. In the following days, Yi Qinghan stayed in the loft to cultivate his divine power. Xiao He, on the other hand, slept in the loft out of boredom and continued to digest the remaining medicinal power of the divine elixir in his body. After reaching the god level, the core in his dantian had turned into a translucent divine crystal, and the battle chi in his body had also turned into silver divine power. However, cultivation was simple now. He just needed to absorb the divine aura and the world, pour it into the divine crystal, and convert it into divine power. This divine crystal was very strange. It was only the size of 3 fingers, but it seemed to be able to absorb divine power infinitely. Once divine power reached a certain level, the divine crystal would change color, so it was easy to determine the level of divine power. For example, Yi Qing Han had just reached the god level. The divine crystal was translucent, and then it would slowly turn white. Once it turned completely white, he would have reached the 3rd level of the sky god realm. Then it would continue to change until it turned white with a hint of red, and he would be at the peak of the sky god realm. Half a month would pass in the blink of an eye. If no one disturbed him, several years would pass in the blink of an eye. Bang! Bang! On this day, Yi Qing Han, who was cultivating in the pavilion, was startled awake by knocking on the door. When he stood up, walked out of the courtyard, and saw the smiling face outside the door, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart again. It was Shou Kuang's subordinate, Xiao Hu. This was the 2nd time Xiao Hu had visited in the past half a month. Moreover, Cleopatra and the people of the divine beast lineage had also come once to rope in Yi Qing Han. Xiao He had easily killed a 2nd-level demonic beast with his sharp teeth during the beast tide, attracting the attention of the 3 factions. Although Yi Qing Han looked very weak, with Xiao He around, the 3 factions were very interested in roping in Yi Qing Han. Not long after, Xiao Hu came to visit again. "Little brother, have you thought it through? There's still half a month before the beast hunt. Lord Shou Kuang has already said that as long as you guys join us, the 3 of you will get a share of the points and god stones. This is such a good opportunity. You won't get another one if you miss it. Besides, big brother Shou Kuang is very powerful." Xiao Hu had a face full of smiles as he glanced at Xiao He, who was on Yi Qing Han's shoulder. His round face was very amiable. If Yi Qing Han had not seen him and Bing Yu scolding each other that day, he would definitely have thought that he was a nice guy. Xiao He had always ignored outsiders, so Xiao Hu only needed to keep persuading Yi Qing Han. Yi Qing Han had been practicing for half a month, but he had been woken up several times, so he was in a bad mood. Seeing Laughing Tiger rambling on, he became even more annoyed. He directly interrupted Laughing Tiger's words, but his tone was still polite. "With my strength and status, I plan to practice in the tribe for a period of time. I won't consider hunting magical beasts for the time being. Master Laughing Tiger, can you let me practice for 3 to 5 years? It won't be too late to reply to you then. 3 to 5 years. Hearing this, a trace of displeasure flashed in Xiao Hu's eyes, but he concealed it very well. He then looked at Xiao He and said, "How about this? You only need to agree to join us, the Beast Kings, and let this mythological beast of yours accompany us to hunt demonic beasts. You will practice in the tribe, and when the time comes, we will give you 3 equal shares. How about it?" "Humph. The fox's tail has been exposed." Yi Qing Han snorted inwardly. Xiao Hu was so diligent, it was clear that he valued Xiao He's speed in hunting demonic beasts, and wanted to make Xiao He work as a laborer and fighter. Yi Qing Han felt even more uncomfortable in his heart and expressionlessly said, "This brother of mine will not leave me. When I am successful in my cultivation, I will go visit Master." Hearing this, Xiao Hu's face turned cold, and his body also faintly emitted a trace of pressure. He coldly said, 3 years. Humph. Since Master Shou Kuang has already spoken, if you do not give an answer now, Master will definitely be very angry. When that time comes, I'm afraid that the consequences will be very serious, and the 2 of you will not have a good time. I think you should give an affirmative answer, and not make Master angry. All right. Yi Qinghan saw that if he did not give a clear answer today, this Xiaohu would not stop. Moreover, he also thought that Cleopatra and the divine beast bloodline would continue to pester him, so he simply said directly, I refuse. I am used to traveling alone, and my temperament is also very wild. I will have to trouble Master Xiaohu to pass a message to Master Shou Kuang, and thank him for his kindness. Of course, Yi Qinghan will not join any faction, nor will he make an enemy of anyone. Xiaohu could not help but feel embarrassed and angry at Yi Qinghan's direct refusal just like that. Originally, he saw that Yi Qinghan was very easy to talk to, and was very respectful to him. He had already guaranteed with Shou Kuang that he would definitely pull the two of them in. Now, Yi Qinghan was equivalent to giving him a resounding slap on the face. Brat, you do not know how to drink a forfeit after being offered a toast. To tell you the truth, those who reject Master Shou Kuang's good intentions usually end up in a tragic state. If you dare to leave the tribe, I can guarantee that you will definitely not live for more than 3 days. Xiaohu's expression flickered for a moment, and he began to threaten fiercely. If that's the case, then won't it be fine if I don't leave the tribe? Yi Qinghan looked coldly at this clown-like character, but in his heart, he was thinking that it was really strange that such a person could actually cultivate to the god tier. Humph. If you don't leave, I can guarantee that you will not receive a good mission. Our Beast King bloodline always has people standing guard at several points halls at all times. Don't even think of receiving a good mission. One word from Master Shou Kuang, and you can prepare to stay in the tribe for 1,000 years. Xiaohu snorted coldly and sneered. 1,000 years. Ha! Yi Qinghan laughed when he heard this. I think that Master Shou Kuang will not need a few decades to earn enough points to leave the tribe, right? Could it be that he is prepared to stay in the tribe for 1,000 years? If that's the case, I'm willing to stay for 1,000 years. When Xiaohu heard this, the cold smile on his face became even wider, and the disdain on his face became even thicker. Humph. You idiot, what do you know? The Beast King bloodline has already existed in the tribe for 10,000 years. Master Shou Kuang has left, but similarly, the next Master Shou Kuang will continue to lead us. If you don't know what's good for you, then prepare to wait for our Beast King bloodline to ban you. At that time, even if you cry and beg me, it won't work. I'll give you one last chance, will you join or not? Ha! When Yi Qinghan saw that Xiaohu had already shed all pretense of cordiality and was openly threatening him, he did not want to be courteous with him. With a face full of impatience, he waved his hand and said, ban me. I'll wait and see. While you're at it, help me pass on a message. Tell Cleopatra and that golden dragon that I won't join either side. I don't want to cause trouble, so you'd better not provoke me either. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Alright, I won't see you out. After he finished speaking, Yi Qinghan turned around and walked towards the loft. He did not want to say anything more to this kind of person. Yi Qinghan's attitude had completely enraged Xiaohu. He pointed at Yi Qinghan, tiptoed, and actually started to curse angrily. Humph. You trash, I gave you face and you still want to act like a big boss. If it wasn't for the fact that you, little beast, still have some use, who do you think you are? Is it worth me persuading you a few times? I can tell you clearly, you're finished. If you dare to leave the tribe, I can guarantee that you will die miserably, very miserably. Whether I die miserably or not, I don't know. Yi Qinghan's body froze, and his expression became completely cold. He slowly turned around, his eyes filled with coldness as he stared at Xiaohu for a moment. With an extremely firm tone, he said indifferently, but I know that if you don't scram out of my courtyard in 3 seconds, I can guarantee that once I leave the valley, I will let my beast kill you instantly. Scram! Xiao Hu was startled by Yi Qinghan's frightening gaze. Then, when he saw Xiao Hei's cold, bright white teeth, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Thinking about how Xiao Hei had easily killed a level 2 monster at the entrance of the valley, he shrunk his body, turned around, and ran away in a sorry state, cursing as he ran. Where there are people, there will be Jiang Hu, and where there will be Jiang Hu, there will be scum. The ancients did not lie to me. Yi Qinghan shook his head and walked into the loft. Chapter 486. After scaring away Xiao Hu, the pavilion regained its tranquility and no one came to disturb them anymore. It was probably Xiao Hu who spread the news. However, Yi Qinghan was very clear that she had thoroughly offended the Mad Beast clan. Furthermore, if she were to go out to hunt for demonic beasts, Cleopatra and the Golden Dragon clan would definitely not let her off, and the Mad Beast clan would definitely hunt her down. However, Yi Qinghan did not care at all. He was someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. He did not want to cause trouble, but it did not mean that he was afraid of it. Moreover, he did not care about the Mad Beast clan and Cleopatra's peak heavenly god strength. He felt that he should keep a low profile, but if he was being bullied, then what's the harm in keeping a high profile? If he could not live happily, what was the use of being strong? In the following period of time, Yi Qinghan immediately went into seclusion, continuously cultivating his divine power. He strived to cultivate his divine power to the second level as soon as possible. When that time came, he would be able to go outside the valley and kill as he pleased. After 10 days of seclusion, Yi Qinghan woke up on time. Today was the first day of the month. Neopatian had said that he would exchange points and divine stones on the first day of the month. He reckoned that the 1,000 points would be distributed today. Xiao Hei was still in a deep sleep, digesting the remaining energy in his body. Yi Qinghan kept him into the beast battle space and carried the slaughter god blade on his back. He walked out of the courtyard towards the fire pavilion. As expected, there was already a long queue outside the fire pavilion. Neopatian and Sima Godly General were there to exchange points for everyone. Swish! As soon as Yi Qinghan walked over, a row of gazes swept over him. However, most of the gazes were filled with disdain and contempt. It was obvious that Yi Qinghan had become the common enemy of the three factions. Especially the Mad Beast clan's people. Countless of them had a faint killing intent in their eyes. Yi Qinghan shrugged his shoulders and did not care. He stood at the side and waited quietly. Killing was prohibited in the valley, so it was very safe. As for outside the valley, it was still uncertain who would kill who. Brother, I heard that you didn't join any of the three forces. This was a faint voice transmission. The voice was somewhat familiar. Yi Qinghan looked sideways and saw a man covered in scales looking at him with a smile. It was the demon overlord who had been sent flying by the silver-haired giant on the ascension platform. Yes. I'm a bit wild by nature, so I'm used to doing things alone. Yi Qinghan smiled faintly. One wouldn't hit a smiling person, so he replied politely. Ha! Those who could ascend to the god world were all formidable characters from their own planes. They were used to being the boss, and no one was willing to be someone else's lackey. There were more than 300 of us who ascended together, but only 100 of us joined them. But now, there were only a few dozen people who could persevere. I just can't stand their faces. Don't be afraid, brother. I'll protect you in the future. No matter what, we ascended together, it's also considered fate. Demon Overlord winked, patted his chest slightly, and transmitted his voice very forthrightly. Ah. Yi Qinghan scratched his head rather uncomfortably. This person only had first-level celestial deity strength. Wasn't he scared of the wind cutting his tongue? To actually say that he would protect him. Demon Overlord shot Yi Qinghan a glance. Seeing his expression, a trace of pride flashed across his eyes, and he transmitted his voice and said, "Heh, you still don't believe me. Let me tell you, I, Demon Overlord, am our Devil Slaughter Continent's greatest genius. I only spent 100 years to cultivate to the celestial deity realm. I reckon that even the divine realm's pinnacle geniuses also only have this cultivation speed. Just watch, before long, I'll be able to cultivate to peak celestial deity, divine general realm. At that time, I'll let them see my prowess." Big Brother Demon Overlord is indeed formidable. At that time, I'll still have to rely on Big Brother Demon Overlord to take good care of me. This little brother is called Yi Qinghan. Hearing Demon Overlord's boast, Yi Qinghan touched his nose and started smiling bitterly. Become a deity in 100 years. Very awesome. This person actually said that the divine realm's geniuses also had about this speed. Lord Devour had said that there was a genius from the double pupil netherworld race who had already broken through to the divine king realm at the age of 30. The divine realm's 30 years was double the material plane's time, which was 60 years. But this speed was still shocking, and Demon Overlord actually said that his speed was about the same as the divine realm's geniuses. Moreover, if he told him that he had only cultivated for 20 to 30 years, and his current strength could instantly kill a peak celestial deity, would he faint from fright? After waiting for a long time, Yi Qinghan did not see that icy beauty Yi Yaorao who came to exchange for points and divine stones. He also did not see Beastly Queen or that golden dragon. After listening to Demon Overlord's boast for a long time, it was finally his turn. He woke up Xiaohei, took out all the materials in the 2 spatial rings, and exchanged the 1,000 points that Neopatian had given him for divine stones. After bidding farewell to Demon Overlord, Yi Qinghan walked towards the west side of the valley. So the 1st to the 50th rooms are all for points. How can such a small room hold so many people? Yi Qinghan walked to the first row of the west rooms and couldn't help but be curious when he saw many god-rank experts entering and exiting the rooms. After pondering for a moment, he walked into the 10th room with the words, "Spiritual Pet Pavilion." He followed the 2 into the room, but found that it was empty inside. There was nothing on the ceiling, only a small teleportation array emitting a faint light. The 2 people directly stepped into the teleportation array and were teleported away. Yi Qinghan suddenly realized that the other side of the teleportation array must be a parallel space similar to the Carefree Pavilion. No wonder such a small room could hold so many people. After figuring out the reason, Yi Qinghan was not in the mood to go in and take a look. He left the room and walked directly to the 100th room. 99, 100. This is the room. Yi Qinghan looked at the serial number on the door of the room and saw that there was a small demon insignia on the door. He was even more certain now. He walked straight in and was about to knock on the door when he realized that the door opened by itself. There was no one inside except for a teleportation array. After pondering for a moment and confirming with Elder Lu, Yi Qinghan secretly circulated his divine power and stepped into the teleportation array. Buzz! Yi Qinghan saw a white light flash, and he appeared in a wide hall. There was only an old man sitting cross-legged in the hall. When the old man saw Yi Qinghan look over, he suddenly opened his eyes and smiled warmly. He said lightly, "Welcome to the Battle God Pavilion, young man. May I ask if you are here to sell or buy?" "Oh, hello, senior. I need to buy a bottle of Dragon Rider Divine Oil. And a number 3 spatial ring." Yi Qinghan realized that the situation here was exactly the same as Elder Lu's. Without hesitation, he bowed respectfully and spoke politely according to Elder Lu's instructions. "All right, that will be a total of 1,100 divine stones. May I ask if you have a VIP card?" The old man waved his hand, and a green jade bottle and a black spatial ring appeared in his hand. "VIP card? No, senior, these are divine stones." Yi Qinghan was stunned for a moment, but he quickly reacted and took out a pile of divine stones from the spatial ring. The old man glanced at them and kept them in the spatial ring. He nodded and said, "Very good, the number of divine stones is correct. Is there anything else you need?" "No, thank you, senior." Yi Qinghan kept the items, turned around, and stepped into the teleportation array to return to the firework tribe. "This is the Dragon Rider divine oil. Damn, why does it feel like Indian divine oil?" When he returned to his courtyard, Yi Qinghan took out the jade bottle, uncorked it, and looked at the pale yellow liquid that emitted a faint fragrance. He couldn't help but hesitate. Elder Lu had told him to drink it and not to rub it on. Gulp. After pondering for a moment, Yi Qinghan tilted his head back and drank it. Elder Lu had said that this Dragon Rider divine oil was good stuff. It could allow him to quickly cultivate his divine power to the second-tier sky god realm in 3 months. He decided to go into seclusion for 3 months and cultivate his divine power to the second-tier sky god realm. When that time came, he could leave the firework tribe to hunt demonic beasts and kill to his heart's content. Chapter 487. As soon as the Dragon Rider divine oil entered his stomach, Yi Qinghan felt his entire body heat up slightly. His entire body felt warm and comfortable. He didn't dare to waste any more time and immediately went into seclusion to cultivate his divine power. As soon as he circulated his battle chi, he discovered that the divine energy of heaven and earth was continuously gathering in his body. The speed was several times faster than before. He sighed inwardly. The divine realm was indeed different. Even the grade 1 spirit liquid he had casually bought had such an effect. Although it was much slower than cultivating in the illusion palace, it was much faster than cultivating in the distant pavilion. 3 months. During the 6 months in the flame dragon dimension, Yi Qinghan decided to go into seclusion and cultivate until he reached the 2nd level of the celestial god realm. The blazing sun and the purple moon alternated. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Flame Dragon Continent, Chilling Heart Pavilion. The Divine Master was dead, and Yi Qinghan had left. The continent was peaceful once again. Yi Qinggu and Yi Qingyu were in seclusion. Yu Qingqing played the zither on the rooftop of the Chilling Heart Pavilion every day. The sound of the zither was like flowing water, like falling leaves and flowers, reverberating in the sky above the Chilling Heart Pavilion. Yi Tianlong had gone into seclusion and passed the position of patriarch to Yi Chang. He left the mountain behind the Yi family and went to the Tranquil Lake Island's Happy Heart Garden, where he lived, with Yu Shishui. Yi Chang hadn't broken through to the Sage Realm, but no one on the continent dared to look down on him when he took over the position of patriarch of the Yi family. This was because even though Yi Qinghan had gone to the Divine Realm, the Yi family still had 2 god-rank experts and a quasi-god expert. Furthermore, with Lord Devour around, no one dared to provoke the Yi family. Tsang City flourished once again, and it was getting more and more prosperous. It was slowly becoming the continent's #1 city. This was because this was a place that the Frost Thoarch was guarding. On this day, Yi Qinghan ascended to the 5-moon queen of the divine world. The tranquility of the continent was once again broken by a burst of 7-colored radiance. After the halo appeared above the East Sea, all the God Realm experts on the continent were startled. They released their soul consciousness, but they didn't panic because Lord Devour had promised Yi Qinghan that he would protect the Fire Dragon continent for 1,000 years. However, they were still restless. After the brilliance faded, a huge door opened in the sky. Someone from the God Realm had teleported over. When they sensed that only one person had walked out of the portal, they all exhaled in relief. As long as it wasn't the Divine World's law enforcement team, with Lord Devour here, everything would be fine. The person who came was a beautiful woman. She wore pink robes and had an impressive figure. Moreover, she was quite low-key and did not give off any might. She only stood there quietly and sent out her divine sense to scan the continent. An expert of the Rain Butterfly clan. What is she doing in the flame dragon plane? Of course, Lord Devour sensed her immediately and recognized her identity. However, he didn't do anything. He just sent a message and then continued to read his book in the dark castle. The God Realm experts of the continent had received Lord Devour's message, asking them to stay still. They all calmed down and continued to use their soul consciousness to lock on this woman and observe her movements. This woman didn't react to the soul consciousness of the God Realm experts on the continent. She continued to use her soul consciousness to scan the continent. Her speed was very slow, scanning from north to south little by little as if she didn't want to miss anyone. After half a day, the woman's soul consciousness finally stopped, locking on the holy mountain outside the hidden city of the hidden island. Swoosh! The woman finally moved. She directly teleported and appeared on the holy mountain outside the hidden city. The hidden island master, who was fishing on the east coast of the hidden island, changed his face. He immediately teleported and asked Lord Devour for help. It was because this woman had teleported to a person. It was Ling. Hidden turtle greets Lord. Lord, this is my granddaughter. I don't know. The hidden island master stopped the 13 elders on the holy mountain. He didn't know this woman's competence, but from her vague aura, he felt that he couldn't resist her. This woman was at least at the God General realm. She's not your granddaughter. The peerless beauty glanced at the hidden island master, coldly interrupting him. A silver light shot out from her eyes as she gazed at Ling, who was a little flustered. Don't act rashly. This woman's background is really strong. Lord Devour's message stopped the hidden island master, who wanted to protect Ling. He could only look at the woman and Ling, with a complicated face. It's true. The woman watched for a while, her cold face beaming a happy smile. Then, she kneeled down in front of Ling, greeting her respectfully. Rain Butterfly Clan's King Yu Meng greets Lady. Swoosh! This woman's strange behavior had not only stunned the hidden island master and Ling, but it had also stunned the God Realm experts of this continent. Even Lord Devour was a little surprised. This woman was a King God Realm expert, and she was kneeling to Ling, calling her Lady Ling, Lord. You're mistaken, right? She's my granddaughter, not some lady. The hidden island master was bewildered for a while. Then, he thought of something, his face changing as he said hurriedly. Ling, was a little frightened. She stood up and waved her hand. Right. Precursor, you're mistaken. I'm Ling, I'm not your lady. Lady, I won't mistake you. You have the purest bloodline of our Rain Butterfly clan. If you don't believe me, I can help you awaken your bloodline now. Moreover, after you awaken your bloodline, your cultivation speed will be many times faster. If you grew up in our clan, you would have broken through to the God realm a long time ago. The woman smiled. Her silver eyes suddenly glowed with a gentle light, covering Ling. At the same time, she swung her hand to release the God domain, which fixed the hidden island master's body at his spot. Under this gentle light, Ling, closed her eyes comfortably. Her snow-white skin had a faint pink halo. Hiss. After a while, Ling's delicate brows furrowed. She moaned in pain. Then, the clothes on her back were torn, revealing 2 snow-white wings. Transform. At this moment, God Monarch Misty Rain let out a shout. Her pink dress automatically gathered behind her, revealing a perfect back. Suddenly, a pair of pink wings sprouted from her snow-white skin. They fluttered in the air like a beautiful butterfly. Lady, do you believe me now? These are the butterfly feathers of our Rain Butterfly clan. Lady, come back with me. Your mother is our great king. She's waiting for you in the clan. We've been looking for you for 10 years. Supreme Divine Emperor, I've finally found you. Yu Mengmeng retracted her wings. Then, her pink robe returned to its original state. She spoke respectfully, her eyes full of gratification and happiness. Yinling looked at the two beautiful wings on her back and became even more panicked. Her delicate face was like a frightened rabbit as she looked at the Hidden Island's island master and anxiously asked, "Grandpa, what is going on? Didn't you say that my parents are dead? Didn't you say that you're my grandfather?" Chapter 488. Yu Mengmeng shook her head and explained, "Miss, he is not your grandfather. Your mother is our king, the great lady Yu Piapiao. When the king was traveling in the Misty Continent, he was plotted against by his enemies and had to give birth to you in advance. He then broke the space and threw you into a material plane. When the king returned to the clan, he was seriously injured and immediately issued a clan order to find you. Miss, you don't know, but in order to find you, our clan sent out 50 divine kings and searched millions of material planes. Miss, please come back with me. The king misses you very much." The Hidden Island master felt bitter and used his divine sense to ask Lord Devour for help. Yinlinger was indeed found by him and dropped from the sky. However, he didn't know that Yinlinger had such a great background and was the daughter of the king of the Rain Butterfly clan. Lord Devour's message came quickly, "Let her take her away. This little girl is indeed from the Rain Butterfly clan. I didn't notice it before. But, even if I protect her now, when her king comes, she can't be protected. Her king is a famous 8th grade war god in the divine realm. Besides, your granddaughter's talent is being buried in this fire dragon plane. Right. Tell him not to reveal little Han's matter, and don't let him by the flame dragon plane. I'll explain this to you in the future." The Hidden Island master revealed a bitter smile. Since Lord Devour said there was no other way, then Yinlinger definitely couldn't be protected. However, thinking of Yinlinger's identity, the Hidden Island master wasn't worried that she would suffer in the divine realm. On the contrary, it would be greatly beneficial for her. He felt somewhat comforted. After pondering for a while, the Hidden Island master told the story of how he found Yinlinger. "If I go to the divine realm, can I still return to the Hidden Island?" After listening, Yinlinger was silent for a long time and then looked up at Yu Mengmeng. "Hidden Island. Miss is talking about this place, right? Hee hee. If Miss wants to come back, as long as the king agrees, I can bring you back here at any time." "That's easy," Yu Mengmeng smiled and said indifferently. "Oh. Can you bring my grandfather to the divine realm?" Yinling made another request. Although she didn't care about the Hidden Island Lord on the surface, she had deep feelings for him. After all, she only had one relative since childhood. "The iron law of the God realm forbids me from bringing anyone into the God realm. With my strength, I can only bring you alone. However, your god-grandfather can go to the realm of the gods by himself. As long as he goes to the realm of the gods, I can send someone to bring him back to the clan." Yu Mengmeng hesitated for a while and said. After hearing Yinlinger's words, the Hidden Island Lord revealed a smile. Her eyes flashed with decisiveness as she said, "Ling, follow this lord to the divine world. You should return to your ancestral home and meet your mother. If you have time in the future, you can come back to see me. Of course, if I go to the divine world, I will also look for you." At this time, Yu Mengmeng waved her hand and a black sword emitting divine light, a pink jade talisman, and a spatial ring appeared in her hand. He handed it over to the Hidden Island Lord and said, "This is a high-grade divine sword. There are a large number of divine pellets and divine stones in the spatial ring. This command token is the token of my Rain Butterfly clan. When you ascend to the divine world, you can use this command token to have the Guardian directly send you to the Rain Butterfly Island. You have done a great service in raising the Mississippi. The Rain Butterfly clan will not treat you unfairly. The hidden island lord resisted the reluctance in his heart and pretended to smile. Thank you, Lord Ling. Don't worry. Grandfather will ascend to the divine world to find you. Good. I will go to the divine world. Grandfather, you must come to the divine world to find me. If you don't, I will come back to find you. Ling was silent for a moment, then she looked up at the sky and said. However, she gritted her teeth and said resentfully, Stinky Yi family's men, wait for me. I will definitely take revenge for that slap. As Yi Qinghan had gone to the divine world, Ling had lost her target. She didn't have the mood to cultivate or play anymore. As Yu Mengmeng was here, she thought that she finally had a chance to take revenge. After a while, the hidden island lord talked with Ling for a while, telling her what Lord Devour had told her. However, Ling didn't seem to care much about it. Eventually, Yu Mengmeng took Ling and tore the space, disappearing from the fire dragon continent to the divine world. Apparently, Yu Mengmeng was a mighty god king, but she didn't dare to take Ling back to the divine world. Instead, she tore the space, returning through the turbulent space. Of course, Yi Qinghan didn't know what had happened in the fire dragon continent. He just knew that his god power was about to reach the second sky of heavenly god realm, but someone woke him up. Everyone, gather in front of the firework pavilion. A loud voice rang in Yi Qinghan's ears. Needless to say, only God General Neopatian could speak like this in the firework tribe. Almost. Old Lu's estimation is right. Only 2.5 months have passed, but almost half of the divine crystal has turned white. I should be able to reach the second sky of heavenly god realm after cultivating in seclusion for half a month. What happened? Neopatian gathered everyone in the tribe. Yi Qinghan opened his eyes and looked inside his divine crystal to check his strength. After thinking for a while, he carried the slaughter god's saber and walked out. There were many people standing in front of the firework pavilion. Moreover, there were more people rushing out of the pavilion. There were also people rushing into the valley from the outside. Neopatian and the 10 god generals stood quietly in front of the firework pavilion. They didn't say anything but looked out of the valley from time to time. Although Yi Qinghan was puzzled, he didn't probe further. He stood at the side and waited for Neopatian to speak. There were more than 1,000 people gathered in front of the firework pavilion. It seemed like many people had gone out to hunt demonic beasts. Neopatian didn't know what kind of mystical ability he used, but there was a continuous stream of people rushing into the valley. Obviously, they had received Neopatian's message. Only when the sky turned dark did most of the people in the tribe gather. My lord, out of the 3,620 people in the tribe, 46 died and 2 are missing. The rest are all here. One of the god generals said to Shouquang and the rest, who had rushed back from outside the valley. Then, he turned to Neopatian and cupped his fists. Neopatian nodded and said to the god generals behind him, record down everyone's identity information. Age, race, which dimension they came from, strength, special skills, and other information. This is what the Lord of the Dancing Phoenix City wants. I heard that he wants to find talents to represent the Dancing Phoenix City in the martial arts competition. Remember, your information must be true. If not, you will have to bear the consequences if something goes wrong. Neopatian's words caused everyone to be ecstatic. Find talents. This was a good opportunity. If they were chosen, they could soar to the sky. Which dimension did they come from? When Yi Qinghan heard this, his heart tightened. He felt that something was wrong. Why did they need to ask which dimension they came from? After thinking for a while, he decided to be on the safe side and send a message to Elder Lu to ask for his opinion. Chapter 489. Elder Lu quickly gave an answer. Apart from the names, everything else was false. He also carefully observed the situation and would discuss the details later. The 10 godly generals divided the people in the tribe into 10 groups and began to record them one by one. Yi Qinghan, from the Flying Fire Dimension, human, age 88, first level heaven god. Pet is a first level heaven god divine beast sharp-toothed dog. It was Yi Qinghan's turn. He reported the information half-truthfully to the godly generals in charge of their group. The godly general did not have any doubts and recorded it, which made Yi Qinghan heave a sigh of relief. However, this godly general could not be blamed, as Neopodian had said that he was looking for geniuses. He believed that there would definitely be people who would lie about their strength, skills, or even their age. However, they would definitely not be like Yi Qinghan, who would lie about their strength and give false information. An hour later, everyone had recorded their information. They were waiting for the 10 godly generals to hand over the information to Neopodian. Neopodian cupped his hands towards the fire pavilion and said in a clear voice, "Sir, I have calculated everything." A faint voice was heard. Then, a tall man in a black robe walked out of the fire pavilion. He took the book from Neopodian and quickly flipped through it. After a while, he raised his head and glanced at the crowd. He said coldly, "Are you sure that your information is correct? If it is false and you are found out, you can't blame others for your deaths. I will give you another chance now. If it is false, you can still change it now. Otherwise, humph." The last humph of the black-robed man was like a sharp knife that pierced into the hearts of the crowd. At this moment, everyone felt that if they gave false information, they would definitely die. Plop. "Sir, I am guilty. Please don't kill me. I have lied about my age. My real age is 630 years old. Sir, I am wrong. I have also lied about my age." The black-clothed man let out a cold snort. Immediately, more than 10 people knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The moment Yi Qinghan heard the cold snort, a thought popped into his mind automatically. If he lied, he would definitely be killed. There seemed to be a voice in his heart that kept bewitching him to tell the truth, or else he would be killed immediately. "Sir, I have sinned. I lied." Just as Yi Qinghan was about to blurt out the truth, Elder Lu's voice rang in his mind, jolting him back to his senses. He was so scared that his soul almost flew out of his body. He quickly corrected himself and said, "I lied about my age too. I lied by 10 years. At least you know what's good for you." The black-clothed man nodded and threw the booklet to Neopodian, indicating for him to revise it. He then stood quietly at the side. What a strange sound. Yi Qinghan had an ashamed expression on his face, but in his heart, monstrous waves were surging. This black-robed man was too terrifying. He could actually bewitch the thoughts of others and affect their souls. What kind of divine ability was this? If Elder Lu had not sent him a voice transmission just now, he would have spilled the beans. "Your information will be reported to the higher-ups. I will pass on the news." After Neopodian revised the booklet, the black-clothed man scanned it again with satisfaction. He turned and walked towards the fire pavilion. When he reached the door, he suddenly thought of something. He turned to the crowd and said casually, "There is one more thing. A descendant of an important person in my tribe was lost in a material plane. He went to look for him, but he has already ascended to the divine realm. If you see this plane, those who have ascended within 100 years can report to the War God Pavilion and receive a reward of 1 million God stones." Oh yes, this plane is called the Fire Dragon Plane. Remember it, This and the humph from before had the same kind of invisible magic that automatically made everyone remember these words in their minds. Everyone responded in unison. Only then did the black-clothed man leave through the teleportation portal in the courtyard of the fire pavilion. The Fire Dragon Plane. When Yi Qinghan heard these 4 words, he felt as if his heart had been stabbed fiercely. He suppressed his emotions and waited for Neo Potion's token to disperse. Then, he walked back to his pavilion as if nothing had happened. When he returned to the small pavilion, Yi Qing Han did not immediately send a voice transmission to Elder Lu. Instead, he released his god territory and continued to sit cross-legged. He pretended to cultivate, but in his mind, he was thinking quickly. An hour later, he sent a telepathic message to Elder Lu and told him everything that had happened. This is troublesome. After listening, Elder Lu thought for a moment and said seriously, someone has set their eyes on this divine sword. I guess it is most likely the Golden Horn tribe or some important person who has received the news. That person just now is an expert who specializes in souls. Fortunately, your soul is good and you sent a voice transmission to me in advance. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. Will the Fire Dragon continent be in danger? Elder Lu, what should we do now? Yi Qing Han was anxious and hurriedly sent a voice transmission. As long as our Lord is here, nobody will dare to go to the Fire Dragon Plain. Our Lord is far more powerful than you can imagine. Elder Lu humphed coldly and continued to send a voice transmission, us. The only way now is to quickly cultivate your divine power and earn enough points to get the badge of the divinity realm. Then, you will be teleported out of this place. No. Leave the misty continent and go to another continent or the star sea. When you are powerful enough, or when you have earned enough divine stones, come back to the Misty Monarch's Hall and by the Fire Dragon Plain. I know. Elder Lu, I am going to cultivate in seclusion now. I think I will reach the second level of the divine power in half a month. Yi Qing Han answered directly and stopped the voice transmission with Elder Lu. He started to cultivate. He had an inexplicable sense of danger. The longer he stayed in this place, or in the misty continent, the more danger he would be in. He felt as if there was an invisible net that was starting to spread all over the misty continent to kill him. 10 days later, Yi Qing Han woke up. In less than 3 months, because of the Dragon Rider divine oil and the rich divine qi of the divinity realm, he successfully cultivated his divine power to the second level. He had successfully cultivated his divine power to the second level. After resting for half a day, he awakened Blackie. Yi Qing Han walked out of the building and headed out of the valley. The news that Yi Qing Han had left the valley didn't go unnoticed. The moment Yi Qing Han left the valley, 3 figures flew out of the building and followed Yi Qing Han out of the valley. Someone is following you. Elder Lu's soul was already at the peak of the heavenly god realm, so he easily found them with his divine mind. Yi Qing Han smiled and didn't say anything. He had already noticed the 3 people hiding behind him. He didn't pay much attention to them and flew to the dense forest on the left. As soon as he entered the forest, he suddenly sped up and disappeared from the 3 people's sight. Oh la la! I'm finally out of seclusion. Half a day after Yi Qing Han left, a sweet female voice rang out in the firework tribe. This voice roared unscrupulously in the tribe and woke everyone up. However, when they heard this sweet voice, it was as if they had heard the call of a devil. Everyone's face darkened. Congratulations on breaking through to the Divine General Realm, Miss. When Neopodian and the 10 Divine Generals heard this voice, they all flew out from different rooms in the firework pavilion. They were ecstatic and actually knelt down on one knee in the garden. Creak. The door of a room in the fire pavilion was pushed open, and a young girl wearing a pink skirt walked out. The young girl was not very big, and looked to be only 13 or 14 years old. She had a petite and exquisite figure, and on her head were 2 small pink demon horns. Her oval face was like a jade carving, exquisite to the extreme, especially her 2 big black eyes, which were watery. At first glance, one could tell that she was an adorable little Lolita that could kill people with her cuteness. The little girl blinked her big eyes and flashed a cute smile at them. Then, she flew into the air and shouted, "Damn it, I've been in seclusion for 3 years. I'm bored to death. Uncle Padian, you guard the tribe. The rest of the tribe will follow me to hunt for demonic beasts. Chapter 490. Miss. It hasn't been peaceful around the tribe recently. If you must go out, I will go with you. Neopodian and the 10 godly generals immediately flew out of the firework pavilion with a bitter expression. Neopodian shouted urgently. Podian. Uncle, Firework listened to you and went into seclusion for 3 years. I even broke through to the godly general realm. Now you won't let me have fun. When the pink-robed little loli heard Neopotion's words, her face suddenly became extremely aggrieved. Her 2 big eyes became misty. Her expression seemed to touch the only softness in a stone-hearted person's heart, and he couldn't bear to reject her request. Neopodian sighed. He wanted to continue persuading her, but the little girl's expression suddenly changed. Her cute little mouth was raised high, and a vicious expression appeared in her eyes. She said hatefully, Uncle, fireworks are much faster than you. Besides, Firework has a teleportation talisman and, don't worry. Humph. Uncle, if you keep nagging, Firework is going to discharge. The words that Neopodian was about to say were immediately blocked. Seeing the 2 demon horns on the little girl's head glittering, his expression changed greatly. He directly turned around and flew back to the fire pavilion. At the same time, he waved his hand and said decisively, the 10 immortal generals will accompany Miss out. If Miss loses even half a hair, you will all come to see me with your heads. Yes. Sir. The 10 godly generals' faces were as red as pig's liver as they answered in a mournful tone. Then, they flew behind the little Lolita and lined up. Hee, Uncle loves Firework the most. The little Loli smiled at Neopodian, but in the blink of an eye, her face turned cold again. The speed at which she changed her expression could be said to be faster than a prostitute taking off her clothes. She glanced at the pavilion below and snorted, You guys are still not moving. Do you want me to invite you one by one? I will count to 3. Swish. Before Lolita could start counting, there were countless sounds of people flying out of the sky. All of them had the same expression, bitter. Swish. The newcomers in the tribe didn't understand why everyone was so afraid of this little girl. However, seeing that Neopodian and the 10 godly generals were so obedient and the elders in the tribe heard her words, they immediately flew up into the sky. He also ascended into the sky and looked at the crowd and the little Loli in confusion. At the same time, he transmitted his voice to the people he was familiar with. Don't talk and just follow. Otherwise, you can't blame anyone else if you die. Her name is Nyohuahua. This is the Huahua tribe, don't provoke her, or the consequences will be dire. The elders in the tribe seemed to be very afraid of the little Loli. They did not explain much, but they would occasionally reveal bits of information that made the hearts of the rookies skip a beat. They immediately did not dare to transmit their voices. Judging from your expressions, it seems that you don't welcome me coming out of seclusion. Or do you not like me? The little Loli scanned with her divine sense and nodded in satisfaction when she found that no one was around. Then, she looked at everyone's faces and narrowed her eyes. She raised her pretty face and said with a surprised expression. How could it be? Miss Firework has come out of seclusion. We are so happy. Congratulations to Miss Firework for advancing to the divine general realm. Such a cultivation at such a young age is rare in the immortal realm. Nonsense, Miss Firework is definitely the #1 genius girl in the Misty Continent, no, the #1 genius in the immortal world. As soon as the little Loli's words fell, countless people's expressions changed greatly. They all smiled happily, their faces were full of joy, and their words were full of joy. It seemed that their father had just died, but in the blink of an eye, he had come back to life. Moreover, his waist was no longer sore, his legs no longer hurt, and he could run and jump, humph. This time, I'm going to the Sunset Lake to kill the fish monsters. Olala, let's go. Whoever dares to fall behind, be careful of my anger. The little loli smiled with satisfaction and took the lead to fly out of the valley. The 10 divine generals hurriedly followed. Countless people in the tribe heaved a sigh of relief and followed. The others looked at each other and followed the big group out of the valley with puzzlement. This first-grade demonic beast is too weak. It's not challenging, and the points are low. I'm not going to kill it. In the forest 100 miles away from the valley, Yi Qinghan took out the inner core of a scorpion-like demonic beast and threw it into his spatial ring. He didn't even bother to collect the other materials and leaped forward. A first-grade demonic beast only had the strength of a first-grade celestial god, and it only knew material attacks. Its speed and defense were not bad, but Yi Qinghan had the shadow step and spatial wave detection, so the demonic beast couldn't attack his body at all. Yi Qinghan didn't even need to use his body fusion combat skill. Basically, the demonic beast was killed after a few slashes from his saber. His divine sense swept through the surrounding forest like a cool breeze. Yi Qinghan could easily detect the situation in the surroundings. It was easy to distinguish the level of low-grade demonic beasts, it was all based on their size. Therefore, Yi Qinghan didn't stop for long when he detected that there were only first-grade demonic beasts in the surroundings. He directly rushed forward. A group of rat-like demonic beasts in front of him attracted Yi Qinghan's attention. From their size, it was a group of second-grade demonic beasts. Although they looked like rats, they were actually bigger than wolves. Their fur was green, and they hid in the lush grass. If one didn't use their divine sense, it would be hard to discover them with the naked eye. For second-grade demonic beasts, green-skinned rats. I will start with you guys. The skilled were bold. Yi Qinghan lightly leaped forward, but his divine sense was firmly locked onto the 4 green-skinned rats. He circulated his divine force to the maximum, but he didn't release any saber waves with the slaughter god blade. Chi! As soon as he stepped into the underbrush, the green-skinned rats reacted. They squirmed around in the underbrush for a while, and then, from several directions, they actually spat out balls of green smoke towards Yi Qinghan's location, enveloping the surrounding space. At the same time, they opened their sharp mouths, revealing rows of sharp green teeth, and pounced towards Yi Qinghan. Absolute domain, soul confusion. This was the first time Yi Qinghan was facing a group of second-grade demonic beasts, and he didn't dare to be careless. He immediately activated his absolute domain, and the rolling black smoke enveloped him. At the same time, a purple radiance lit up within the black smoke, and he used the soul confusion on the 4 demonic beasts. Suddenly, the speed of the 4 demonic beasts suddenly slowed down. They could only rely on the momentum of their inertia to charge towards Yi Qinghan. Moreover, their 2 glossy green eyes were slightly blurred. It was as if they had been struck by soul confusion. Night Emperor's 7 styles, chasing wind and chasing moon. Within the rolling black smoke, 4 arc-shaped saber lights slashed towards the heads of the 4 demonic beasts. Bang! A few dull sounds of collision could be heard, and green liquid sprayed out from the air. The 4 demonic beasts were directly sent flying. Chi! Chi! The 4 green-skinned rats might have been sent flying, but they were only injured. The green light in their eyes became even brighter, and they spat out countless balls of green smoke again, pouncing towards Yi Qinghan. They are only lightly injured. Second-grade demonic beast's defense is indeed abnormal. Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked, but seeing that the 4 demonic beasts were already injured, and their speed had slowed down a bit, and the green smoke was also blocked outside of his domain, his heart calmed down. He didn't use the soul confusion again, and instead activated his god domain, slowing down the speed of the 4 demonic beasts. Then, he stood there quietly, waiting for the 4 demonic beasts to pounce on him. He wanted to see if his absolute domain could withstand the attacks of the demonic beasts. Chapter 491. Elder Lu, what's going on? However, what happened after the 4 demonic beasts charged over shocked Yi Qinghan. When the 4 demonic beasts charged into the absolute domain, the black fog started to churn and push the 4 demonic beasts out. The demonic beasts continued to charge into the absolute domain, but in the next second, they were pushed out again. Although Elder Lu did not appear, his divine sense was still spread out. He was very clear about Yi Qinghan's situation and explained, "I'm not very clear about the specifics, but I heard that energy attacks will be absorbed and swallowed in the absolute domain. Material attacks will be automatically blocked, and only material attacks that are stronger than yours will be able to break it. However, it seems like soul attacks cannot be blocked. Little Han, your absolute domain is very strong. I'm very envious of you. A mid-grade profound mystery that is formed by combining 3 profound mysteries is indeed very powerful. Ha! This feels good." Yi Qinghan was in a good mood. With the absolute domain, he could completely ignore the attacks of Class 2 demonic beasts. This way, he could easily kill a large number of demonic beasts and obtain a large number of points and god stones. Shwa! Looking at the 4 green-skinned mice in front of him, Yi Qinghan could not be bothered to spit out the saber ray. He circulated his divine power, waved the slaughter god blade, and slashed at the green-skinned mouse on his left. See! What made Yi Qinghan dumbfounded was that the slaughter god blade cut through the green-skinned mouse's head as easily as cutting through a piece of cloth. Then, the green-skinned mouse was sliced in half from the middle. A faint black light was emitted from the blade, but it only lasted for a moment. It can't be. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes in disbelief as he slashed at the second green-skinned mouse. Similarly, the green-skinned mouse was sliced in half as if it was tofu. The ground was filled with green liquid and the green-skinned mouse's internal organs. What the hell? Yi Qinghan did not believe it and slashed at the third green-skinned mouse. However, the result was the same. After a moment of silence, he spat out the slaughter god blade and slashed at the 4th green-skinned mouse. Bang! This green-skinned rat was sent flying. Although it was injured again, it wasn't like before, where it was only split open. Elder Lu, what's going on? The slaughter god blade had actually become so sharp. I remember that although the slaughter god blade was very sharp in the continent, it wasn't as sharp as this. How could it be so much sharper than saber light? Also, the slaughter god saber did not have any divine light in the past. Why is it glowing now? Yi Qinghan was very surprised as he looked at the slaughter god blade that was emitting a faint black light. He had studied this blade for a long time in the Fire Dragon continent, but he didn't discover anything extraordinary about it. Now that he was hunting demonic beasts, it suddenly mutated? I'm not sure either. This saber is very strange. Back then, my master obtained it by accident. As a refiner supreme, he couldn't tell its grade. But at that time, my master was suddenly in trouble and didn't have time to study it. It must be a rare treasure. Now it seemed that it was indeed strange. Just this sharpness alone is comparable to a mid-grade divine artifact, Elder Lu sighed. Let me take a look. Yi Qinghan injected his divine senses into the saber and sensed it carefully. However, he realized that the saber was the same as before. There was nothing special about it, and it was empty. There was no saber soul or anything like that. Elder Lu had told him before that divine artifacts all had artifact souls. The quality of a divine artifact depended on the material of the divine artifact and the artifact soul sealed within it. The artifact soul was the demonic beast's soul sealed within the divine artifact. The higher the grade of the divine artifact, the stronger the artifact soul. The material of the slaughter god blade was very special, and even the Soul Emperor had never seen it before. However, there was no artifact soul within it. That was why the Soul Emperor said that he couldn't determine the grade of this saber. There's nothing special about it. Yi Qinghan blinked his eyes and saw the heavily injured green-skinned rat charging towards him again. With a wave of the Slaughter God blade, the green-skinned rat was split in half. He then continued to study the Slaughter God blade. Ah! Something's not right. At this moment, Yi Qinghan discovered a strange phenomenon. When the Slaughter God blade killed the green-skinned rat, there was a flash of black light. Yi Qinghan's divine senses could clearly sense a green stream of air entering the blade from the edge of the Slaughter God blade. After that, it disappeared into the blade. What is this stream of air? It's the soul of a demonic beast. Why would the Slaughter God blade automatically absorb the soul of a demonic beast? Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and couldn't think of a reason. He hurriedly collected the demonic beast materials on the ground and threw them into the large interspatial ring that he had bought from the old man in the Battle God Pavilion. After that, he excitedly leaped forward. 2 poisonous mantises. 2 hours later, Yi Qinghan finally discovered the 2 poisonous mantises that were being attacked by the demonic beast wave. Of course, he didn't stand on ceremony. He directly floated over and used his body fusion battle technique to slash at the 2 poisonous mantises that were stunned. As expected, the Slaughter God blade once again emitted a faint black light. Under Yi Qinghan's divine senses, the Slaughter God blade absorbed the soul of the poisonous mantises again. After the other poisonous mantises were killed, the same thing happened. Elder Lu, the Slaughter God blade can actually absorb the soul of demonic beasts. Yi Qinghan confirmed the situation and hurriedly asked Elder Lu. After Elder Lu used his divine senses to check on the Slaughter God blade, he said with a puzzled expression, "Master might be a supreme blacksmith, but I don't know anything about blacksmithing. I have never heard of such a situation before. Why don't you kill more demonic beasts and see if the Slaughter God blade will mutate after it absorbs more souls?" All right. A trace of excitement appeared in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Although the Carefree Pavilion had a high-grade god sword, he couldn't use it. Although the Slaughter God blade was very convenient to use, it wasn't as powerful as a high-grade god sword. If the Slaughter God blade could mutate, his strength would increase by a lot. The quality of a divine weapon was very important for a martial artist's overall strength. For example, that high-grade god sword could increase one's god power by 5 times, but the Slaughter God blade could only increase it by 2 times. Extending his divine senses, Yi Qinghan started to wander around the vicinity, looking for demonic beasts to kill. One day later, his target was a pack of blood wolves. Although there were more than 10 blood wolves, Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid at all. Instead, his eyes lit up. He was like an old bachelor who had entered a brothel as he anxiously pounced forward. He activated his absolute domain and released his spiritual soul confusion. The Slaughter God blade slashed wildly. To him, these second-class demonic beasts were like points and divine stones. Every time the Slaughter God blade killed a demonic beast, its soul would be absorbed. It was very strange. Hee, killing demonic beasts like this is easy. I don't need to use my god power or soul. At the start, Yi Qinghan used his body fusion technique. However, he soon realized that the blood wolf was unable to enter his absolute domain. Hence, he decided not to use his spiritual soul confusion anymore. Instead, he raised the Slaughter God blade and slashed at the blood wolf like he was chopping a watermelon. 1 hour later, all the blood wolves were killed. Seeing that he had obtained more than 1,000 points, he felt very comfortable. At this rate, if he killed enough demonic beasts, he would be able to earn 1,000,000 points in a few years. Then, he would obtain the Divine World Badge and leave the Firework Tribe to explore the Divine World. Little Han, don't just stand there. Hurry up and clean up the battlefield. There's movement on the right. Elder Lu's voice woke Yi Qinghan from his fantasies. He hurriedly gathered all the materials and cores on the ground and quietly moved to the right. Yi Qinghan quickly moved through the dense grass. However, halfway through, he was forced to turn around and run to the side. This was because he sensed a group of people chasing a demonic beast in front of him. This demonic beast was running towards him at high speed. He could smell a strange fragrance from afar. Bad luck. It's actually Shou Kuang and the others. There are so many of them. Why are they chasing a second-class demonic beast? Yi Qinghan used his divine sense and clearly sensed Shou Kuang's domineering aura. He hurriedly retracted his divine sense and dodged to the side. Shou Kuang had a few hundred people with him. He just wanted to get rich quietly and didn't want to cause any trouble. At the same time, he was puzzled. Although there weren't many second-class demonic beasts in this forest, they weren't rare either. Why were they chasing after it so closely? Moreover, this demonic beast was actually escaping. In the past, the demonic beasts he encountered would pounce on humans. Chapter 492. As he dodged Shou Kuang's group, he quickly scanned the demonic beast with his divine sense. Yi Qinghan instantly understood. It turned out that this was a very rare species among second-class demonic beasts. The glorious fragrance beast had a strange fragrance and a sachet in its lower abdomen. Just the sachet alone was worth 10,000 divine stones. One glorious fragrance beast was worth 100 second-class demonic beasts. No wonder Shou Kuang and the rest were chasing after it. But it seemed that this glorious fragrance beast's speed was even slightly faster than the peak heavenly god Shou Kuang. Shou Kuang's group clearly noticed someone approaching, but they immediately dodged to the side. They didn't mind and continued to chase after the glorious fragrance beast. Although Yi Qinghan had the shadow step, which allowed him to move very quickly in a small area, his speed in a straight line was not fast, only comparable to a second-tier heavenly god. He was not in the mood to chase after the glorious fragrance beast. 10,000 points was better than killing 100 ordinary second-class demonic beasts. He continued forward, looking for a target. Along the way, he rarely encountered demonic beasts. Instead, he saw the troops of Cleopatra and the Golden Dragon. However, with old Lu's peak heavenly deity stage soul detection, Yi Qinghan would retreat from the side the moment he encountered him, not giving him a chance to get entangled. Why are there fewer and fewer demonic beasts? If this goes on, when will I be able to accumulate 1 million points? After wandering in the huge forest for more than 10 days, he had killed close to 100 demonic beasts. At first, he would occasionally encounter a few second-class demonic beasts a day, but now he hadn't seen a single demonic beast in 2 days. Actually, Yi Qinghan didn't know that after every beast tide, there were the most demonic beasts. A month after the beast tide, the tribe's outskirts started to stabilize. Most of the people would come out to hunt demonic beasts. Now that a few months had passed, most of them were hunted down. Of course, there were only a few demonic beasts left. Demonic beasts are coming. Yi Qinghan was resting on the trunk of a large tree when he suddenly smelled a cloying fragrance. Then, he felt a strange movement on the right side of the tree. He hurriedly swept his divine sense over and laughed, "Ha! It's actually that glorious fragrance beast. Shou Kuang and that bunch of trash haven't killed it yet. I won't stand on ceremony." Since the points were delivered to his doorstep, it would be a waste not to take them. Yi Qinghan stopped circulating his divine power and retracted his aura. He then lay on the tree trunk and stared at the forest on his right. Xiao! A demon beast with a deer's body, a fox's mouth, and a curved horn on its head rushed out of the jungle in a panic. It moved like lightning, rushing towards Yi Qinghan. When he was more than 10 meters away from Yi Qinghan, he seemed to have noticed something. He abruptly changed direction and dashed in the other direction. Ha, it's too late. The godly power in Yi Qinghan's body surged as he shot out from the tree like a leopard. While he was in midair, his body lit up with a bewitching purple light, enveloping the demonic beast that was fleeing in panic. After that, the slaughter god blade slashed down on the brilliant fragrance beast's neck. Ah! This demonic beast's defense is so strong. The slaughter god's saber is so sharp, but it didn't kill it instantly. Yi Qinghan looked doubtfully at the struggling brilliant fragrance beast that had been smashed onto the ground. Although its neck was bleeding profusely, it was only halfway in. He didn't have time to sigh. Another purple light lit up and knocked the brilliant fragrance beast unconscious. Then, he slashed down heavily on the same wound. Boom! This time, the demonic beast was completely killed. A fox-like head rolled on the ground. Yi Qinghan hurriedly raised the slaughter god blade and prepared to collect the brilliant fragrance beast's sachet. This was a good thing. He would be able to obtain more than 10,000 points. Little Han, quickly store this demonic beast into your spatial ring. There are people coming from the left and right. Elder Lu suddenly transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan was startled. She hurriedly wiped her hand and stored the entire radiant beast and its head into the large spatial ring. She also casually sent out a palm strike to disperse the bloodstains on the ground. Only then did he extend his divine sense and sweep his surroundings. However, after a single sweep, his expression became slightly bitter. There were actually 3 groups of people rushing in his direction. Brilliant Empress and Shou Kuang led a few hundred people, while Yi Yaorao led a few dozen people. They were all rushing in his direction. After a short while, countless divine senses locked onto Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan knew that his speed definitely couldn't compare to peak stage heaven god cultivators, so he simply stopped running. He stood quietly on the spot, waiting for the others. However, he was very puzzled. Why would all these people come at the same time? Even if this brilliant fragrance beast was worth more than 10,000 points, there was no need for all 3 groups to chase after it at the same time, right? Hee, it's actually you, little brother. Where's that brilliant fragrance beast? Quickly hand it over to Big Sister. Big Sister will help you deal with Shou Kuang and that demonic woman. Later, we'll split the points and god stones equally. Brilliant Empress hadn't arrived yet, but she had already transmitted her voice over. The brilliant fragrance beast had suddenly disappeared, and there were bloodstains on the ground. Although she didn't know how Yi Qinghan was able to kill the brilliant fragrance beast in such a short time, she still probed. F***CK, where's the brilliant fragrance beast? Brat, were you the one who killed it? Hurry up and hand it over, or I'll get someone to gang rape you. Shou Kuang's speed was the fastest. He shot over like a gust of wind, but his divine senses were constantly scanning the surroundings. Finally, he glared at Yi Qinghan and cursed. Swish! People continuously rushed over from all directions, finally surrounding Yi Qinghan. What brilliant fragrance beast! Oh! Are you talking about a demonic beast that looks like a deer but has the head of a fox? That demonic beast was killed. The corpse was taken away as well. Yi Qinghan blinked and looked innocently at Shou Kuang and Brilliant Empress. Finally, he glanced at Yi Yaorao, who was standing coldly on his right. Yi Qinghan spread his hands and spoke with some fear. Killed by someone. **T. Where is he? Why didn't we see him? Do you take us for fools? My lord, this brat is obviously trying to fool us. Chop him up. Shou Kuang didn't say anything, but a round face appeared behind him and spoke with a sneer. Smiling Tiger. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes and glanced coldly at Smiling Tiger. He secretly decided that he would definitely kill him if he had the chance. Then, he looked around and cupped his fists. My lords, I really didn't lie to you. Just now, that demonic beast suddenly appeared and gave me a fright. I was just about to run away when a black-robed man suddenly appeared and killed the demonic beast in one move. Then, he flew away. I didn't even know what happened before you came. That's how it is. I don't care if you believe me or not, but I do. Yi Qinghan spouted a bunch of nonsense. He decided that he would try to bluff if he could. If he really couldn't, he would just have to fight. This person is only a second-tier sky god. He definitely couldn't have killed the brilliant fragrance beast in one move. I believe him. Yi Qinghan's words stunned everyone. After all, the brilliant fragrance beast's speed and defense were too strong. Even if it didn't run, a peak sky god would take a long time to kill it. Everyone thought for a moment. The first to speak was actually the ice beauty, Yi Yaorao. Little brother, you really didn't kill it. Cleverly Empress was wearing a skin-tight leather skirt. Her lower body was extremely short, barely reaching her cleavage. Her two shining white thighs dazzled everyone's eyes. She smiled and transmitted her voice to Yi Qinghan again. Yi Qinghan didn't expect that his nonsense would make everyone believe him. Thinking that it was better to avoid trouble, he hurriedly transmitted his voice back. I really didn't kill it. Big sister, even if I wanted to kill it, I would need to have the strength to do so. Damn it. What bad luck. I've worked for half a month for nothing. 100,000 god stones gone to waste. Second brother, bring some people over there to investigate. Shou Kuang flipped his brown curly hair. His expression was extremely gloomy and furious. He then turned his head and glanced coldly at Yi Qinghan. He waved his hand at someone beside him and said, Third brother, go and chop this brat up for me. Damn it, he's a jinx, 100,000 god stones. Yi Qinghan was startled when he heard this. Then, he heard Shou Kuang's cold words and saw a person behind Shou Kuang, carrying a huge axe and walking towards him with a sinister smile. Yi Qinghan couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and his body suddenly felt a chill. Shou Kuang didn't care about human lives at all, wanting to kill people so casually. No matter how good-tempered Yi Qinghan was, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. Chapter 493. Wait! Just as Yi Qinghan was about to attack helplessly, a cold voice rang out. Yi Qinghan turned his head in surprise and saw that it was Yi Yaorao, who had been about to leave. Shou Kuang, aren't you harming the heavens by killing indiscriminately like this? Aren't you afraid that the Divine Emperor will punish you if you do too many bad things? Shou Kuang raised his hand, indicating for that person to wait. There were not many cultivators in the tribe that he feared, and Yi Yaorao was one of them. Otherwise, he would have attacked her long ago, considering how she had humiliated him so many times in public. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Yi Yaorao. Instead of getting angry, he asked in surprise, Yi Yaorao, is this person related to you? No. Yi Yaorao's answer was very straightforward. She then left with a few words and turned to leave. I just can't stand you killing people in front of me. I'm just giving you a piece of advice. If you really want to kill, wait until I'm gone. F***ck. When Yi Qinghan heard Yi Yaorao speak up, he thought that she would help him. His heart warmed slightly, and he thought that there were still good people in the immortal realm. He didn't expect that she would leave just like that after saying a few words. Of course, Yi Qinghan wasn't afraid of Shou Kuang's people. It was just that the red-robed emissary from Dancing Phoenix City made him a little wary. He didn't want to expose his strength and attract everyone's attention. Seeing Yi Qinghan leave, Cleopatra also smiled charmingly. She twisted her plump buttocks and led her people away. She didn't even look at Yi Qinghan. This woman is indeed unreliable. Yi Qinghan snorted coldly, but his eyes kept flickering as he thought about how to solve this problem in a low-key manner. Divine Emperor. If divine Emperor Supremes really existed, there wouldn't be so many deaths in the immortal realm. Shou Kuang snorted, then locked his gaze on Yi Qinghan. He said coldly, "Brat, I'll give you one last chance. Submit to me, or die." As expected. Yi Qinghan knew very well that Shou Kuang bore a grudge against him for rejecting his attempts to rope him in, causing him to lose face. Shou Kuang bore a grudge in his heart, and today, he took the opportunity to take revenge. Since it was unavoidable, then let the battle begin. Unsheathing the slaughter god blade from his back, Yi Qinghan smiled and said, "I am used to being a human and do not like to be a dog." With that, Yi Qinghan circulated his divine power at full force and began to slowly retreat. Humph. Third bro, take him down and seal his divine power. Today, I want his anal region to bleed. The corners of Shou Kuang's mouth curled into a cruel smile. He lifted a hairy hand and stroked his chest muscles, which were covered in golden hair. However, his eyes shone with a lustful light. As for the people behind him, they all grinned hideously. They seemed to be very used to it and were also very much looking forward to it. Beast Frenzy unleashed his bestial nature and performed a reality show in front of everyone. The cultivator addressed as third bro had a small tuft of black hair at the front of his head. He was very short, but his limbs were thick and muscular. He had a stocky build, and he held a huge mountain-splitting axe in his hand. The axe shone with a divine light, and it was clearly a divine weapon. When he heard Shou Kuang's words, he kept his axe and raised his two fists, which were as big as clay pots. His fists glowed with a fiery red light as he leaped high into the air and pounced over like a ferocious tiger descending a mountain. With one punch, dozens of fist shadows appeared, sealing off every possible escape route that Yi Qinghan could take. Even the surrounding space trembled slightly. Fire elemental laws. This might is probably at the third level of the heavenly god realm. When Yi Qinghan heard Shou Kuang's words and saw that this short cultivator had actually kept his weapon, he rejoiced. He rolled his eyes, and a plan formed in his mind. Xiao Chen's feet slipped, and he executed Shadow Step. However, his body released spatial fluctuations to sense this person's attack. With the detection of the fluctuations in the air, Yi Qinghan was able to easily determine the true angle of this cultivator's attack. He quickly used a few strange footwork techniques and his body continued to float backwards. Bang! The short and plump cultivator's punch missed. Instead, it smashed into a huge tree at the side. The huge tree gave off a dull thud, but it only shook slightly. After that, nothing happened. Only when the short and plump cultivator stomped on the ground and continued chasing after Yi Qinghan did the huge tree suddenly collapse silently. Then, it started to give off thick, surging smoke. Damn! So ferocious. Yi Qinghan glanced around and discovered that the heart of the huge tree, which was several meters wide, had actually been burned to a vacuum. The insides were all charred black. If this punch had landed on Xiao Qin, his internal organs, meridians, and bones would have all been burned to a crisp. This punch did not seem very powerful, but it was actually so terrifying. A third-layer celestial deity was indeed not to be trifled with. Fortunately, this cultivator clearly only wanted to injure Yi Qinghan internally so he could capture him alive and seal his divine power. Hence, he did not use any other mystical abilities. Yi Qinghan had the spatial fluctuation detection. Although it looked very dangerous every time, he managed to dodge this person's attack by a hair's breadth. One attacked, while the other dodged. Under Yi Qinghan's intentional guidance, the battle had already shifted, moving further and further away from Shou Kuang and the others. Third brother, use your ultimate move and kill him. There's no time to waste on him. Almost an hour had passed. Although Yi Qinghan looked like he was constantly getting hit and his figure was getting more and more wretched, he was still unharmed. Shou Kuang was also getting frustrated. Seeing that the two of them were still in a stalemate, he roared furiously. It's about time. A bright light flashed in Yi Qinghan's eyes. Now that they were so far away, no matter how strong Shou Kuang's spiritual sense was, he could probably only vaguely sense them. Xiaochen watched as the short and fat cultivator took out the huge axe from his interspatial ring. He laughed coldly, and a piercing light shot into the short and fat cultivator's eyes. At the same time, he activated his absolute space, causing a black fog to envelop the surroundings. Then, Xiaochen moved forward and swung the slaughter god saber at the short and fat cultivator's head. Chi, the sound of a watermelon being split rang out. The slaughter god saber flashed with a black light and actually absorbed the cultivator's soul. A red divine crystal floated out. Yi Qinghan stretched out his hand and quickly put away the divine crystal, the cultivator's interspatial ring, and the huge axe. Then, he circulated his divine power and shot to the right. When the black fog dissipated, only two halves of a corpse were left on the ground, dripping with hot blood. Where did they go? Xiaohu's spiritual sense had been locked onto the two of them. However, his spiritual sense was not very strong, so he could only sense a black fog. Then, he sensed that the two of them seemed to have disappeared. He could not help but blink. Paw! A resounding slap sent Xiaohu flying. A ferocious, black gleam shone in Shou Kuang's eyes, and a massive mace appeared in his hand out of thin air. He circulated his divine power and shot forward. At the same time, he bellowed, "Motherf asterisk curs. Are you all pigs? What are you all standing there for? Old Third has been tricked by that brat. His interspatial ring contains half of the materials we need to hunt this time. Why aren't you chasing after him?" What? Out of the hundreds of people present, only a few peak heavenly gods reacted quickly and chased after them. The rest of the cultivators looked at each other in disbelief. Then, their eyes burned with rage. Like a bunch of wild beasts, they charged forward. Chapter 494. Elder Lu. What should I do? Should I start a fight and kill them all? Yi Qinghan transmitted his voice to Elder Lu when he sensed Shou Kuang's rage and killing intent behind him. You can't kill them. Neopatian will definitely be suspicious of the deaths of so many people in the tribe and will come to investigate. He will also report this to his superiors, and the Dancing Phoenix City will send people to investigate. It will be troublesome if they find out that you killed them. Moreover, do you have the confidence to fight against 4 peak stage heaven gods and so many experts? Although your absolute domain is very strong, it will still be broken if hundreds of people attack you at the same time. When that happens, you will definitely die. Elder Lu was also very anxious, but his divine sense continued to sweep in all directions. After Yi Qinghan left the tribe, Elder Lu continued to use his divine sense to help him scout the surroundings to prevent a situation like today's. He did not expect that it would still happen in the end. Damn it! If this goes on, they will catch up to me sooner or later. When that time comes, won't I die? Let's fight. I will kill Shou Kuang instantly. Let's see who else dares to make a move. Yi Qinghan felt very sullen in his heart. He clearly had great strength, but he couldn't kill people as he pleased. Instead, he had to be chased all over the mountain like a grandson. He made up his mind that if he was forced into a corner, he would just kill and think about it later. Wait a little longer. Elder Lu was also irritated. No matter what he did, it was not a foolproof plan. Most importantly, Yi Qinghan did not have the Immortal Realm badge. He could only stay in the firework tribe like a trapped cat. Without the badge, he would be killed immediately if he went to other cities. Ha! I got it. Little Han, quickly run to the left. There is a red thicket in front of you. Once you get close, activate the decision field and rush forward. Remember, don't fly, and don't attack any of the spiders in there. Quick! Elder Lu suddenly sensed something and happily transmitted his voice to Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan perked up and quickly used his divine sense to confirm his target. He gathered his divine power and began to run wildly. Brat, you are dead today. You killed my third brother. If I don't tear you to shreds, I'm not a man. Although Shou Kuang was quite a distance away from Yi Qinghan at the start and was slightly taken aback by the death of that cultivator, as a peak heavenly god, he was much faster than Yi Qinghan. At that moment, he could already see Yi Qinghan's back. Shou Kuang shouted as he ran. Yi Qinghan glanced back and saw that Shou Kuang and the 3 peak-level heavenly gods were only 1,000 meters away from him. Behind them, hundreds of people were charging over while shouting wildly. Not daring to utter a single word, Zhang Xian continued to dash forward with all his might. A red tree. In front of him, a row of red trees could be seen. Yi Qinghan was overjoyed and hurriedly activated his absolute domain. The black fog churned as he moved closer to the trees. Chi chi chi. All of a sudden, before Yi Qinghan could even get close to the tree, a soft sound came from within the tree. Then, every tree in the vicinity made a hissing sound at the same time. Under the astonished gazes of Yi Qinghan, Shou Kuang, and the other 2, countless large spiders suddenly emerged from the ground. These spiders were only about the size of a human head, but they had more than 10 legs. Their entire bodies were fiery red, and the most surprising thing was that these spiders actually had human-like facial features on their bodies. They looked like human faces, and their mouths were also filled with sharp teeth that exuded a sinister aura. Every spider's face was expressionless, but there was a cruel glint in their eyes. What is this? Damn it, brat, where do you think you're going? After hearing Elder Lu's explanation, Yi Qinghan did not think too much about it. He immediately activated his absolute domain and rushed forward. The black fog automatically repelled the red spiders. However, Shou Kuang and the other 3 stared blankly at the endless stream of red spiders. Then, they saw that Yi Qinghan was shrouded in a cloud of black fog and had already entered the red spiders. They hurriedly swung the mace in their hands and sent a few red spiders flying. Then, they leaped into the air and chased after Yi Qinghan. The 3 peak heavenly gods also followed Shou Kuang's example. They ignored the countless spiders on the ground and leaped into the air. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, something strange happened. The moment the 4 of them leaped into the air, the densely packed spiders on the ground lifted their bodies at the same time. Their human-like faces collectively faced the 4 of them. Then, strands of fiery red spider silk as thick as an arm shot out from the ground and locked onto the 4 of them. The sky was filled with spider silk, and the 4 of them became 4 human meat buns. Damn it, this spider silk is poisonous. It can corrode divine power. Shou Kuang roared furiously. His body released a black flame as he waved his mace and smashed it continuously. However, although he destroyed the spider silk quickly, the speed at which the red spiders on the ground were spitting silk was even faster. The 4 of them had just escaped the encirclement when they were once again enveloped by the spider silk. What kind of demon is this? Why can't we kill them all? The few hundred people behind Shou Kuang also joined the battle. However, they realized that although these demon beasts were not very strong and were only slightly stronger than level 1 demon beasts, they seemed to be unable to kill them all. However, it felt like there was no end to them. This demonic beast didn't even have a demonic beast core. Furthermore, they realized that, as they fought, they seemed to be completely surrounded. These trees are very strange. They are moving. After a while, they finally began to realize the problem. Unknowingly, they had already completely sunk into the red forest. There were red trees as far as the eye could see, and red spiders were everywhere. Go down. If we don't, we will exhaust our divine power and die sooner or later. What kind of monster are these spiders? How can they be so terrifying? Shou Kuang shouted angrily. After a while, he realized that the spider silk seemed to be endless. He used his divine sense to feel around and realized that the people below were not trapped by the spider silk. The four of them attacked the spider silk below and rushed to the ground at lightning speed. Indeed. The moment they landed on the ground, the red spiders stopped spitting silk. Instead, they swung their long, blade-like legs at the four of them. Break through the encirclement to the left. Shou Kuang's divine power shook, and the mace spat out a black wave of air. With a sweep, it immediately killed dozens of red spiders. Shou Kuang shouted and led the way to the left. He knew very well that although there were no casualties yet, if the stalemate continued, the few hundred people under him would definitely be drowned by the red spiders. There were too many spiders, and they were gushing out of the ground like a spring. He was afraid that his group of people would exhaust their divine power and die before they could kill all of them. Elder Lu, what kind of demon is this? Why isn't there any information about it in the records of the divine world? Yi Qing Han was also very surprised. He scanned the area with his divine sense and felt slightly relieved when he realized that Shou Kuang was not chasing after him. He sent a voice transmission to Elder Lu. Human-faced beast heart spider. It's a demon that has been extinct in the divine world for a long time. I didn't expect it to appear again. Looks like the firework tribe will not be able to survive this time. Elder Lu's tone was extremely grave and worried. He sighed deeply and sent another voice transmission. Shou Kuang and the few hundred people are finished. None of them will be able to escape. You must remember this. You must not kill a single spider. Otherwise, you will definitely die. What? Yi Qinghan's body trembled. Even his absolute domain almost collapsed. Shou Kuang and the others are finished. Even the firework tribe can't survive. What's going on? Are these little spiders so terrifying? Damn it. There's something strange about this tree. It actually formed a divine formation. What's going on? Shou Kuang and his men charged forward for a while, but they realized that they were still back where they started after killing for a long time. They couldn't get out of this red forest no matter what. They could not help but shout in fear. F***CK. Elder Lu, there's a divine formation in this forest. Yi Qinghan was also shocked. He understood why Elder Lu said that Shou Kuang and the others were finished. If they couldn't get out of this divine formation and couldn't fly, then Shou Kuang and the others would sooner or later exhaust their divine power and die. Then, he suddenly thought of something, and his expression changed drastically. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission in fear. Elder Lu, does that mean we can't get out either? Chapter 495. Don't worry. When they are all dead, you can leave. Just stay here and don't move. Just don't move. Elder Lu said calmly, but there was a hint of doubt in his voice. Elder Lu, is this human-faced beast heart spider that powerful? You said that the firework tribe can't be saved. Yi Qinghan was slightly relieved, but at the same time, he asked doubtfully. Of course it's powerful. This is the nemesis of low-level immortal realm warriors. Once someone below the divine king realm enters the spider's body and attacks it, they will almost certainly die. Of course, if you are a powerful divine general, you still have a chance to escape. Elder Lu paused for a moment, then continued to explain. The reason why I am so familiar with this human-faced beast heart spider is because there is also a human-faced beast heart spider outside the Soul Emperor Pavilion. However, that is a mutated human-faced beast heart spider, and it is much stronger than this one. The last time the human-faced beast heart spider appeared was several 100,000 years ago. Tens of thousands of human-faced beast-heart spiders appeared on the Grace mainland and swept through several 100,000 tribes in a single day. In the end, a palace master-level expert of the law of Earth arrived in time and prevented the tragedy from happening again. This human-faced beast-heart spider wasn't strong, but an ordinary 6th grade war god couldn't kill it. It is extremely terrifying. What? Even a 6th grade war god cannot kill it. Also, Elder Lu, from what you said, this is actually a spider. Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. The immortal realm was indeed full of extraordinary things. How could a small tribe like the Firework tribe invite a 6th grade war god? It seemed like the tribe was definitely finished. Yes. This is a spider. The little spiders you see outside are called child spiders. They are all spawned by the mother spider. As long as the mother spider is alive, the child spiders will never be completely killed. The red trees you see are actually created by the mother spider's silk. They automatically form a divine formation, which no one can break. Because it can automatically change. If you want to leave, there is only one way, and that is to fly out with great strength. Of course, it is absolutely impossible to leave without reaching the divine general realm. Then, Elder Lu, can't we find the mother spider and kill it? According to what you said, we can break out of the formation by killing the mother spider. Also, isn't there a great formation in the Firework tribe? Can it break the formation? Yi Qinghan continued to ask. The female spider hides underground, and its speed is comparable to that of a 6th grade war god. How could an ordinary expert kill it? Great array. The human-faced beast-heart arachnid was the bane of this kind of divine formation. Because ordinary deity formations were completely ineffective against it. Not only were they ineffective against it, it loved to devour the formation core god steel of great formations. The Fireworks tribe is only this close to here, so the Fireworks tribe will definitely not be able to hold on. Elder Lu muttered to himself for a moment before raising another issue that he was worried about. These are all trivial matters. What I'm most worried about now is whether this human-faced beast-heart spider is wild or domesticated. If it's domesticated, then it'll be troublesome. Sigh. Most importantly, you haven't earned enough points. You can't get the Divine World Emblem. Hearing this, Yi Qinghan thought for a moment and his pupils dilated slightly. He transmitted his voice in surprise. Oh. Domesticated. Elder Lu, are you saying that someone is targeting the Fireworks tribe? If this human-faced beast-heart spider is domesticated, then someone is definitely targeting the Fireworks tribe. After all, it's impossible for a single human-faced beast-heart spider to appear. Furthermore, the beast tide came early last time, and there was even a sky-shaking Cheongqi beast. Normally, a 4th grade demonic beast would definitely not appear in a beast tide. However, this is only my guess. Moreover, even if the tribe is destroyed, it's not a big deal. We'll see when the time comes. Elder Lu sighed deeply and stopped transmitting his voice. At this moment, Yi Qinghan recalled the last time the sky-shaking Cheongqi beast attacked. He clearly remembered that the emissary from Dancing Phoenix City had arrived late. It seemed like someone was targeting the Fireworks tribe, but he didn't know why. What good would destroying the tribe do to them? Ah! A series of miserable shrieks startled Yi Qinghan out of his thoughts. He raised his head and saw that the weaker subordinates of Shou Kuang were being killed one after another. After all, even though this child spider wasn't strong, it was much stronger than a 1st grade demonic beast. It kept pouncing over, and if he wasn't careful, he would inevitably be killed. No! After watching for a while, Yi Qinghan suddenly realized something unexpected. This child spider's attacks were poisonous as well. As long as a warrior was injured, his speed would visibly slow down. Recalling that Shou Kuang had said that the bead silk could corrode god power, Yi Qinghan concluded that the child spider's poison could also corrode god power. It seemed like people like Shou Kuang wouldn't be able to hold out for much longer. Damn it, what kind of damned spider is this? Why can't we kill them all? Everyone, don't kill the spiders. Attack the red trees. I don't believe that this array can't be broken. Shou Kuang's frantic roar traveled over. The anxiety in his voice was very obvious. Boom! Boom! Patches of red trees fell. However, just like the child spider, it seemed like there was no end to these trees. While everyone was chopping down the trees, dozens of people were injured. Once they were injured, their god power would be depleted even more. Once their god power was depleted, they would be dismembered by the laughing spiders in all directions. Once the child spider passed by, the corpses on the ground would instantly become piles of white bones. Even the divine crystals would be devoured. Damn, divine crystals are so hard. How can they be devoured? Elder Lu, why don't we sneak over and steal the divine crystals? If we sell them, we can get a lot of divine stones. Yi Qinghan felt an itch in his heart as he watched from afar. These human-faced beast-heart spiders were indeed beasts with a human face. They would not even leave a spatial ring behind when they passed by. They were like a swarm of locusts, leaving nothing behind. You must not go over. The human-faced beast-heart spiders are the most vengeful. If you are not careful and kill a child spider, the female spider will lock onto you. Even if you have an absolute domain, the female spider will still attack you and exhaust your god power to death. Elder Lu hurriedly advised cautiously. These human-faced beast-heart spiders can even digest great array divine metal, let alone divine crystals. They rely on devouring these strange items to absorb a huge amount of energy to increase their strength. Damn it. So what if they devour divine crystals? They don't even let go of spatial rings. With so many people, there must be a lot of inner cores and materials inside. What a pity. Yi Qinghan shook his head helplessly. He did not feel the slightest bit of guilt or pity for the cultivators who kept dying in front of him. There were no commoners in the divine realm, and there was no distinction between good and evil. This was a world where the strong preyed on the weak, and the strong were king. Since you chose to ascend to the divine realm and not live a comfortable life in a material plane, you had to be prepared to die at any time. In the divine realm, it was like walking against the current. You could only go against the current, and you had to be prepared to die at any time. Too terrifying. In just one day, hundreds of people have died. Even a powerful cultivator like Shou Kuang could not escape death. These human-faced beast-heart spiders are too despicable. They don't even let go of divine weapons. When the two purple moons rose in the sky, the mangrove forest had become silent. There was nothing but hundreds of skeletons on the ground. The red spiders that covered the mountains had all burrowed into the ground and disappeared without a trace. It was as if they had never been there in the first place. Shou Kuang and the three peak heavenly gods also started to sustain injuries at sunset due to their insufficient god power. And the result of being injured was death. Chapter 496. Under Elder Lu's instructions, Yi Qinghan continued to stay where he was. After a few hours, the number of red trees in the vicinity began to decrease, and he could vaguely see the green forest in the distance. He carefully controlled his absolute domain and moved it outward. Phew! I've saved a life. Yi Qinghan exhaled deeply and withdrew his absolute domain. He then circulated his divine power and quickly ran into the distance. This place was too terrifying, and it was better to leave as soon as possible. Elder Lu also heaved a sigh of relief, but he immediately transmitted a message to Yi Qinghan. Little Han, return to the tribe immediately and report the situation of the human-faced beast-heart spider. This spider has swallowed so many divine crystals, and it will probably take about a day to digest them. When that time comes, it will definitely attack the firework tribe. When Yi Qinghan heard Elder Lu's words, he didn't dare to be careless. He hurriedly ran toward the firework tribe, not caring about recovering his divine power. He was now considered a member of the firework tribe, but he didn't have a divine grade badge. He could only follow the chief of the tribe, or he would be killed. Along the way, they encountered 1 or 2 second-grade demonic beasts, but Yi Qinghan didn't have the heart to kill them. He immediately used soul confusion and walked toward the tribe. After passing through the beast-trapping formation and entering the tribe, he found that the tribe was quiet, and not a single person could be seen. He didn't care too much and directly rushed to the firework pavilion. He then shouted, "Yi Qinghan pays his respects to Divine General Padian. I have an important matter to discuss with you." Swish! A white figure floated out. It was Neo Padian, who had stayed behind to guard the tribe. He glanced at Yi Qinghan and said indifferently, "What is it?" "My lord, I was hunting demonic beasts outside and discovered something strange. I didn't dare to be careless, so I immediately came back to report. I saw a mangrove forest 50 kilometers east of the tribe, and there were occasional screams coming from the mangrove forest. It seemed that many people had died, and I seemed to have heard the angry roar of Lord Shou Kuang. I am too weak to go over to investigate, so I came back to report." "Oh. Mangrove forest. Tell me the specifics." Neo Padian furrowed his brows slightly, and his voice became slightly heavier. Yi Qinghan hurriedly recounted the general situation. Of course, he was not foolish enough to tell the truth, nor did he mention that the beast frenzy was chasing after him. He only described the mangrove forest in detail. "Motherfucker." Before Yi Qinghan could finish his sentence, Neo Potion's face suddenly turned ashen. He cursed angrily as his body shot up into the sky and flew into the fire pavilion. A moment later, the defensive barrier above the firework tribe was activated, and a red beam of light shot into the sky from the barrier, dyeing the sky above the tribe blood red. "You stay here. If anyone returns to the tribe, pass on my order. Everyone is to gather at the fire pavilion and wait for my return." Neo Padian hurriedly flew out again. He turned around and gave Yi Qinghan some instructions before flying out of the valley. As expected, Elder Lu's guess was right. As the chief of a tribe, Neo Padian must have heard of the tragedy that happened in the Divine Grace mainland hundreds of thousands of years ago. He recognized the human-faced bestial heart spider. Yi Qinghan was relieved. He sat cross-legged in front of the fire pavilion and recovered the divine power he had lost earlier. Half an hour later, people started to return from the valley. They all asked Yi Qinghan why he had issued an emergency summon. Yi Qinghan did not say much. He only said that it was Neo Potion's order. When Cleopatra and Yi Yaorao returned and saw Yi Qinghan sitting cross-legged outside the fire pavilion, they looked at him in surprise and confusion. In their minds, Yi Qinghuang would definitely die for provoking beast frenzy. Now that beast frenzy had not returned and Yi Qinghan was sitting there peacefully, they began to speculate. Cleopatra even tried to sound him out using telepathy. However, Yi Qinghan was not in the mood to deal with her. He casually said a few words and stopped transmitting telepathy. "Humph. Uncle Padian, I haven't had enough fun yet. Why did you randomly issue a summon?" After a while, a sweet female voice came from outside the passage, startling Yi Qinghan. He looked over and saw a group of 1,000 people flying in from outside the passage. What made Yi Qinghan's jaw drop was that half of the 1,000 people had no hair on their bodies. Their heads were bald, and even their eyebrows and beards were gone. Moreover, their faces were scorched black, as if they had been scorched by fire. At the very front was a very cute girl wearing a pink robe. She had 2 small demon horns on her head, just like Neo Potion's. The girl's facial features were very exquisite, like a fairy that had walked out of the forest. Her skin was rosy and white, like a honey peach. At this moment, the girl was pouting and looking around. 10 divine champions were following behind her in a row. "Greetings, Miss Firework." When Cleopatra and the others saw this girl, their faces all tensed up and they respectfully saluted. Seeing this, Yi Qinghan quickly stood up and bowed as well. He understood that the miss that Neopodian and the 10 divine champions were talking about was probably this super cute girl. Humph. The girl coldly snorted. She glanced at the warriors standing at the door of the firework pavilion, and the 2 small pink horns on her head suddenly lit up. Then, her 2 big watery eyes suddenly shot out 2 white rays of light, shooting at the warriors like lightning. Ah! The warriors were hit by the white light and their bodies stiffened and began to tremble. There was a faint flash of electricity on the surface of their bodies. Then, their hair, eyebrows, and clothes suddenly began to emit green smoke, and their skin began to turn black. Finally, after trembling for a moment, they fell straight to the ground. Damn, what is this? Law of thunder and lightning. Yi Qinghan was secretly shocked. He quickly followed the crowd and quietly dodged to the side. He also understood why almost half of the 1,000 people who had just returned had their hair and beards burned off. It seemed that this girl had electrocuted them. Seeing that everyone present was angry but did not dare to speak, Yi Qinghan finally understood why the firework tribe had 4 hegemons. Other than Shou Kuang, there was another hegemon, and it seemed to be this rude and unreasonable girl. However, this law of thunder and lightning was too strong. It was so fast, and the way it attacked was so strange that it was impossible to defend against it. Swish! At this time, there was a sound of something flying through the air outside the valley. Neopodian flew in with a gloomy expression. When he saw the warriors lying on the ground, his expression turned even worse. He scolded Nyohuahua, "Huahua, you are still making trouble. You are almost 15, why are you still so insensible?" Dead, Shou Kuang and the hundreds of warriors are all dead. The firework tribe is finished. Everyone, go pack up and prepare to teleport to Dancing Phoenix City. The tribe is lost. Boo-hoo! When Nyohuahua saw that Neopodian was actually scolding her, her big, watery eyes suddenly became misty, and tears were about to fall. However, when she heard Neopotian's words and saw his incomparably gloomy expression, she was frightened. She stared at Neopodian with her big eyes and pouted her little mouth, not saying another word. What? My lord! What happened? As soon as Neopotian's words fell, everyone's expression changed. Shou Kuang's team had 4 peak stage heavenly gods, but they were all wiped out. What happened? The 10 divine generals hurriedly rushed over and began to inquire about it. Don't ask too much. Everyone, go and prepare. Teleport to Dancing Phoenix City with me in 2 hours. I hope my guess is wrong, otherwise, sigh. Neopodian shook his head with a complicated expression, turned around, and entered the firework pavilion. Everyone in the tribe looked at each other in dismay. They had not earned enough points and had not obtained the Divine World Badge, so they could not travel to the Divine World alone. They could only follow Neopodian and go with the flow. 2 hours later, everyone gathered in the firework tribe. Neopodian took the lead and left through the teleportation formation in the front yard of the firework pavilion. Then, the 10 god generals divided the more than 2,000 people into 10 teams and began the teleportation. So many god generals. This Dancing Phoenix City is so majestic. With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan found himself in an extremely large plaza. The people from the firework tribe who had just teleported over were all gathered at one side. Beside them were hundreds of god generals dressed in red armor and holding black spears. These god generals had cold expressions on their faces as they surrounded everyone and stared at them coldly. What are you all standing there for? All of you, stand over there and wait for the city lord's arrangements. While everyone was still looking around, a god general at the side snorted coldly. A chill enveloped everyone, and they hurriedly flashed towards Neopotion's side. Then, they stood there silently, waiting for the unknown arrangements. Bullsh *T. Yi Qinghan cursed in his heart. He hated this kind of situation where he could not control his own fate the most. The sudden change in the firework tribe had forced them to come to Dancing Phoenix City. He hoped that there would not be any complications. After a while, all the people in the tribe had teleported. More than 2,000 people stood in the plaza for half a day before a messenger finally arrived. The city lord has ordered that there are too many people in Dancing Phoenix City. We cannot accommodate so many people in the firework tribe. All of you are to teleport to the Valley of Vile Spirits. Only those who have completed the mission can live in Dancing Phoenix City. Valley of Vile Spirits. What kind of place was that? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, but Neopodian and the 10 divine generals' faces suddenly turned pale, without a single trace of blood. Plop. All of them knelt on one knee and kowtowed to the messenger. Neopodian said anxiously, "Sir, all of them will die if they go to the Valley of Vile Spirits. Please have mercy and spare their lives." Humph. The emissary looked at the crowd in disdain and sneered, "Are you mistaken? I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about all of you. Listen up, all of the firework tribe are to teleport to the Valley of Vile Spirits. Leave immediately." Indeed. Yi Qinghan's heart skipped a beat. He instantly understood. Someone was targeting the firework tribe, and all the people in the tribe had been implicated. However, with so many experts present, it was not appropriate for him to send a telepathic message to Elder Lu. What kind of place was the Valley of Vile Spirits? Neopodian actually said that all of them would die if they went there. Chapter 497. All of them. Neopodian immediately understood. He exchanged glances with the 10 godly generals, and their expressions turned extremely ugly. An indescribable look flashed across Neohuahua's eyes. Then, she blinked her big, watery eyes and looked at Neopodian in confusion. "What are you waiting for? Everyone, teleport away." The red-robed messenger looked coldly at the godly general beside the teleportation formation and shouted in a deep voice. The godly general quickly cupped his hands and waved the black spear in his hand at the crowd. He said coldly, "Everyone, enter the third teleportation formation. Now." As soon as the godly general spoke, all the godly generals in the vicinity of the Dancing Phoenix City gathered their divine power and pointed their spears at the people of the firework tribe. It looked like they were going to attack at any moment. "Let's go." Neopotion's lips curled into a bitter smile. He turned to the crowd and shouted. He knew very well that if they didn't leave, everyone would be killed mercilessly. No one dared to make a sound or resist. Everyone silently walked into the third teleportation formation. The huge teleportation formation lit up with a red light. The thousands of people on the teleportation formation disappeared from the Dancing Phoenix City. This is the Valley of Evil Spirits. It feels so desolate. With a flash of white light, Yi Qinghan felt as though he had arrived in ancient times. This was a desert, an extremely desolate and ancient desert. There were no trees, no grass, nothing at all. There was only an endless desert and yellow sand. The cold and gloomy wind blew unscrupulously. The sandstorm reduced everyone's visibility to only a kilometer. At this moment, everyone felt a chill that came from the bottom of their hearts. This feeling came inexplicably, but it was incomparably real. Swoosh! Countless air-piercing sounds could be heard. In the sandstorm, a group of people in black armor flew over. They all held black spears and were dressed exactly like the people of the Dancing Phoenix City. The people in black armor flew over quickly and stood in the air in front of everyone. The person at the front had a pair of dark red eyes. He glanced at the crowd coldly but didn't say much. He only said coldly, "Everyone, line up and move forward. Follow us, those who run away. Kill without mercy. This person's aura is so terrifying. He's at least a god king." Yi Qinghan glanced at the pair of dark red eyes and felt like he was looking at a bottomless abyss. His consciousness was involuntarily sucked in. He didn't dare to look anymore and lowered his head as he followed the crowd forward. The more they walked, the more apprehensive they became. The more they walked, the stronger the sandstorm became, and the lower their visibility became. They could only see a few hundred meters ahead. They were all god-rank martial artists, yet they could only see a few hundred meters in this strange place. Moreover, when Yi Qinghan spread out his spiritual sense, he found that his spiritual sense was also suppressed. He could only sense a few hundred meters away. If a group of powerful enemies suddenly appeared, they wouldn't be able to escape. This was not important. What was important was that along the way, there were faintly discernible white bones in the yellow sand on the ground. How many people died here? There were skeletons everywhere. There were human skeletons, beast skeletons, and many skeletons that looked like both humans and beasts. White, black, and all sorts of strange shapes. It was as if this was the 9 hells of purgatory. Neopatian was very quiet, and so were the 10 god generals. Even Nyohuahua seemed to feel the strange and oppressive aura here. She was also very quiet along the way. After walking for an hour, the group of people in black armor stopped flying. Instead, they landed on the ground at the same time. Their god power surged, and they looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Their speed was also much slower. The people of the firework tribe sensed the change in them and started to secretly circulate their god power. They took out their weapons to prevent any accidents. Everyone advanced for more than 2 hours in apprehension, but nothing unexpected happened. When they could vaguely see an extremely large ancient castle in front of them, the people in black armor all heaved a sigh of relief. They put away their weapons and flew into the air again. "Who is it?" Multiple black figures quickly flew out of the ancient castle and shouted in a deep voice. The person in black armor with dark red eyes replied, "Deputy Commander. It's me, Xiao Yi. I've brought the people back. Open the protective shield and let them in." The person in the air waved his hand. He ignored them and flew down. "Everyone, listen up. Don't wander around or make a ruckus in Blue Dragon Castle. Don't blame me if you anger the lords and die." The man with dark red eyes who called himself Xiao Yi turned his head and instructed the people of the firework tribe. He took the lead and walked in. The castle was very big, but it was very simple. It was a large courtyard built with yellow stones. Along the way, he saw many people sitting in the courtyard. Some of these people were drinking, some were sitting foolishly looking at the sky, some were chatting, some were cultivating, and some were laughing and shaking their buttocks. They were singing strange songs. There were even many men and women who were having sex in the courtyard, completely forgetting themselves and fighting with all their might. The people next to them were minding their own business, as if they didn't see anything. However, Yi Qinghan saw one kind of expression on their faces. Death aura. Yes, it was death aura. The kind of decadence that came from not having any expectations for life, the kind of depression that came from not being interested in anything around him, coupled with the strange oppressive desolation of this place, made Yi Qinghan feel as if doomsday was coming. "Your number is Team 88. You are not allowed to leave this courtyard without orders. Anyone who disobeys will be killed." Xiao Yi brought everyone to a dilapidated courtyard. Then, he glanced at everyone and finally looked at Neopatian. He continued coldly, "You are the captain of this team and are responsible for managing this team. Are you familiar with the rules of the baleful stream?" "Yes, sir." Neopatian nodded with an extremely bitter expression. After hearing this, Xiao Yi didn't want to say anything more. He turned around and left with his people. Whoosh! As soon as the man in black armor left, everyone in the courtyard started to make a ruckus. No one dared to speak under the cold aura of the man in black armor. They were afraid that they would be killed if they weren't careful. Of course, they had to ask what had happened now. Everyone looked at Neopodian and the 10 god generals. The worry on their faces was very obvious. I'm sorry. I've caused trouble for everyone. However, what surprised everyone was that Neopodian didn't say anything. Niu Haohua, who was next to him, suddenly knelt on the ground. Her beautiful face didn't have its usual arrogance and haughtiness. Instead, she seemed to have become a different person. She became a sensible, obedient, and weak young girl. It was easy to change a person's expression and behavior, but it was difficult to change one's temperament. Niu Haohua seemed to have become a completely different person from when she was in the firework tribe. This looked very awkward and strange, and no one could accept it for a while. Young mistress. This isn't your fault. Neopodian shook his head. He looked at the young girl kneeling on the ground. A trace of pain and anger flashed in his eyes. 2 drops of tears fell from his eyes. Then, his aura suddenly became violent. His eyes turned red. He suddenly turned to look at one of the god generals beside him and laughed coldly. Why? Why must you be so ruthless? Young mistress doesn't even want to fight anymore. Why must your master force her into a dead end? Why? What did you say, sir? The god general looked panicked. He blinked his eyes and asked in confusion. Suddenly, his body trembled. His face became extremely pale. Blood began to flow from the corner of his mouth. He turned his head and looked behind him with difficulty. Behind him, Neopodian coldly pulled out the sword that he had stabbed into the god general's back. His expression was icy. We knew you were a traitor 10 years ago. Sir said that he wouldn't kill you in the tribe. Now, you can die. Ha! Now that you've come to the Valley of Evil Spirits, you can't escape death. Young master. I've completed my mission. The god general's expression instantly became extremely sinister. As soon as he finished speaking, his body went limp. Then, a yellow divine crystal floated out automatically. Chapter 498. The sudden turn of events in the courtyard shocked everyone. There was complete silence, and everyone's eyes began to flicker as they began to ponder. F***ck. Yi Qinghan cursed angrily. Elder Lu and he had guessed correctly. Everything was clear now. Someone wanted to kill Niu Haohua, but they probably had some misgivings and did not dare to do it openly. Instead, they were manipulating everything from the shadows. The few thousand people of the firework tribe and him had been innocently embroiled in this dispute and had been buried with her. Niu Haohua had probably been putting on a facade all these years, pretending to be a heartless, playful, and unreasonable tyrant. However, the mastermind had not let her off, so she and Neopodian had decided to stop pretending. This Valley of Evil Spirits was obviously a place of death, and the chances of getting out were pitifully low. Who knew how many people in this courtyard would survive in the end? Neopodian grabbed the divine crystal in the air and a green flame appeared in his hand, melting the divine crystal into a pile of green liquid. At the same time, he burned the corpses on the ground to ashes. Only then did he regain his composure. He turned to look at everyone guiltily and said, I'm sorry. I've implicated everyone. If everyone has a chance to get back, I will compensate you with 10 million god stones each. Divine General Podian. Miss Haohua. There's no point in saying all this now. If we can't get out, what's the point of giving us 10 billion god stones? Why don't you explain to us what kind of place this is? How do we get back? 10 million god stones. God stones could compensate for everything. Yi Qinghan sighed slightly and tried his best to suppress the rage in his heart. He tried to make his tone as calm as possible. Elder Lu did not want to spread rumors. He had to get hold of all the information in this place as soon as possible so that he could think of a way to escape. Yi Qinghan's question brought everyone back to their senses. Indeed. What secrets and stories did Niu Huohua have to hide? What did it have to do with them? All they had to do was familiarize themselves with this place and think of a way to get back. Let me explain. Niu Patian was just about to say something when Niu Yanhua stood up from the side. Her expression became calm again, and her large, limpid eyes shone with the light of wisdom. Her every movement was like a strategist, and everyone couldn't help but sigh again. The arrogant and unreasonable little princess, the pure and cute little lowly, the delicate and pitiful girl, the cunning and intelligent female military counselor, which side was her true self? Everyone should have heard of 9 Hells Purgatory, right? Actually, the 9 Hells Purgatory was just a general term. It was divided into 2 parts. One was the 9 Hells Nether Realm, and the other was the 9 Hells Demon Realm. If a person's soul didn't dissipate after death, it would automatically be absorbed into the Netherworld Realm. The Netherworld Demonic Realm was originally the God Prison of the God Realm, and anyone who violated the iron laws of the God Realm would be imprisoned there. The Divine World had a long history and a large population. Every year, countless people were imprisoned in the Divine Penitentiary. There was no one to manage the Divine Penitentiary, and there was killing every day. Over time, a vicious energy was born inside, and the people inside were all demonized by this vicious energy, becoming fiends. Thus, the Divine Penitentiary became the 9 Hells Demon Realm. Niu Yanhua paused for a moment and then continued, "A million years ago, a peerless genius appeared in the 9 Hells Demon Realm. His cultivation reached the heavens, and he used his powerful forces and extraordinary methods to unify the 9 Hells Demon Realm. Then, he started to organize fiends to constantly attack the Divine World, and opened 5 transportation passages. Every once in a while, he would organize large groups of experts to attack the Divine World. Every time he attacked the Divine World, a large number of experts would die in battle or be demonized. They would also use the weak areas of the Divine World space to constantly send experts to launch sneak attacks, attempting to demonize all the martial practitioners of the Divine World, and turn them into the next 9 Hells Demon Realm. And these weak areas of space were collectively called by the Divine World, Baleful Een Stream. Whoosh! The moment Niu Yanhua's words fell, the courtyard instantly boiled like water. Even some of the cultivators' bodies began to tremble slightly, and everyone's expressions became extremely ugly. Everyone had more or less heard of the 9 Hells Demon Realm, fiends. That was the name that represented death. It was rumored that fiends were invincible, and as long as one was invaded by the fiend's aura, one would become a fiend and fall into the 9 Hells Purgatory for eternity. They would lose their own thoughts, and become a walking corpse. This was even scarier than death. Screw the second master. Yi Qinghan clenched his fists tightly, and blue veins popped up on his face. He wasn't worried about his own safety. With the Carefree Pavilion, he could take the risk and hide in the Carefree Pavilion. But, what about the Fire Dragon Continent? He had never been afraid of death. But the billions of people in the Fire Dragon Continent were waiting for his rescue. He could hide in the Carefree Pavilion with Yi Qingyu and the others for the rest of his life, and survive the calamity safely. But if he were to watch the Fire Dragon Continent be destroyed, watch the Yi family, the 5 major clans, and the House of Aries, and watch everyone die like this, could he live a leisurely life with a clear conscience? He would rather not have such a life. Miss Firework, tell us about our mission. How can we leave this damned place? After a while, Yi Qinghan's loud voice suppressed the clamor of the crowd. Countless people fell silent and looked at Niu Firework, waiting for her to reveal the final answer. This time, Niu Patian took over and explained, basically, every valley of Ian spirits is guarded by the official army. However, these official army soldiers are only responsible for preventing demons from leaving the Valley of Ian spirits and protecting the ancient Blue Dragon Castle. The original godly penitentiary became the realm of demons, so the realm of the gods turned the Valley of Ian spirits into a place of exile for those who violate the Iron Law. Firework Tribe was destroyed, and you didn't receive the Realm of the Gods badge, so you aren't protected by the Iron Law of the Realm of the Gods. Dancing Phoenix City has the right to let you complete special missions to obtain badges and become citizens of the Realm of the Gods. However, this mission is basically impossible to complete. Because according to the strength of our team, we must obtain 1,000 points to leave the Valley of Ian spirits. One demon is only worth 1 point, the Devil King is only worth 10 points, and an Asura is worth 100 points. Even the weakest demon is stronger than any peak heavenly god. A Devil King is comparable to a high-ranked divine general, but an Asura will definitely be annihilated. Moreover, once you're invaded by the demonic energy, you'll instantly demonize and become a walking corpse. Swoosh! Everyone gasped in unison. Even Yi Yao Rao, who had always been cold, couldn't help but pale. This was a dead end, one that was almost impossible to solve. No wonder there were so many white bones along the way. No wonder everyone in the castle was filled with the aura of death. This place was a land of death that couldn't be escaped. Don't be too desperate, everyone. My lightning energy can guarantee that you won't be demonized. Uncle Podian and I will do our best to ensure everyone's safety. If we go out to fight, just take care of yourselves. As for the points, we'll figure something out. I believe that we can lead everyone out of this place of death. Neo Fireworks' perfect face was filled with determination. Her eyes burned with the desire to fight. However, her impassioned words couldn't disguise the paleness of everyone's faces. Yi Qing Han stared blankly at Neo Fireworks' determined face. His emotions were very complicated. Everyone here was a peak figure from the various material planes. How could they not understand the current situation? There were 10 divine generals, and the strongest among them, Neopodian, was only at the 3rd level of the divine general realm. They might not even be able to protect themselves against a Devil King, let alone kill one, let alone an Asura. Just as Yi Qing Han was pondering, he heard a voice transmission. Yi Qing Han's face instantly turned paler than Yi Yao's skin. The voice transmission came from Elder Lu, and he sounded very urgent. Sending a voice transmission like this was also very risky. It seemed like Elder Lu didn't have much to worry about. Little Han, I have something very unfortunate to tell you. The space where you are now is very unstable. If you take the risk and open the doors of Carefree Pavilion, it's very likely that the passageway will become chaotic and Carefree Pavilion will be destroyed. So, if you want to leave successfully, you have to complete the mission. There's no other way. Dead end. Yi Qing Han's eyes narrowed into slits. However, his expression became extremely calm. This time, he was completely at his wits' end. He couldn't be reborn from the flames. He would die in the flames. Chapter 499. Within the ancient Blue Dragon Castle, the courtyard where the Firework Tribe resided was silent. Everyone fell silent after understanding the situation. They each chose a place to cultivate, rest, or let their imaginations run wild. There was no doubt that this place was a place of death. However, many people were still fantasizing and hoping to find a way out. Many people began to cultivate so that they could better survive in the coming days. Only by surviving would they have a chance. Of course, there were also some people who used cultivation to stop thinking too much. For example, Yi Qing Han. As someone who had lived 2 lives, coupled with the hardships he had gone through in the Fire Dragon continent, Yi Qing Han's state of mind had become unusually mature. However, this sudden situation was still a little difficult for him to accept. He could no longer enter the unfettered pavilion, which he relied on the most. His life was no longer guaranteed. In other words, he was already in a hopeless situation and was about to die. He was not afraid of death. It was just that he had never thought that he might die because of the existence of the unfettered pavilion all these years. Now that he was suddenly in such a predicament, no matter how strong his state of mind was, it would be difficult for him to accept it. Therefore, he chose to cultivate. He wanted to cultivate the divine power that he currently lacked the most and force himself to stop thinking about it. Elder Lu did not send any more messages. There were divine kings here, and perhaps even more powerful beings. If he exposed the unfettered ring, he might be assassinated before the demons could kill him. Elder Lu's understanding of the baleful Yin stream was about the same as Neo Potion's. Therefore, he chose to remain silent. Uncle Padian, it's been hard on you all these years. Let me take care of everything from now on. In a large room in the backyard, Neo Padian and Neo Huohua sat on a stone table. There were two divine generals standing guard outside. Neo Huohua looked at Neo Padian apologetically. However, there was no depression in her watery eyes. Instead, they were filled with a strong desire to fight. Miss, Padian is useless. If the great elder was still alive, he would definitely not have let you be in such a dangerous situation. Now, sigh. Neo Padian sighed helplessly. His expression and words revealed a tinge of self-blame and bitterness. Since when was a disciple of the Thunder Clan afraid of danger? Since cousin wants me dead, then I won't die. Since he is afraid that I will fight for it, then I will fight for it. Uncle Padian, there is no need to worry. How can a small baleful Yin stream stop the advancement of the most talented disciple of the Thunder Clan? Neo Haiyan smiled faintly. Her confident and determined voice echoed in the room. She was like a sleeping phoenix that was slowly raising her proud head. Yes, young lady's lightning energy has already been cultivated to the third stage. Ordinary demons can no longer harm young lady. Even if they encountered the Demon King, they would still be able to put up a fight. However, after a few rounds of fighting, it was unknown how many of the 2,000 people in the tribe would survive. Sigh. Neo Potion's eyes were filled with excitement, but when he thought of the people in the tribe, his expression darkened again. But Neo Hua waved her small hand and said, "There's no point in thinking too much about these things. Since it happened, what we have to think about isn't regret, but how to remedy it. We can only try our best to protect them. Life and death are decreed by fate. Since you chose to come to the God realm, you must be prepared to die. 88th team, gather. We will leave the castle in an hour to carry out the demon hunting mission." 10 days later, a cold voice startled everyone in the courtyard. After this voice rang once, it went silent. After that, Neo Potion's voice rang out in the front yard. "Everyone, gather in the front yard and go out to hunt demons. If you are still in the courtyard after an hour, you will be killed by the army of the ancient castle. Gather quickly." Neo Potion's words were even more threatening than the previous voice transmission. As soon as he finished speaking, countless people rushed out of the rooms in the courtyard. All of them were armed and gathered in the front yard. Yi Qinghan also woke up from his cultivation. Without thinking too much, he picked up the slaughter god blade and walked to the front yard. "Everyone, listen up. Once we leave the ancient castle, all of you must listen to young Lady Haiyan's orders. Anyone who disobeys will be killed. If you don't listen to her orders, it will be very easy for our team to be wiped out." Neo Padian shouted in a deep voice, causing everyone's heart to tighten. After that, Neo Padian continued to explain, "Every demon hunt in the stream of Yin spirits will last for half a month. Within this half a month, we cannot return to the ancient castle. There is a possibility of encountering demons everywhere outside. If half of the Moon Queen does not die, she can return to the Blue Dragon ancient castle to rest for another half a month. Your mission is to protect yourselves outside. Of course, it will be even better if you can help us in battle. Niu Haiyan was not wearing her pink robe today. Instead, she was wearing an exquisite black battle armor. Her snow-white skin and perfect facial features were set off by the black battle armor, making her look even more beautiful. She held a cyan phoenix wood staff in her hand. She didn't say much and her face was calm. She waved the wooden staff and shouted, "Let's go." Niu Haiyan took the lead and walked out. Niu Padian and the 9 god generals followed behind her. Everyone in the tribe walked out silently. There was not a single person in the countless courtyards outside. Most likely, they had already left the castle to hunt for demons. On the way, they met a few teams that were returning from outside. These people were very excited, as if they had survived a disaster. However, when they looked at the people of the firework tribe, it was as if they were looking at a group of dead people. Only when they glanced at Niu Haiyan, enchanting Queen Glamorous, and the other beauties did they reveal a slight pity. The team did not stop and walked directly to the main gate of the ancient castle. Rows of official army soldiers in black armor stood at the gate. The one leading them was the divine King Shui. In half a month, the ancient castle's protective shield will be opened again. Now, all of you, go out and hunt demons. All the official army soldiers looked very indifferent. Divine King Shui said indifferently and waved his hand. The protective shield flashed and he looked at everyone coldly, gesturing for them to go out. The inside and outside of the ancient castle were like 2 different worlds. The whistling sandstorm blinded everyone's eyes and chilled their hearts. Everyone walked out of the ancient castle and looked at the sandstorm in a daze. They were very perturbed. Don't just stand there. Move forward quickly. We can't stand still in the baleful Yin stream. We have to keep moving. Otherwise, our aura will attract a large number of demons and we will die. Divine General Niu Padian, bring 5 people to the back to hold the line. Let's go. Niu Haiyan's delicate voice sounded. Then, she took the lead and ran forward. Her speed was neither fast nor slow. It was obvious that she was taking care of everyone's speed. The large group of people began to travel in the yellow sand aimlessly. Yi Qinghan walked at the front of the team. He held the slaughter god's saber tightly in his hand and was ready to activate his absolute domain. If he continued to hide his strength in this place, he would probably die at any time. As he ran, he began to quietly move behind Niu Haiyan. Since Niu Padian had chosen to hand over the command to this first-stage divine general realm girl, and he did not seem to be worried about her safety, he led his men to hold the line at the back. This could only mean one thing: this girl was the strongest person in the team. Staying behind the strongest person was the best guarantee of safety. Everyone, stop advancing. Prepare for battle. Niu Haiyan, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped. Divine power surged from her body, and the phoenix wood staff in her hand lit up. The 2 demon horns on her head emitted 2 rays of holy light. A white light beam shot out from the phoenix wood staff and shot forward at lightning speed. The demons are here. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes. He circulated his divine power and looked into the distance. Chapter 500. In the blurry yellow sandstorm in front of them, there was a faint trace of black mist that was flying towards them along with the sandstorm. The black mist was still 1,000 meters away from everyone, but an evil, cold, and uncomfortable aura had already enveloped everyone present. Under the shroud of this aura, everyone felt a chill in their souls, and they couldn't summon the slightest desire to fight. They felt like a flock of lambs enveloped by a pack of ferocious and tyrannical aura of a pack of wolves, unable to even move. Swish! Niu Padian and the 9 god generals had already rushed to Niu Huihua's side when Niu Huihua shot out a white light beam. Their divine power surged at the same time, and the weapons in their hands shone brightly. They all spat out dozens of meters of colorful attack waves towards the black mist in front of them. The energy attacks of the god generals were extremely powerful. These attack waves contained terrifying energy, and even Yi Qinghan, who was 100 meters behind them, felt extremely pressured. One beam of light and 10 attack waves directly entered the black mist. The black mist, which was flying at high speed, suddenly slowed down. The black mist, which was originally 100 meters in radius, also shrunk by a third. This is a devil. Everyone, don't panic. Everyone, attack the black mist in front of you indiscriminately. You just have to remember, don't let the black mist get close. That is the aura of a devil. Once you are enveloped by it, you will instantly turn into a devil. Attack! Niu Huihua's black battle armor emitted a gentle black light that enveloped everyone. This light instantly made the chill in everyone's heart disappear. Everyone was shocked and overjoyed. They started to circulate the divine power in their bodies, forming all kinds of energy attack waves that flooded the black mist. It was obvious that everyone's attacks were like mud flowing into the sea. They didn't have much of an effect. Only a few peak stage heavenly god experts' attacks could shake the black mist. Yi Yao Rao and Cleopatra's attacks were the most obvious. Niu Huihua, Niu Patian, and the 9 god generals' attacks were able to slow down the black mist every time. The black mist visibly shrank, and the effect was the most obvious. Yi Qinghan's slaughter god saber slashed forward, spitting out a half-moon-shaped saber light. Together with everyone's attacks, it entered the black fog and disappeared without a trace, just like mud falling into the sea. However, what made Yi Qinghan slightly surprised was that every time he attacked, the slaughter god blade would emit a faint black light, just like when it was killing demonic beasts in the firework tribe. When Yi Qinghan released his divine sense to sense the slaughter god blade, he didn't feel any air being sucked in. This made Yi Qinghan extremely puzzled. After a few rounds of attacks, the black fog gradually dissipated, revealing a completely black figure in the yellow sand. The figure was more than 10 meters tall, and its entire body was covered in black scales, including its face and head. The scales expanded and contracted as it breathed in and out black mist. Its 2 eyes were the strangest. They had no pupils and were blood red in color. The 2 black curved horns on its head were also emitting black mist. SS. After being attacked by everyone, the demon was almost defenseless. It tried to charge forward a few times but was hit by Niu Huihua and the 10 god generals' attacks, causing its body to fall back in the air. It opened its mouth angrily, revealing a row of green teeth as it let out a weird cry. This demon's defense is actually so strong. Niu Huihua and Niu Potion's energy attacks were only sent flying and didn't cause any damage. Didn't they say that this demon only has the strength of a peak heavenly god? Yi Qinghan continued to shoot out a crescent-shaped blade light, which hit the demon's scales. However, it didn't seem to have any effect, and he started to feel strange. It's about time. Everyone stop attacking. Niu Huihua and Niu Patian looked at each other and nodded at the same time. Niu Huihua then raised his hand and signaled for everyone to stop attacking. Niu Patian stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. The white spear in his hand shone with divine light as it shot towards the demon. In the sky, the spear swayed and transformed into hundreds of spear shadows that pierced towards the demon's body. Wherever the spear shadows passed, the space trembled, and even the yellow sand in the air turned into dust. The spear shadows that filled the sky finally condensed into one, and the white spear's spearhead had already sunk into the demon's head between the 2 curved horns. Niu Patian reached out and pulled back the spear. Then, he turned around elegantly and flew towards everyone without a care. Tsk tisk. Under everyone's surprised gazes, the demon seemed to have been eroded. Starting from the head, it gradually turned into black dust. Finally, its entire body turned into black sand and was blown away by the wind. However, the 2 long curved horns weren't eroded and fell to the ground. A god general picked them up and gave them to Niu Huihua to put away. This was probably the token for killing the demon in exchange for points. Don't just stand there. In order to demonstrate how to kill the demon, we have already wasted a lot of time. I reckon that it won't be long before the demons swarm over here. Everyone, advance to the left with all your might. Niu Huihua's cold voice snapped everyone out of their daze. Everyone hurriedly followed Niu Huihua and sprinted to the left at full speed. In order to kill the demon, you must first use an energy attack to disperse the demonic aura around its body. If the demonic aura doesn't disperse, we will be instantly demonized even if we are attacked. Then, just like what Divine General Padian did just now, attack the area between the two horns on its head. This is the demon's fatal spot. Attacking anywhere else will be completely ineffective and won't cause any damage. Niu Huihua began to explain to everyone as she sprinted. Yi Qinghan finally understood that Niu Huihua and Niu Padian hadn't used their full strength just now. Instead, they had been demonstrating how to kill the demon. We've encountered a demon. All of you must first guard your hearts and not be affected by his aura. You must remember to keep your distance. Niu Yanhua's petite body was nimbly running in front as she was explained to everyone as she walked. At this moment, no one thought of her as a frail little girl anymore. She had already replaced Niu Padian in everyone's hearts with her extraordinary battle prowess, her calm demeanor, and her calm commentary. She had become the leader of the team in everyone's hearts. 2 hours later, everyone encountered another demon. This time, Niu Huihua and Niu Padian didn't hold back. The white beam of light shooting from the phoenix wood staff was clearly thicker than before. Everyone had only unleashed one round of attacks, but the demonic aura had already been completely dispersed by Niu Padian and the others. Niu Padian attacked again and easily killed the demon. Ha! It seems so easy. Yi Qinghan thought to himself. If they kept killing demons like this, wouldn't they be able to earn 1,000 points easily? Furthermore, it didn't seem too dangerous. Yi Qinghan wasn't the only one who thought this way. Most of the team probably thought the same way. Their muscles relaxed slightly, and their expressions gradually calmed down. However, everyone's calmness didn't last long. Following Niu Huihua's angry roar, everyone tensed up again. Niu Huihua, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped. Then, her expression became incomparably gloomy. Her beautiful eyes were filled with panic. Niu Potion's expression also changed drastically. All the godly generals' divine power surged at this moment, as if they were facing a great enemy. Everyone, gather around me. There's a group of demons surrounding us. Once there's a chance, run for your lives. If you're lucky enough to escape, then gather 300 miles to the east. Remember, if any of your companions are demonized, kill them immediately. Otherwise, everyone will die. Chapter 501. We're surrounded. Everyone in the group was stunned, and then they were all horrified. One demon wasn't scary. With Niu Yaohua and the others around, they were absolutely safe. But if it was a group of demons, could they suppress them? If they couldn't suppress the demons, they would be demonized. That was death. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they collectively charged toward Niu Haohua and Niu Padian. The two strongest experts on the battlefield had become the only two life-saving straws at this moment. When they were surrounded by the black fog, everyone felt as if they could smell the scent of death, and they looked around in fear. Yi Qinghan didn't look around, but kept staring at Niu Yaohua. He saw that although her pretty face was incomparably solemn, she didn't seem to be panicking. Instead, her eyes shone with confidence. He felt slightly relieved. Among the thousands of people present, the only ones who could fight against the demon were Niu Huatian and the other 11 divine generals. If they couldn't handle it, then everyone would die. There was no exception. Hiss! There was black fog in all directions, and the sky was gradually shrouded by the black fog. The light in the field slowly dimmed, and the evil aura seemed to freeze everyone's bones. No one dared to breathe, or it could be said that they couldn't breathe at all. They felt their hearts beating faster and faster. In the end, many people were in a trance. Guard your heart and attack indiscriminately from any direction. 10 Divine Generals, attack. Niu Yaohua's black armor shone with a gentle light at the critical moment. Her soft voice was like a hammer pounding on everyone's heart, waking them up instantly. Then, the phoenix-wood staff in her hand began to emit beams of light. The speed and intensity were much greater than before. Neopodian and the 9 divine generals each chose a direction to attack. A few people who reacted quickly also began to shoot energy attack waves in all directions. This demon aura is so terrifying. It's not even close, but it's already intimidating people. If it wasn't for Niu Yaohua and the others, perhaps many people here would have been enveloped by the demonic aura unknowingly and become demonized. Yi Qinghan brandished a crescent-shaped blade radiance, but he felt extremely sullen. That's right, he felt aggrieved. He had already comprehended the laws to the God-General realm, but he did not have the time to cultivate his God power, so he was still at the second level of the heavenly God realm. Demons were shrouded in demonic aura, and soul chaos could not spread so far. Moreover, he did not know if soul chaos had any effect on demons. In other words, even if it could make a demon's soul dizzy for a while, who would dare to rush in and kill a demon instantly? The combat skills he relied on the most were completely useless in the face of demons who were surrounded by demonic aura. This was like a bladesman with exquisite saber techniques going up against a malicious spirit. No matter how good his saber techniques were, he would not be able to harm the malicious spirit at all. When a tiger bites a tortoise, how could he not feel aggrieved? Yi Qinghan was not the only one who thought this way. Many people present had the same thought. The strength of a peak heavenly god was not scary. With so many people here, even if there were 100 peak heavenly gods, the crowd believed that they could easily kill them. But for this demon, ordinary people with low strength couldn't hurt him at all. The combat strength that they were so proud of had completely lost its effect. This situation where they could only take a beating without being able to fight back made everyone very uncomfortable. In front of the demon, they were like defenseless scholars. This feeling was very aggrieving and powerless. However, they still kept releasing energy attacks, hoping to be of some help or to vent the dissatisfaction in their hearts. Aside from the god generals, the only people in the team whose attacks had an obvious effect were the 7 peak heavenly gods. Among them, Cleopatra, Yi Yaorao, and the golden dragon were the strongest. Yi Yaorao's sword radiance contained cold qi. Every time she released it, it would cause the black mist to freeze for a moment and shrink visibly. Under the powerful attacks of Niu Yaohua and the 10 god generals, the black mist did not continue to spread. Instead, it began to weaken. Everyone could vaguely see the yellow sand in the distance through the thin black mist. However, the expressions of Niu Yaohua and the others did not relax. Instead, they became even more serious. The combat power in the field was scattered, so the power of the attacks decreased. This meant that it would take more time to completely disperse a demon's aura. The longer he stayed in one place, the more demons he would attract. At that time, he would be surrounded, and it would be even more impossible for him to escape. After a while, Niu Yaohua made a decision. They could not wait any longer. Before these demons were killed, more demons would come. Everyone, get ready to break through. Remember what I said. Thunder Fury. Go. As Niu Yaohua spoke, her body began to rise into the air, and the 2 small demon horns on her head lit up with dazzling light. Then, 2 white beams of light as thick as arms suddenly shot out. These beams of light soared into the sky, penetrated the black fog in the space, and condensed into 2 white balls of light in the air. The two balls of light collided, and countless bolts of lightning shot out in all directions. Wherever the lightning passed, the black fog automatically dissipated, and countless small safe passages formed in the black fog in all directions. Whoosh! The moment the lightning descended, Niu Haohua and the 10 god generals rushed to the left at a frightening speed. In the blink of an eye, they were already 100 meters away. Everyone hurriedly circulated their divine power and followed. However, everyone was rushing in that direction. The safe passageway created by the white lightning was so small. How could it allow so many people to escape together? Feeling the black mist spreading again, the temporary safe passageway created by the lightning would completely disappear soon. Countless people began to turn around and rush to the small passageways in all directions. Yi Qinghan rushed to the front, but he was too slow. Niu Padian and the others could no longer be seen. They had probably passed through the black mist and escaped into the distance. Yi Qinghan circulated his divine power at full force and madly followed the white lightning that had yet to completely dissipate. Bang! Yi Qinghan suddenly felt a sense of danger, but before he could react, his body was suddenly swept by a huge force, and he was forced to fly to the side. Yi Qinghan's eyes turned cold as he looked over angrily. He saw a golden dragon and a few divine beasts flying in front of him at high speed. It was obvious that Yi Qinghan's speed was too slow and blocked their escape route. The golden dragon slapped Yi Qinghan and sent him flying. Run! Yi Qinghan looked at the black mist that was spreading to his left. He didn't have time to curse. Running for his life was the most important thing. Every minute and second was extremely precious. The passageway was slowly shrinking. Soon, it would be completely covered by the black mist again. When that time came, it would be a dead end. Ah! Someone is being demonized. Help! Who can save me? Suddenly, countless screams and cries for help came from all directions. Obviously, those martial artists with low divine power and slow speed were being killed or demonized in time. Run! 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 At this moment, Yi Qinghan's eyes were bloodshot, and the blood in his body was boiling. Under the threat of death, all the muscles in his body were trembling. The white divine power in the divine crystal surged out, causing his speed to increase slightly. Chapter 502. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. At this moment, Yi Qinghan looked at the yellow sand in front of him. It was so cute. He was like a traveler in the desert who suddenly saw an oasis. SS. In the next second, that patch of yellow was covered by a tall black shadow. Yi Qinghan recognized this person. It was a third-stage heaven god in the team. He was Cleopatra's subordinate. The strange thing was, this martial artist did not run away. Instead, he screamed excitedly and pounced towards Yi Qinghan. Although his speed was fast, his body was obviously stiff. There were traces of black fog coming out of his body. Most importantly, his eyes were bloodshot. A demonized martial artist. Scram for this young lord. At the critical moment when Yi Qinghan was about to escape, he was suddenly blocked. He immediately roared in anger. His body lit up with a demonic purple light. The slaughter god blade in his hand cut through the sky. With his boundless anger, it slashed towards that figure and landed directly on that tall martial artist's left shoulder. The chaotic soul did not seem to have any effect on this martial artist. This martial artist's body did not stop moving at all. This was out of Yi Qinghan's expectations. However, what surprised him even more was that, the slaughter god blade suddenly lit up with a faint black light. The moment the blade touched the demonized martial artist, the black light flashed, and something strange happened. The black fog on the demonic cultivator's body surged towards the slaughter god blade in a frenzy. However, the demonic cultivator was still in a daze. both of his hands were still in the position of brandishing the blade. It was as if he had been petrified. After that, the spot where his left shoulder and the slaughter god's saber came into contact with each other, just like the demon who was hit by Neopatian for the first time. It started to corrode, and at a speed visible to the naked eye, his entire body turned into black dust. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into thin air. This, Yi Qinghan looked at the slaughter god blade in his hand in a daze. He did not understand what was happening. In the next second, he hurriedly snapped out of his daze. He looked at the black fog that was about to close up the tunnel in front of him. He could not care less about the shock and confusion in his heart. Run, run. After escaping from the area shrouded by the black fog, Yi Qinghan quickly glanced around and found that the black fog on his left and right were constantly spreading towards him. After the black fog behind him had completely shrouded the tunnel, it also quickly spread towards him. He didn't have much time to think about it. He continued to circulate his divinity and flew forward. Ah! Hiss, hiss, occasionally, the miserable cries of cultivators and the strange cries of evil demons and demonized cultivators rang out like a death knell. Yi Qinghan knew very well that in this short period of time, at least half of the more than 2,000 people in the team had died or been demonized. Moreover, this number was constantly increasing. Perhaps in the next second, he would also become a part of this number. The only thing worth rejoicing over was that this group of demons were attacking the martial artists in the encirclement and did not pursue the few martial artists that had escaped. He still had a chance to escape. Someone came out. As Yi Qinghan ran madly, he heard an ear-piercing sound coming from behind him. He turned around and saw Yi Yaorao leading a dozen women charging towards him. Clearly, Yi Yaorao had slowed down a lot in order to take care of the people behind her. Apart from Yi Yaorao, the rest of the women all had ugly expressions on their faces. They must have been frightened earlier. This group of people was at least in the third heaven god realm. Their speed was slightly faster than Yi Qinghan's. After a short while, they had already surpassed him. They did not even look at him as they continued charging forward. Yi Qinghan followed behind the dozen women and kept moving forward. After more than 10 seconds, they had already left Yi Qinghan far behind, disappearing into the whistling cold wind and yellow sand. The visibility here was too low and he had no sense of direction at all. Yi Qinghan could only cover his head and continue running. Ha! Why are they back? After a short while, a dozen figures appeared 1,000 meters ahead. It was Yi Yaorao and the others who had left and returned. They were running back the way they came in a panic. Then, they suddenly turned around and ran to the left. Yi Qinghan pondered for a moment and turned around as well. He followed them and ran to the left. As he ran, he looked in the direction they came from with his vertical eye. As expected, there was a hint of black in the yellow sand in that direction. It seemed like new demons had appeared in that direction. There was a blockade in front and pursuers behind. At this moment, Yi Qinghan wished he had 4 legs. His speed was too slow. The longer he stayed in this place, the more dangerous it would be. At the same time, he started praying in his heart that no more demons would appear in this direction. Otherwise, with his speed, if he turned back, he would definitely be surrounded again. Niu Huahua and the others had already disappeared without a trace. If he were to be surrounded again, he would definitely die. Hiss, hiss. Ah! However, after a short while, a strange cry and a woman's terrified cry appeared in front of him. This made Yi Qinghan's heart sink to the bottom of the sea. More demons appeared in front of him. If it really was a demon, then he would definitely be dead. Why are you panicking? They are demons. Their attacks are not scary. Just send them flying. Remember. Don't get entangled with them. Also, don't let them get close to you. If you get scratched by them, the demonic aura in their bodies will invade your bodies. You will immediately be demonized. Follow me in charge. A cold but pleasant voice could be heard. It was Yi Qinghan's voice. However, it made Yi Qinghan's eyes light up. Demons. Demonized martial artists. When he thought about the demonized martial artist who was instantly turned into dust by the slaughter god blade, Yi Qinghan felt a glimmer of hope. If the demons in front of him could also be killed by the slaughter god blade in an instant, then he would have a high chance of escaping. Charge, charge, charge! Yi Qinghan hurriedly ran forward. After more than 10 seconds, he could vaguely see countless squirming figures in front of him. With one look, he sucked in a breath of cold air. How many demonized martial artists were there? In front of him was a dense horde of zombie-like demons. At a glance, all he could see was a sea of blood-red eyes. These demonized martial artists' bodies were all very stiff. However, their speed was extremely fast. Black gas revolved around their bodies as they surrounded Yi Qinghan and the others. However, after these martial artists were demonized, they didn't seem to have the same martial techniques as before. They could only instinctively brandish their weapons or use their jet-black hands to charge blindly at Yi Qinghan and the others. At this moment, Yi Yaorao and more than 10 people formed an arrow formation. Their hands and bodies emitted waves of energy attacks, knocking away groups of demons that pounced at them. However, there were too many demons. Their speed was also very fast. Furthermore, demons kept jumping up and pouncing at them from the sky. Their speed of advancement became very slow. Big sister, you should leave alone. If this drags on, you will be dragged to death by us. Yi Qinghan's attack was very powerful. Her silver sword spat out a sword light that was more than 10 meters long. With just a casual sweep, the demons in front of her were all sent flying. Furthermore, all the demons that were swept by her had a layer of ice forming on their bodies. Their speed was obviously much slower. However, the attacks of the martial artists behind them were obviously much weaker. Often, when the demons were sent flying, the demons behind them would pounce at them again. If it wasn't for Yi Qinghan's help, they wouldn't have been able to advance at all. They could only deal with the demons that kept pouncing at them. In the end, they would die of exhaustion. Don't talk nonsense. If there is no other choice, I will leave. Follow me in charge. Yi Qinghan's cold face revealed a trace of bitterness. How long had it been since they left the castle? Out of her 100 subordinates, only the dozen behind her were left. As for these dozen people and herself, would they die in the next second? Or would they turn into these zombie-like demons in front of them? She quickly swung her sword and sent the 2 devil cultivator flying. However, she suddenly saw a shocking scene on her left. Her cold eyes suddenly revealed a trace of surprise and joy. The dozen or so women noticed Yi Yaorao's strange expression and looked over as well. However, they could no longer tear their eyes away from her. Even the demon cultivators beside them had forgotten to attack. Their pretty faces all revealed a look of wild joy. This person is so powerful. He's from our tribe. I know him. He's coming over to us. He's here to save us. Looking at the dozen people who were overly excited, Yi Qinghan's eyes flashed with joy. The silver sword in her hand shot out a few sword lights in all directions, sending the demons that were pouncing at her flying. Then, she shouted coldly, "What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Do you all want to die?" After waking up her subordinates, Yi Qinghan looked to the left again. This time, a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes. She snorted coldly and said, "He's obviously an expert, but he's pretending to be a second-tier heavenly god. He's pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. This man isn't any good either. Humph. None of the men are good." In the group of demons on the left, a cultivator in green clothes was holding a strange black long saber in his hand. He was drifting toward her with ease. The ferocious and terrifying demon dwellers in the surroundings were as if they were made of mud. As long as they were swept by his black long saber, they would all turn into powder. He was like an invincible god of war, walking easily in the midst of an army of 10,000. It was Yi Qinghan. Miss Yi Qinghan, I'm Yi Qinghan. I want to cooperate with you. Yi Qinghan was like a sharp arrow. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived near Yi Qinghan and the others. His gentle smile made them feel even more friendly. Chapter 503. Cooperate. Yi Qianrao looked at the seemingly harmless and amiable man in front of her. She became even more wary of him. Although the attacks of these demons were not strong, their defenses were very strong. Their recovery speed was very fast. Usually, after a stab, the wound would have already healed by the time you pulled it out. Furthermore, they did not have a soul and did not know pain. It was as if they had an immortal body. Unless you were a very strong martial artist, you would be able to turn the demons into dust in an instant and not give them a chance to recover. Just like Yi Qinghan. Yi Qianrao thought that since Yi Qinghan could kill the demons so easily, he was definitely a very strong martial artist. Furthermore, he was so strong that it was unimaginable. Coupled with the fact that Shou Kuang and a few hundred of his men had been annihilated in the firework tribe, Yi Qinghan had returned unscathed. Yi Qinghan was even more certain of this. Such a strong martial artist had disguised himself as a newbie, a second-stage heaven god. Unless there was something wrong with his brain, he must have some special motive. Furthermore, he had come over to ask to cooperate with her. If he was not pitying them, he must have some other motive. However, Yi Qianrao was very clear that the longer they stayed in this place, not only would the people behind her die, but she might also perish. After pondering for a moment, she tried to make her expression not as cold as before. She sent the demons beside her flying and said respectfully, I do not dare to cooperate with you. However, I am extremely grateful that you are willing to take pity on us and help us to break out of this encirclement. Kiki, Yi Qinghan looked at Yi Qianrao's sparkling eyes and the dozen or so women who were extremely respectful and worshipping him. He knew that they must have thought that he was a strong martial artist. Originally, he was still thinking of how to explain this so that he could hide the changes in the slaughter god blade. Now, it was even better. Without saying anything else, he waved the slaughter god blade around and led the way. At the same time, he shouted, Yi Qianrao, go to the defense array at the back. Everyone, follow me. With the addition of Yi Qinghan, the pressure on the small team lessened. Their speed of advancement increased by many folds. Everywhere the slaughter god's saber passed, the demons turned into dust. The dozen or so women didn't even need to attack. They only needed to follow Yi Qinghan and run forward. With Yi Yaorao protecting the rear, Yi Qinghan only needed to rush forward. This way, their speed was much faster. Yi Qinghan came to help them, of course, not because he was attracted by their beauty, nor was it because he was compassionate. Yi Yaorao's law of ice was extremely effective against the aura of the evil demons, second only to divine generals. Of course, Yi Qinghan knew that he wasn't an expert. He just wanted to travel with the Night Enchantress. If they encountered demons, with the Night Enchantress at the front, his chances of survival would be much higher. The dozen or so people were like a sharp sword, piercing through the demon-dweller army that stretched as far as the eye could see. A large army of demons suddenly appeared here, but fortunately, there were no demons, otherwise they would not have been able to escape. A.O. In the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the group had already advanced a few thousand meters. At this time, a shout from the right caught Yi Qinghan's attention. There seemed to be a martial artist in front of them trapped in the demon-dweller army. Although it was a little far away and he couldn't see clearly, Yi Qinghan could recognize the martial artist just by hearing the voice. It was the four-clawed golden dragon. This way. Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes slightly. He thought about how the golden dragon had slapped him when he was breaking out of the encirclement, which had almost killed him. A cold smile appeared on his face, and a fervent killing intent suddenly surged in his heart. The dozen or so women behind him thought that Yi Qinghan was going to rescue people again. They looked at Yi Qinghan with even more respect and admiration. As expected. In the front left, a golden dragon and 3 mythological beasts were fighting with the demons. The golden dragon spewed out golden dragon's breath, sending the demons in front of him flying. At this moment, his thick dragon tail was also releasing golden airflow, constantly swinging and attacking the demons behind him. The 3 mythological beasts beside him were also very fierce. The demons at the side couldn't even get close to them. However, mythological beasts were not like human martial artists. Their attacking methods were much worse. Moreover, they were more dependent on their innate magical powers and bodies. They weren't used to using weapons. Therefore, although their combat strength was fierce, it wasn't very effective against the demons. Their advancing speed was very slow. Moreover, the space in the baleful Yin stream was very unstable. The pressure in the air was very strong. The speed of flying in the air was much slower than running on the ground. The speed of mythological beasts running on the ground was far slower than flying. Therefore, the baleful Yin stream was the most hated place for mythological beasts that hadn't taken human form. The golden dragon and the 3 mythological beasts sensed something strange behind them. When they turned their heads and saw Yi Qinghan and a group of women rushing towards them, especially when they saw Yi Qinghan waving his long saber and turning the demons into dust, they were overjoyed. They knew Yi Qinghan. Of course, they were even more familiar with Yi Qinghan. When they were breaking out of the encirclement just now, the golden dragon had struck many low-level martial artists in the way. At that time, Yi Qinghan had his back to them. Therefore, they didn't recognize him at all. At this moment, they still thought that Yi Qinghan was here to save them. "My lord, please save us. We are willing to follow you and obey your orders." Although the golden dragon was very puzzled as to why Yi Qinghan's strength had suddenly increased to such a level, he didn't think much about it. At this moment, he was trapped in the demon's army. He didn't even know if he could keep his life. He didn't have time to think so much. Hee. I am here to save all of you. When Yi Qinghan heard this, the smile on his face deepened. He quickly killed the few demons beside him and suddenly increased his speed. He leaped high into the air and used the slaughter god blade to kill the few demons above the golden dragon and the others. Only then did he land in front of them. "Thank you, my lord." The golden dragon and the 3 mythological beasts thanked him immediately. They heaved a sigh of relief. "There's no need to thank me." Yi Qinghan suddenly turned his head and grinned. However, his eyes were filled with killing intent. Suddenly, his body lit up with a purple light, and the slaughter god blade slid backward at lightning speed. 4 blade shadows appeared and slashed at the golden dragon and the 3 mythological beasts. Buzz! The golden dragon was only at the peak of the heaven god realm. When he was suddenly attacked, his soul spirit was in chaos. Without a doubt, he fainted, let alone the other 3 mythological beasts. However, what shocked Yi Qinghan the most was that when the slaughter god blade slashed at the golden dragon, a black light flashed, and the golden dragon's soul spirit was absorbed. Originally, Yi Qinghan wanted to smash the golden dragon's divine crystal. However, there was no need for that now. Similarly, when the slaughter god blade slashed at the 3 mythological beasts, their souls were absorbed. A purple light flashed, and the slaughter god blade slashed across the 4 mythological beasts' heads. The golden dragon and the 3 mythological beasts were instantly killed. 4 divine crystals and 4 interspatial rings automatically fell off and floated in the air. "Ah! My lord, what are you doing?" The dozen women who had rushed over were stunned. They thought that Yi Qing Han was here to save them. After all, the Golden Dragon and the others were also from the Fireworks tribe and were considered to be on their side. They did not expect that they would be killed by Yi Qing Han in the blink of an eye. At this moment, the way they looked at Yi Qing Han suddenly changed from respect to awe and even fear. This little man is indeed not a good person. A trace of disgust and worry flashed across Yi Qinrao's eyes. She was even more wary of him now. Although the Golden Dragon and the others didn't have the restriction of being able to take human form, the chances of them dying in this place were extremely high. It was fine if Yi Qing Han did not come to save them. He could have let them die by themselves. However, he still wanted to end their lives prematurely. They were already about to die, but he still came over to kill them. They have a grudge against me. Let's go. Yi Qing Han grabbed the 4 divine crystals and interspatial rings in the air. Without explaining much, he took the lead and rushed forward. As he charged forward quickly, he began to ponder to himself. There was something wrong with the Slaughter God Blade. In the Fire Dragon continent, the Slaughter God Blade had been stained with blood and killed many people. However, it had never absorbed souls before. After coming to the divine world, the Slaughter God Blade first started to absorb the souls of demonic beasts. After that, it started to absorb the black aura emitted by the demonic humans. But now, it started to absorb the souls of martial artists. Most importantly, Yi Qing Han felt that as the Slaughter God Blade mutated, his thoughts were also affected. His thoughts were also indirectly affected. Although the Golden Dragon had slapped him when he broke out of the encirclement, according to his usual personality, he would never suddenly kill him. Even if he wanted to kill him, he would not do it under such circumstances. However, just now, his mind was filled with killing intent. His mind was filled with thoughts of killing the 4 divine beasts. Even now, the killing intent in his heart had not completely subsided. The Slaughter God Blade had become stronger, and it was affecting his state of mind. Yi Qing Han quickly thought through everything. The Slaughter God Saber had become extremely powerful, ridiculously powerful. How perverted was it to be able to absorb a martial artist's soul? God-tier martial artists had 2 basic things, soul and divine crystals. If the soul dissipated or the divine crystal shattered, the martial artist would be finished. Now, as long as the Slaughter God Blade hit a martial artist's body, it would automatically absorb the martial artist's soul and kill him instantly. How perverted was this ability? For example, if a God the Arch was injured by Yi Qing Han's sneak attack and his soul was absorbed by the Slaughter God Blade, that God the Arch would also die instantly. This thing was simply too heaven-defying. Of course, Yi Qing Han did not know what the upper limit of the Slaughter God Blade's ability to absorb a martial artist's soul was. However, if a peak heavenly god could easily absorb a martial artist's soul, it would definitely not be a problem for a god general. This meant that, as long as the Slaughter God Blade's sneak attacked, a god general could be killed instantly. While Yi Qing Han was overjoyed, he started to worry. In fact, he even had the thought of throwing the Slaughter God Blade away. This thing could actually affect his state of mind. He was very afraid that if he continued to use the Slaughter God Blade, would he become even more bloodthirsty. In other words, in the end, he would be completely demonized and become a madman who only knew how to kill. A moment later, Yi Qing Han made a decision in his heart. The Slaughter God Blade's perverted ability must not be exposed. If it was exposed, he would definitely die. Furthermore, he had to use it sparingly. Before he understood why the Slaughter God Blade could affect his state of mind, before he found a way to suppress the bloodlust in his heart, this blade was a double-edged sword. It might even kill him in the end. Chapter 504. Charge, charge, charge. Yi Qing Han brought more than 10 women with him as he ran. The visibility in this place was too low, and no one knew what was in front of them. They didn't know if there was an even greater danger waiting for them, so they could only go with the flow and temporarily leave this place. Yi Yao Rao and the other female martial artists had witnessed Yi Qinghan's terrifying battle prowess and his lightning-fast methods of instantly killing Golden Dragon and the others. In their hearts, Yi Qinghan had completely become a temperamental, abnormal powerhouse. Yi Qinghan did not say anything, so they did not dare to say anything else. They followed Yi Qinghan and sprinted forward. An hour later, they had successfully passed through the demon army. They continued to run at full speed for a while before they managed to shake off the demons completely. Yi Qinghan. Yi Qinghan turned his head to look behind him and suddenly called out, scaring the dozen women. "My lord, what are your orders?" Yi Qinghan's heart tightened. If Yi Qinghan could instantly kill Jin Long, then it would be easy for him to kill her as well. She immediately responded respectfully. "Scout ahead." Yi Qinghan knew that it was impossible to change their impression of him in a short period of time. He did not stand on ceremony and gave the order. "Yes, my lord." Yi Qinghan cursed in her heart. However, she did not dare to show it on her face. She shot forward obediently. She thought that a powerful cultivator like Yi Qinghan would have a much stronger divine sense than her. Yet, he still wanted her to scout ahead. He had already exposed his strength earlier, yet his movement speed was still as fast as that of a second-level celestial god. She had already secretly labeled Yi Qinghan as the kind of person who was psychologically perverted and liked to show off. Of course, Yi Qinghan was not pretending. His current speed had already reached his limit. However, forget the peak heaven god Yi Qinghan, even the 12th third-layer heaven god women could not match his speed. Seeing how fast Yi Qinghan was moving, the 12 women naturally did not dare to speed up. They could only deliberately slow down and run behind him. Fortunately, they did not encounter any demons or demon folk for a day and a night after they escaped from the Acquiescence army. It seemed like he was lucky enough to break out of the encirclement. However, after walking for a day and a night, they did not encounter anyone from the Fireworks tribe. This made Yi Qinghan extremely worried. It didn't matter if the others died, but if Niu Huatian and the 10 god generals died as well, then he would have no one to rely on in baleful Yin Stream. Although Niu Yaohua and the others weren't big trees, they were the only life-saving straw in their hands. However, this godforsaken place was filled with sandstorms and the visibility was only 1,000 meters. Everyone was not familiar with the terrain of the shady Fiend Stream, or rather, completely unfamiliar. They couldn't even find the rendezvous point that Niu Yaohua had mentioned, let alone the location of the castle. "Sir, which way should we go now?" Every time they walked a certain distance, Yi Qingrao would turn around and ask Yi Qinghan which direction they should go. Although she hated Yi Qinghan very much, she did not doubt his strength at all. Hence, she started to get used to following Yi Qinghan's instructions. During this day and night, under Yi Qinghan's instructions, they did not encounter any demons or demon folk. She thought that Yi Qinghan had already used his powerful divine sense to scout out the area ahead. This way." Yi Qinghan glanced to his left and right before pointing in a random direction. The group started to move forward. However, this time, Yi Qinghan's luck ran out. After walking for a few kilometers, Yi Qingrao suddenly stopped in a panic. She turned around to look at Yi Qinghan but found that he did not say anything. After a moment's hesitation, she took a few more steps forward. However, she still felt a little uneasy and asked with uncertainty, "Sir, should we continue?" "What's wrong? What's the situation up ahead?" Yi Qinghan's abnormal behavior made Yi Qinghan a little wary and asked. Yi Qingrao glanced at Yi Qinghan angrily, as if she was blaming him for asking the obvious. "Sir, there is a black fog ahead. Based on the size of the black fog, it is most likely a demon. Should we continue forward?" She believed that since Yi Qinghan was so powerful, his divine sense must be extremely powerful as well. He must have already investigated the situation clearly. However, he did not say anything just now. She thought that he wanted to kill this demon for points. Based on Yi Qinghan's performance the day before, she believed that it would be very easy for Yi Qinghan to kill a demon. Hence, when she saw that Yi Qinghan did not say anything, she did not dare to turn around and run. However, she still reminded him with some worry. Demon. You stupid woman. Why didn't you say so earlier? Run. When Yi Qinghan heard this, his expression changed and he turned to run. What a joke. That was not a demon, but a demon. Without Niu Huahua and the others, with Yi Qingrao's strength, she would definitely not be able to disperse the black fog. If she did not run, she would definitely die. Seeing Yi Qinghan turn around and run in panic, Yi Qingrao and the 12 women were dumbfounded. However, since Yi Qinghan had run, how could they not run? They hurriedly followed Yi Qinghan and ran like crazy. However, in their hearts, they believed that Yi Qinghan was a psychopath. He clearly had great strength, but he was pretending. Yi Qinghan, bring me away. I'm too slow. Yi Qinghan quickly caught up to him and began to suppress his speed. Yi Qinghan's eyes darted around a few times. He hurriedly turned around and said to Yi Qinghan, "What's that?" "There's a problem with my strength. My divine sense, divine power, and speed are all suppressed to the second layer of the heaven god realm. I have no problem dealing with martial artists and demons, but my attacks are useless against demons. So, you understand, right?" "What?" When Yi Qinghan heard this, she suddenly had the urge to curse. Her expression became even colder. Why didn't you say such an important thing earlier? Fortunately, she had asked for instructions earlier. Otherwise, if they had rushed over just like that, everyone would be finished. Without any hesitation, she stretched out a slender jade-like hand, wanting to grab Yi Qinghan's clothes and take him away. However, when she thought of Yi Qinghan's freakish strength, such an impolite action would definitely anger him. Finally, she stomped her foot and her expression changed a few times. Then, she grabbed Yi Qinghan's hand and ran away. As expected of an ice beauty. This hand is icy cold, but it's so smooth and comfortable to the touch. As Yi Qinghan held Yi Qinghan's hand, he felt as if he was holding a piece of cold jade. Although it was a little cold, it was very comfortable to the touch. It was very smooth. However, he was very curious. Was this woman's entire body like this? If her lower body was also like this, that would be awesome. Awesome! After fantasizing for a moment, he suddenly got a shock. In such a dangerous situation, he actually had such perverted thoughts. It seemed like the slaughter god blade had not only made him bloodthirsty, but it had also made him lewd. This blade seemed to be a demonic blade. Or perhaps the person who created this blade was a bloodthirsty and perverted person who could use the slaughter god blade to trick the user unknowingly. Chapter 505. After understanding that Yi Qinghan's divine sense was not as strong as hers, Yi Qinghan did not ask for his permission. She immediately pulled him along and started running. With Yi Qinghan's help, Yi Qinghan's speed started to increase significantly. He was basically on par with a third-layer sky god. However, the speed of the demon behind them was clearly a little faster than a third-layer sky god. When the group sensed the black fog getting closer and closer, and that cold and sinister aura starting to envelop them, they started to panic. Yi Qinghan, go and stop them. Your law of ice is very effective against the demon's aura. Moreover, you are very fast. When they come after us later, send 2 of you to bring me away. Yi Qinghan knew that it would not work if they continued like this. If the demon got any closer, that sinister aura would cause them to slow down even more. Yi Qinghan hurriedly let go of that slippery hand with some reluctance. Then, she turned around and sprinted towards the 12 women beside her. All right. My lord, please protect my sisters. Yi Qinghan nodded. She had also noticed this problem. She stopped and started to gather her divine power. Meanwhile, Yi Qinghan and the 12 women started sprinting forward. Swish! A silver snake-like sword chi with cold air shot towards the sword in Yi Qinghan's hand. It disappeared into the demon's aura behind them. The black fog clearly slowed down. Yi Qinghan used this time to escape at full speed. When the demon caught up to them, she shot out another sword chi to slow him down. After a few rounds of this, Yi Qinghan and the rest were already more than 10,000 meters away. When she felt that it was about time, Yi Qinghan released an even bigger sword chi. Without any hesitation, she charged towards Yi Qinghan and the rest. However, when she caught up to them, she saw a scene that almost made her go berserk. She saw her two sisters, Bing Yu and Bing Shui, hugging Yi Qinghan with one arm each. It was as if they were hugging him as they ran. Yi Qinghan stretched out his hands and put them on the shoulders of Bing Shui and Bing Yu with a face full of enjoyment. He moved his head close to their ears and breathed in their fragrance with his eyes closed. Occasionally, he would stretch his hands out and touch Bing Shui and Bing Yu's two towering peaks. He looked like an old whoremaster hugging two prostitutes from a brothel. It was obvious that Bing Shui and Bing Yu had been harassed by Yi Qinghan for a long time. Their cold faces were flushed with embarrassment. Their cold faces were flushed and full of embarrassment after being harassed by Yi Qinghan for a long time. Without Yi Yao Rao, they did not have a backbone. Yi Qinghan was so powerful that they obviously did not dare to voice their anger. Sir, you can release them now. Yi Yao Rao tried her best to suppress the anger in her heart. Her voice was cold and emotionless. She could not control the coldness that was leaking out of her body. The coldness immediately woke up Yi Qinghan. Ha! I'm ashamed. Thank you for your help. Yi Qinghan quickly retracted his hands and rubbed his nose. In his heart, he felt ashamed. It seemed like the slaughter god Blade's influence had caused the evil thoughts in his heart to grow stronger. Looking at Bing Yu and Bing Shui running away like frightened rabbits, he despised himself even more. Madam, may I know your name? Yi Yao Rao nodded at Bing Shui and Bing Yu to comfort them. Yi Qinghan. We have the same last name. You don't have to call me Lord, just call me by my name. Yi Qinghan followed the crowd and turned to look at Yi Yao Rao. Sir Yi Qinghan, I would like to make a suggestion. If you do not agree, I will take my sisters and leave with you. Of course, if you are not satisfied, you can kill us. Although Yi Yao Rao's words were respectful, her tone was still cold. She was prepared to make a request to Yi Qinghan. In other words, she was prepared to cooperate fairly. She did not want to listen to Yi Qinghan's orders. Yi Qinghan was very strong and could guarantee their safety. His movement speed was very slow and his attacks were useless against demons. He had to rely on himself. Therefore, she felt that she had the right to make a request to Yi Qinghan. She wanted them to cooperate temporarily. Although Yi Qinghan had their lives in his hands, if they were not equal, she would rather die than live in dishonor. Especially when she saw Yi Qinghan taking advantage of Bing Yu and Bing Shui. Yi Yao Rao, I wanted to cooperate with you from the start. Go ahead. Yi Qinghan smiled awkwardly and said in embarrassment. That's good. Sir Yi, before you meet up with Miss Fireworks and Sir Podian, we can cooperate temporarily. Let's announce that we will help each other to defend against enemies. You are the leader, so we will listen to your orders. However, please respect us women. Don't suggest or do things that we are not willing to do. What do you think? Yi Yao Rao saw that Yi Qinghan's attitude was very good, so her tone became slightly more tactful. Of course. Actually, due to some special reasons, my mood has changed a little recently. Sometimes, I can't help but do things that go against my will. For example, if you notice it, please inform me at the first moment. I solemnly apologize to you for my violation of these two beauties just now. This was not my original intention. Please believe me. Believe you, as if. Yi Qinghan's honesty and sincere apology did not make Yi Yao Rao or the 12 women trust him at all. When did a man make a mistake? Didn't he swear that he had been blinded by lard for a while and that he would not commit the same mistake again? Special reasons. Changes in mood. Who are you trying to fool? You're clearly a pervert, but you still want to wipe your mouth and pretend to be righteous. You're a whore, and you still want to maintain your chastity. However, although no one believed Yi Qinghan's words, his humble attitude made everyone's disgust for him lessen a little. All right. Let me formally introduce myself. Yi Yao Rao, human, peak heavenly god, cultivator of the law of ice. Yi Yao Rao let out a sigh of relief. She did not expect that Yi Qinghan would be so easy to talk to. Under normal circumstances, powerful people would have a natural sense of arrogance. They would never negotiate with someone who was not at the same level as them. Yi Qinghan, human. Temporary second-level heavenly god, but if I sneak attack, I can instantly kill a low-level heavenly general. Normal strength can instantly kill any peak heavenly god. But attacks are useless against devils. Yi Qinghan's introduction made Yi Yao Rao and the others suck in a cold breath. This person was too terrifying. His attack power was too strong. He could actually instantly kill a heavenly general. Although it was a sneak attack, a heavenly general and a heavenly god were not on the same level. A heavenly general could easily instantly kill a peak heavenly god. Moreover, his second-level heavenly god divine power could instantly kill any peak heavenly god. This alone was enough to shock everyone. It seemed like he was indeed a powerhouse. Moreover, he was at least a high-level heavenly general, or a god-king powerhouse. Due to some special reasons, his strength was suppressed. Chapter 506. Next, the 12 women introduced their names and their strength. Since they had formed a team, they had to know each other's strength and situation. In the following battles, they would work together better, and everyone would have a better chance of survival. The team began to wander in the yellow sand. What made everyone curious was that in the next 2 days, the team did not encounter a single demon or demon, nor did they encounter a single warrior. On the third day, the team encountered another small group of demons. Yi Qinghan attacked domineeringly, and easily killed all the demons. Then, they continued to wander. After that, the team encountered another demon. Following the previous strategy, Yi Qinghan intercepted them. Bing Yu and Bing Shui, who were the fastest, began to carry Yi Qinghan away. However, Yi Qinghan's body rubbed against the two women's bodies, and under the temptation of their fragrance, the evil thoughts in his heart began to stir again. His hands and body began to involuntarily move towards the two women. Bing Yu and Bing Shui could not bear the harassment, and in the end, they could not help but cautiously warn him. When Yi Qinghan heard the voices of the two, he began to sober up and hurriedly apologized. However, after walking for a while, his hands began to misbehave. As for Bing Yu and Bing Shui, after observing, when they discovered that Yi Qinghan was misbehaving, their eyes became slightly blurred. After speaking, their eyes regained clarity, and their expressions were not fake. Coupled with Yi Qinghan's strange strength, the two women somewhat believed Yi Qinghan's words. However, Yi Qinghan did not believe it at all. In her heart, she still felt that Yi Qinghan was pretending. She even suspected that Yi Qinghan's strength was also a disguise. Deep down, she always believed that there was no good man, and men who knew how to pretend were even worse. Everyone, stop. Yi Qinghan, who was running at high speed, suddenly stopped, and her expression became incomparably solemn. Then, she suddenly retreated, returning to the group's side. She also unsheathed the silver sword in her hand, and turned to Yi Qinghan and said, "There are 5 warriors in front of us, their strength unknown. However, their speed is very fast, and the weakest is a peak heavenly god." Yi Qinghan was also slightly stunned. His eyes narrowed as he quickly took out the slaughter god blade from his back. At the very least, a peak heavenly god. If that was the case, then his team's speed would definitely be faster than theirs. He could only wait and see. Shio! Not long after, the sound of something tearing through the air resounded, and 5 black shadows rushed over. Obviously, they had discovered them, and were rushing straight for them. "Wow, big brother, there are more than 10 beautiful girls. Ah, I like this cold one. The strongest is only a peak heavenly god. When did such a group of martial artists come to the Yin Fiend stream? Oh. Oh right, it's the team that came in not long ago, right?" Before they could even see who it was, a few arrogant voices rang out. Yi Qinghan's divine sense secretly swept over and saw 5 tall and sturdy giants. All of them were more than 2 meters tall and had explosive muscles all over their bodies. All of them were bald and had a full beard on their chin. They looked like a group of bandits. "What should we do? Lord Yi." Yi Qianrao's divine sense was stronger than Yi Qinghan's. She immediately detected the strength of these people and heard their blatant desire to possess them. Her face turned ugly as she quickly tugged on Yi Qinghan's robe and transmitted a message to him. Bing Yu and the rest looked at Yi Qinghan anxiously. At this moment, only Yi Qinghan could save them. "Don't move and don't make a sound. I will deal with them. Remember, if they want to attack, you have to cooperate with me." Yi Qinghan narrowed his eyes as he tightened his grip on the blade in his hand. "Who is the team leader? Get out here." One of the 5 people in the middle spoke. This person had a pair of triangular eyes, and one look was enough to tell that he was a ruthless person. His tone was also very impolite. Yi Qinghan checked and realized that he could not tell the strength of the triangular eyes person in the middle. He estimated that he was at least a stage 1 god general. The rest were all peak heavenly gods. It seemed like these were the demon hunting teams from the Blue Dragon ancient castle. Yi Qinghan heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He turned the slaughter god blade around and held it with both hands. He cupped his hands and said respectfully, "I am the team leader. May I know what instructions you have for me?" "You are the team leader." The triangular eyes man was slightly surprised. This person's strength was the lowest among them, but he was the team leader. This made him slightly wary. "Yes, these are my cheap wives. My father is a god king. Back then, he bought me more than 10 concubines. They are all my sex slaves." Yi Qinghan did not even look at Yi Qianrao and the rest behind him as he spouted nonsense. His expression was extremely flattering, and his face was full of smiles. He looked like a weakling. "Humph. So you are still a dog sh*t young master." The triangular-eyed man slightly relaxed his vigilance and began to size up the woman behind Yi Qinghan. Then, a lewd smile appeared on his face as he pointed at Yi Qinghan. "You can scram now, but leave your woman behind." The moment the triangular eyes man said that, Yi Qianrao and the rest's expressions changed. This person's strength was definitely at the god general realm. If Yi Qinghan did not care, they would definitely die. Furthermore, they would die in the most humiliating way of being raped and killed. "My lord, this won't do." When Yi Qinghan heard that, he immediately put on a bitter expression. When he saw the 5 of them hearing his words, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He was so scared that his body started to tremble. He waved his hands and said in fear, "My lord, look at my strength. Without their protection, I will definitely die. Why don't my lord bring me along? I will let you play with them." My father has already placed a soul contract on them. They will not resist no matter what I ask them to do. Is that so? When they heard Yi Qinghan's words, the 5 of them calmed down. They looked at each other and smiled lewdly. However, a vicious glint flashed across their eyes. One of them laughed. You're quite smart, kid. You can tell that my big brother is a god general. It will be very safe for you to follow us. Fine. Let your women come over and give us a good time. Then you can follow us from now on. This is good, this is good. Thank you, my lords. When Yi Qinghan heard this, his face lit up with joy. He quickly bowed and nodded to the 5 and cupped his hands in thanks. Then, he turned to Yi Qianrao and the rest and said coldly, "What are you standing around for? Hurry up and serve my lords." When Yi Qianrao and the rest saw Yi Qinghan's expression, they became extremely indignant. However, they did not resist. They twisted their waists and threw away the weapons in their hands as they walked towards the 5 of them shyly and indignantly. "Ha, my lords, my name is Yi Qinghan. Let me introduce to you. Do you see that woman? She is from the cat lady race. Her body is soft and boneless. She is the most suitable for playing with old tree roots. I guarantee that you will not taste meat for 3 years. This is a fox lady." Yi Qinghan had a wretched smile on his face as he walked in front of the 5 of them. He even held the slaughter god blade under his armpit. At the same time, he glared at Yi Qianrao and the rest and shouted angrily, "What's with your expressions? Smile at my lords. Also, why are you standing there like idiots? Take off your clothes." Chapter 507. Ha, not bad. Not bad. Yi Qinghan's performance caused the 5 of them to let down their guard. They did not care about a second-stage heaven god like Yi Qinghan at all. However, they could not be blamed for this. The strongest person present was a peak-stage heaven god. That god general could easily kill her with a flip of his hand. This was especially so for Yi Yaorao and the others. They began to slowly take off their white clothes, revealing their snow-white skin. Their eyes were filled with intoxication and thirst, and their lower bodies were visibly swollen. This was the moment. Yi Qinghan suddenly narrowed his eyes. A cold light flashed across his eyes as his lips curled into a sinister smile. He activated his shadow step at high speed and his body lit up with a bewitching purple light. The slaughter god blade turned into a bolt of lightning and created a whirlwind as it slashed towards the triangular-eyed expert in the middle. Chi! The wind rose and the blade fell. As expected, the slaughter god blade landed heavily on the triangular-eyed expert's head. Moreover, as they were so close to each other, his soul spirit was affected a little. He only had time to move his head slightly to the side and raise the weapon in his hand. The slaughter god blade had already landed on his head, and a black light lit up. The soul spirit in his mind only froze for a short while before it was sucked into the slaughter god blade's black light. Once the soul spirit was destroyed, the god general was dead. As for the 4 peak stage heaven gods, it was much simpler. When the god general was killed, their soul spirit was still in a state of chaos. The slaughter god blade turned and slid across their necks. 4 heads floated in the air and landed on the ground. 4 pairs of eyes were still fixated on the moment they saw Yi Yaorao and the rest taking off their clothes. Their eyes were filled with lust. Yi Yaorao and the 12 women knew that Yi Qinghan was very powerful. However, in the blink of an eye, he killed a god general and 4 peak stage heaven gods in an instant. She stood there dumbfounded, even forgetting to close the robe that she had taken off halfway. Half of her body was exposed, and she looked at Yi Qinghan with a dazzled look. "What's that? If you don't close your clothes, I'm afraid my old habit will act up again. Don't blame me if I violate you at that time." Yi Qinghan chuckled and gazed deeply at Yi Yao Rao's perfect half-naked body. He collected the god crystal and the 5 spatial rings that were floating in the air. Then, he took out 2 peak heavenly god divine crystals and a spatial ring and tossed them to Yi Yao Rao. When Yi Qinghan and the others heard Yi Qinghan's teasing, they immediately felt as if their faces were on fire. Even Yi Qinghan, who always had a cold expression on her face, couldn't help but blush. She quickly put on her clothes and only recovered after a long time. Seeing Yi Qinghan toss over 2 divine crystals and a space ring, he asked in confusion, "Lord Yi, what are you doing? This is your bonus. Without your meticulous performance, we wouldn't have been able to kill them so easily. Take it. Since we are working together, of course there will be bonus." Yi Qinghan smiled slightly. He had struck it big this time. A god general's interspatial ring would definitely contain countless treasures and divine stones. What's more, just 2 heaven god divine crystals and 1 god general divine crystal would be worth 1,000,000 divine stones. It was no wonder there were so many god bandits in the divine realm. Ah! Yi Yaorao's expression only revealed a sliver of surprise. However, the 12 ladies of the Ice Rain divine crystal were screaming in excitement. A peak stage heaven god divine crystal was good stuff. Every piece was worth a lot of money. As a peak stage heaven god, there would definitely be a lot of wealth in their interspatial rings. Yi Qinghan had actually given them so casually. According to Yi Yaorao's character, she would definitely split the treasures equally among them. The divine stones that each of them would receive would definitely not be a small amount. At that moment, the 12 ladies looked at Yi Qinghan with a different look in their eyes. There was even a hint of passion in them. Although Yi Qinghan looked like a pervert, he had not done anything overboard. What's more, if it wasn't for Yi Qinghan just now, they would have been in a terrible state. Now, not only had he saved them, but he had also received a large sum of divine stones. How could they not be excited? Even Yi Yaorao was beginning to suspect that her initial impression of Yi Qinghan had been a little too extreme. Could Yi Qinghan be a good man that was about to go extinct in the world? However, a moment later, she saw Yi Qinghan's gaze pausing on her chest as he revealed a dazed look. He immediately rejected the idea he had just now. She snorted coldly as she turned and ran into the distance. At the same time, she shouted, "My lord, have you seen enough? Why aren't you leaving? Are you waiting for their comrades to come after you?" Hee hee. Lord Yi is leaving. Although Bing Shue's name was very cold, she was the most open-minded among the group of ladies. At that moment, she saw Yi Qinghan being startled by Yi Yaorao's cold snort. Her face was full of embarrassment as she threw him a flirtatious look. She reached out and pulled Yi Qinghan's arm. Her full breasts pretended to carelessly touch Yi Qinghan's arm. Then, she chased after Yi Yaorao with a smile on her face. In the afternoon, the team was very lucky to not encounter any more demons, devils, or martial artists. After a few days of treacherous journey, the 12 ladies gradually stopped frowning. Instead, they started to talk and laugh. They were very clear. They could die at any time in this place. Whether they could survive or not depended entirely on their luck and character. Because of the existence of Yi Qinghan and Yi Yaorao, they now had a backbone. They decided not to worry so much, and their moods were much more relaxed. Yi Yaorao was scouting ahead. Her divine sense was always covering a radius of a few thousand meters. There was no other way. Her divine sense was the strongest in this place. She was duty-bound to carry out this scouting mission. Although Yi Qinghan was being led by Bing Yu and Bing Shui, he forcefully suppressed the evil thoughts in his heart. He quietly followed the rest of the group as they wandered in the desert. He was thinking about the battle in the morning. In this place, he had lost Elder Lu's help and the guarantee of safety from the Carefree Pavilion. After a few days of experience, he understood. He was no longer the invincible Yi Qinghan of the Flame Dragon continent. In this place, he could die at any time. Hence, he was thinking about how to improve his strength in the shortest time possible so that he could deal with the upcoming dangerous situation. Strength was divided into many aspects: attack, defense, movement speed, divine power, and divine sense. There was no need to consider attack and defense for now. These aspects were very difficult to improve. If he wanted to improve it, he would have to rely on his understanding of the laws. However, he did not have the time to cultivate the laws now. Furthermore, because of the existence of the Slaughter God Blade, his attack power had reached a terrifying level. Hence, he did not need Cowley to increase his attack power for now. As for defense, he had always believed that attack power was the best defense. Hence, the only things he could improve now were his movement speed, divine power, and divine sense. Divine sense was very important. It allowed him to discover the enemy earlier and formulate a battle plan. Whether to fight or to escape, how to fight, etc. However, divine sense was linked to the soul spirit. Cultivating the soul spirit was not something that could be improved in a short time. Hence, there was no need to consider this. To increase his divine power, he needed spirit herbs and to meditate. At this moment, he was in constant danger. Even if he had the courage to buy spirit herbs, he would not dare to meditate. Hence, the only thing he could consider was his movement speed. Movement speed was very important. This place was very dangerous. If he was fast enough, he could at least escape. At the very least, he had to think of a way to increase his speed to be slightly faster than the demons. This way, if Yi Yaorao died in battle or separated from him, he would still have the ability to escape. However, movement speed was linked to the strength of one's divine power. The stronger one's divine power, the faster one's movement speed would be. The divine world's spatial restrictions were very strong. Hence, flying was much slower than running. Hence, unless one reached the God-King realm or had a deep understanding of the spatial laws, no one would choose to fly. What he cultivated was the spatial laws. If he had a deep understanding of the spatial laws, his speed would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. However, he did not have the time to comprehend it now. After thinking about it, Yi Qinghan felt that he had reached a dead end. What a headache! Yi Qinghan raised his hand and wanted to rub his temples out of habit. However, his left hand accidentally touched Bing Shue's perky breasts. This caused Bing Shue to roll her eyes again. Seeing this, Yi Qinghan rubbed his nose in embarrassment. A trace of craftiness flashed across her eyes. She slightly puffed out her chest and teased him. "Lord Yi, are you unable to control yourself this time? Or are you being careless?"